Chapter 4682. On the evening of the second day, the last two people, Jin Xiaoxiao and Fang Tong, slowly walked out of the heavy mystic cliff, causing a burst of cheers. Fang Tong. Fang Tong. The cheers resounded throughout the heavy mystic cliff. Fang Tong was able to become the commander of the Golden Dragon clan because of his reputation. Even Jin Xiaoxiao was slightly inferior to him. It's still Commander Fang after all. He's much better than those useless good-for-nothings. Ah. Second Ant, it's hard for you to enter the Hall of Elegance. Do you really think that fellow can become the pride of our Golden Dragon clan? That's true. We don't need to be afraid of not knowing what's good for us. It seems that Commander Fang is the most trustworthy one. The disciples of the Golden Dragon clan all gave a thumbs up to Fang Tong. His position in the Golden Dragon clan was unquestionable. Your Highness, now you should understand who is the one who can protect you, right? If you encounter any difficulties in the future, he won't be able to protect you. So what if he's a 9th grade dragon vein? In the end, he can't even withstand the pressure of the heavy mystic cliff. I really don't dare to praise him. Ah. Fang Tong's face was full of arrogance and his eyes were cold. In the Dragon clan he was the one who could truly carry the flag. The others were just trash. No one could compete with him. Even Jiang Qin, who had a 9th grade dragon vein, was just a flash in the pan. His position in the Dragon clan was earned by his own ability. That's right. Jin Xiaoxiao's face was cold. No one would remember the second place. After all, she was still inferior to Fang Tong. Jiang Qin left the heavy mystic cliff hastily. She was also very surprised. Logically speaking, Jiang Qin shouldn't be like this. The one who had the highest chance of competing with Fang Tong was him. It's still too early to talk about this. Let's talk about it after you get a ranking in the ranking battle. Jin Xiaoxiao turned around and left. However, Fang Tong didn't care. Right now, he was the most outstanding person in the Dragon clan. Enjoying the cheers and support, Fang Tong's eyes were cold. He murmured in his heart, pretending to be noble. One day I'll make you scream under my crotch. Fang Tong did not disappoint, causing Jin Yibai to have a whole new level of respect for him. Although Jiang Qin had obtained the top 10 at the heavy mysterious cliff, he was only ranked 10th. Could it be that he had placed too much hope on Jiang Qin? Jin Yibai sighed in his heart. A grade 9 dragon vein was indeed an outstanding talent, but if Jiang Qin did not work hard enough, he would also fade into the crowd. He was blessed by the heavens, but he did not know how to cherish it, so he could not blame anyone else. Jin Xiaoxiao arrived at Jiang Qin's residence. He was in the middle of cultivating. You left the heavy mysterious cliff a long time ago and stayed away from the hustle and bustle by yourself. You really know how to hide in peace. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled. There's no difference between first place and 10th place. Why should I be bullied there? As long as you can get a spot in the ranking battle, it's fine. Whoever can laugh until the end will be the one with the best smile. Jiang Qin said lightly. Jin Xiaoxiao frowned and said, Fang Tong and the others made a move against you? You could say that, but those people shot themselves in the foot. I've already kicked them out of the competition. Jiang Qin had an indifferent expression. I knew it, this guy will definitely not let it go. Jin Xiaoxiao felt apologetic. If it wasn't for her, Jiang Qin would not have to suffer Fang Tong's harassment. You can't be blamed completely. Perhaps he is already afraid of the grade 9 dragon vein, afraid that I will steal his thunder in the Dragon clan. Of course, Jiang Qin knew that this Fang Tong was not someone who could be easily dealt with. It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge, it wasn't the right time yet. Once the ranking battle began, if he had the chance to kill Fang Tong, he wouldn't show any mercy. This Fang Tong, I will teach him a lesson sooner or later. Jin Xiaoxiao said fiercely. Get ready, Jiang Qin. The day after tomorrow, Father will bring us to the High Sun Mountain range. The gathering place of the 4 great dragon clans is there. Moreover, the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss is at the High Sun Mountain range. It will be jointly managed by the 4 great dragon clans. Got it, thank you. The High Sun Mountain range was located slightly west of the center of the ancient dragon star. Along the way there were endless mountain ranges, rivers, glaciers and green fields. Moreover, many demonic beasts on the ancient dragon star were descendants of the dragon clan, and more or less carried some dragon clan bloodline. After all, this was the world of the dragon clan, and only a small number of demonic beasts were independent. However, after tens of thousands of years of metamorphosis, the demonic beasts that could survive were considered very tenacious. The mountains around the mountain range were strangely dangerous, and filled with a general trend. Perilous peaks towered into the clouds, dotting the landscape like stars in the sky. We're here. Genie Bai took a deep breath. 500 years ago, only one member of the Golden Dragon clan had entered the ranking battle, and the cultivation path of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was out of reach for the Golden Dragon clan. This time I will not return empty-handed. Fang Tong's face was grave. Back then, his cultivation was only at the initial 4th layer of the Star Emperor realm, and he did not enter the top 10. This time, however, he would definitely avenge his previous humiliation. Even if he could not come out on top, he would definitely become the pride of the Golden Dragon clan. This place is indeed vast and rich in Genesis Chi. Jiang Qin nodded. The legendary land of dragons and tigers was likely nothing more than this. This is the place with the densest Genesis Chi in the entire ancient dragon star. It is said that millions of years ago the ancestors of the 4 great dragon clans fought over this place. In the end, they made an agreement that this place would be designated as a training ground, and a place for the geniuses of the 4 great dragon clans to cultivate. No one is allowed to set foot here. Jin Xiaoxiao's expression was grim. Jiang Qin nodded, not daring to tarry. It seems that there were many secrets on the ancient dragon star. Genie Bai led 2 Golden Dragon clan elders and 10 Dragon clan geniuses as they swooped down towards the 10,000-foot platform below the mountain range, brimming with confidence. Welcome, clan leader. The 4 elders were all smiles as they cupped their hands together and nodded at Genie Bai. They were naturally overjoyed to see the Golden Dragon clan members. The 4 elders are all at the 6th layer of the Star Emperor realm, and are extremely powerful. They are the guardians of this place, guarding the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. There is a cycle every 500 years. After the ranking battle, they can return home and be replaced by another clan elder. Jin Xiaoxiao said to Jiang Qin beside her in a low voice. No wonder they're so powerful. Jiang Qin was inwardly surprised. It seemed that the foundations of the 4 great dragon clans were quite powerful. Just the 4 6th-layer Star Emperor experts alone made one feel an immense pressure. Haha, elders, you've worked hard. I'll hold a welcoming banquet for all of you when you return to the Dragon clan after the ranking battle. Genie Bai said with a face full of gratification. These protectors were the backbone of their dragon clan. Thank you, clan leader. Joy was revealed on the faces of the 4 elders, already eager to return home. Haha, it's been 500 years, but clan leader Jean is still as impressive as ever. Chapter 4683. Jean Eba's expression was a little gloomy. This guy would always mock him whenever he was down and out. He was also the person Jean Eba hated the most among the 4 great dragon clans. Anche, the patriarch of the proud Sky Dragon clan. Likewise, clan leader Han, you look just as graceful as you were back then. Jean Eba sneered. I can't. 500 years ago, only 3 people from our proud Sky Dragon clan entered the ranking battle. After I went back, I thought about it and became even more nervous. This year we must let those little brats show off their abilities. No matter how bad it is, it shouldn't be that only one person entered, right? Han Che laughed loudly, obviously mocking Genie Bai. This guy is simply too detestable. None of the people from the proud Sky Dragon clan are good people. Jin Xiaoxiao said through gritted teeth. Clearly, the relationship between the AO Sky Dragon clan and the Golden Dragon clan wasn't that good. Thank you, Clan Chief Han. This time, your proud Sky Dragon clan will definitely not be able to compare to our Golden Dragon clan. Genie Ba said coldly. Is that so? Then I'll have to wait and see. It's good that Chief Jean is so confident. I wouldn't be surprised even if none of your Golden Dragon clan entered the top 10. After all, 500 years ago your Golden Dragon clan only managed to obtain 1 spot. But you don't need to be discouraged, clan leader Jean. Don't worry, there's always a way out. Our lifespan is endless. We have at least 10,000 years left. This 10,000 years is enough for you to see someone enter the ranking competition. I believe that the people of the Golden Dragon clan will not be so disappointing. Han Che's face was filled with arrogance. Back then the Golden Dragon clan had lost all face. Now that he had finally caught hold of Genie Bai's weakness, how could he let him off so easily? Every dog has its day. Who knows who the flower will fall to this year? Patriarch Han, don't be happy too early. You might end up crying in the future. Genie Bai didn't want to be outdone. At this moment as the clan leader, he naturally couldn't lose the limelight. Until the most crucial moment, no one knew who would have the last laugh. I hope so. Han Che said calmly. This time you must show mercy. Don't let our brothers from the Golden Dragon tribe lose too badly. Do you understand? Han Che looked at the disciple of the proud Sky Dragon clan behind him with a solemn expression. Yes, clan leader. We definitely won't let them get hurt. The valiant man leading the group said disdainfully as he looked at the sky. This fellow is the proud Sky Dragon clan's proud Cloud Dragon. Back then he was only a step away from obtaining the qualifications to enter the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Unfortunately he was kicked out in the end. His strength cannot be underestimated. Compared to Fang Tong he might even surpass him. Jin Xiaoxiao explained to Jiang Qin. He's at least at the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Jiang Qin nodded and said, as expected of an expert from the proud Sky Dragon clan. Looks like he's really aggressive. Yin Dragon He Jin. Che. Should. Take care. First. Yin Yun. First. Don. Should. Start. Che Don. Mind Don. Should. Yun and An and 1. That's right. Take care of yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. The proud Sky Dragon clan is as arrogant as ever. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. You have to be capable if you want to come out on top in the ranking battle. For the experts of the Golden Dragon tribe, they were also suppressing their anger. Their terrible results 500 years ago had left them speechless. This time they had to come out on top. At the very least, they couldn't let the people of the Golden Dragon tribe look down on them. Let's wait and see, Ao Yunlong said coldly. Ao Yunlong said coldly and glanced at the people of the Golden Dragon race. He had never placed this group of people in his eyes from the start. The people of the Golden Dragon tribe and the proud Sky Dragon tribe all had gloomy expressions. This ranking battle would definitely be very exciting. At that time there would probably be countless sparks flying. Rumble, a series of earth-shaking sounds could be heard. More than 10 figures descended from the sky, blocking out the sun and the sky. They were all giants that were hundreds of feet tall, causing all the demonic beasts in the forest to retreat in fear. The dinosaur clan has always been so high profile. That's right. It's like they're afraid that others won't know they're here. I wonder how strong they are. The dinosaur clan is just bluffing. This time I'll teach them a lesson. A scholar who hasn't seen for 3 days must be looked at differently. Plus it's been 500 years. Who knows how much the dinosaur clan has changed. But this is a big problem. More than 10 terrifying dragon silhouettes filled the sky. They were the experts of the dinosaur clan. At this moment, Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes turned incomparably cold because Claude, who almost caused her to lose her life, was one of them. She would absolutely not let this matter rest. Bastard. This time I'll teach you a lesson. Jin Xiaoxiao said fiercely. As long as we enter the ranking battle, we'll have a chance. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You have to be careful. He hates you more than me. If you hadn't saved me, he would have succeeded. Jin Xiaoxiao reminded. Once Jiang Qin was caught by him, he would be in a very dangerous situation. I know. But the one who wants to kill me, Jiang Qin, hasn't been born yet. In the sky, the giant dragon with 2 claws was Claude's clone. Claude and Jiang Qin stared at each other. Terrifying rays of light shot out from their eyes, as if they wanted to skin each other alive. Little bastard, I didn't think we'd meet again. This time I'll crush you to death. Claude raised his head and said with an evil smile. Long time no see, Lanyu. Your dinosaur clan always likes to be so high profile. Jin Iba said indifferently as he looked at the giant dragon. That guy was the chief of the dinosaur clan, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, Lanyu. If you don't have any influence, how can you live up to the reputation of the 4 great dragon clans? You're just a nobody, and you're not qualified to be the champion of the ranking battle. Lanyu was gasping for breath. His voice was loud, but he said it in a light tone. His face was filled with pride. The strength of the dinosaur tribe was even stronger than that of the proud Sky Dragon tribe and the Golden Dragon tribe. This was where his pride came from. Chief Lan is really domineering. Be careful, don't bite your tongue. Han Che's face was also gloomy. The feeling of being trampled on by others was very unpleasant to him. Even if he couldn't come out on top this time, he would definitely trample these 2 fellows under his feet. Otherwise the dinosaur tribe would be too arrogant. The ranking battle has always been based on one's ability. Lanyu didn't care about Han Che's threat at all. At this moment, a wave of dark clouds enveloped everything within 1,000 miles, causing the entire mountain range to turn dark. It's the Eternal Dragon Clan. Chapter 4684. Eternal Dragon Tribe. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he looked straight at the dark clouds in the sky. Everyone on the scene became solemn and held their breaths in rapt attention. To every disciple of the Dragon Tribe, the Eternal Dragon Tribe was the highest existence in their hearts. Since ancient times, the dignity of the Eternal Dragon Tribe could not be violated. Although there were 4 dragon tribes in name on the ancient dragon star, the Eternal Dragon Tribe far surpassed the other 3 dragon tribes in terms of strength, power, and presence. The legend of the Eternal Dragon Clan had spread across the entire universe. There was no one who didn't know about it. Jianghu had also heard about it a long time ago. He even had a reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Jin Xiaoxiao looked sincere. To her, the existence of the Eternal Dragon Tribe was superior to the other 3 tribes. This was established and acknowledged. It seems like the Eternal Dragon Tribe is the real king of the ancient dragon star. Jiang Chen looked at Jin Xiaoxiao. Of course. In the ancient dragon star, no one can go against the ancient dragon tribe. Jin Xiaoxiao bowed slightly as if she was welcoming the arrival of the Eternal Dragon Tribe. Welcome, Tribe Leader Mo. Welcome, Tribe Leader Mo. Dozens of people from the 3 dragon tribes bowed to the dark clouds. Their voices were filled with respect. A giant black dragon was soaring in the sky. At that moment, the experts of the dinosaur tribe had transformed into their human forms under Lan Yu's lead. They did not dare to fight with the experts of the Eternal Dragon Tribe. The black dragon flew up and roared. The dragon might swept across the area, sending chills down everyone's spine. Only Jiang Chen did not look at the black dragon. He wore a solemn smile. The dragon might of the black dragon was very strong. His strength was unquestionable. 8th grade dragon vein. Jiang Chen was surprised. It seemed like the tribe leader of the Eternal Dragon Tribe was a ruthless character. Behind the black dragon, more than 20 figures appeared in the sky and followed closely behind. Everyone, I trust you have been well since we last met. After 500 years, all of you are still as graceful as ever, said the black dragon softly. However, his voice was filled with an incomparably intense pressure. Although it was released invisibly, it was clearly done intentionally. Especially when the black dragon looked at Jiang Chen, a look of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Clearly, the bloodline of Jiang Chen had caused him to be extremely puzzled. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This guy's eyesight was rather sharp. Thank you for your concern, Clan Chief Mo. I hope that the experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan will show mercy in today's battle. Ah. Lan Yu laughed heartily and said. He was also very respectful towards Clan Leader Mo. After all, Clan Leader Mo's strength was there for all to see. The Eternal Dragon Clan could become the leader of the 4 great dragon clans. Was not a joke. If Clan Leader Mo was stronger than Clan Leader Mo, who would be willing to be under him? That's right. In my opinion, the experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan should not participate. Of the 10 spots, 5 of them will definitely be from the Eternal Dragon Clan. Anche chimed in. To them, the prestige of the Eternal Dragon Clan was something that no one could challenge. No matter what kind of person they were, they all liked to listen to flattery. Anche and Lan Yu were very good at flattery. Jin Iba had never liked this. His status among the 4 great dragon clans was also the lowest. Although it might not be that bad, the Golden Dragon Clan was also the most disliked. It seems like your father is indeed too straightforward. Jiang Chen smiled. However, the competition between the 4 great dragon clans could not be decided by a few witty words. In the end, it still depended on each party's means. This time, I will definitely not let my father down. Compared to back then, Jin Xiaoxiao's confidence was definitely even greater. It was already extremely good if she could obtain a spot for the Golden Dragon Tribe. More importantly, if Jin Xiaoxiao could emerge victorious in the ranking battle, her father would no longer have to be as disappointed as he was back then and be mocked by others. Old friends, you are too polite. This year's competition will definitely surpass the past. Mo Xiaolong smiled calmly. Half of the top 10 experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan behind him were at the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. In an instant, not only Jin Iba but even Han Che and Lan Yu, who had been smiling, looked at each other and gasped. It seemed that the Eternal Dragon Clan had indeed produced a lot of experts over the past 500 years. Such a force made the experts of their clan very nervous. There were already 5 experts at the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It was obvious that they would occupy at least half of the seats. No wonder Mo Xiaolong was so calm. It seemed that he had been prepared for this. Damn it, these Eternal Dragon Clan guys are too ruthless. Exactly. The experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan are far superior to us. It seems that it will be very difficult to stand out among them. So what? We'll just take it one step at a time. After all, the Eternal Dragon Clan is the leader of the 4 great dragon clans. I'm definitely going to suffer a setback in this ranking battle. I had some confidence at first, but now it seems that it's really depressing. Many experts of the three clans began to complain. However, the situation was worse than the people. If one did not have the ability, then it was reasonable to be eliminated. Survival of the fittest, this was the truth that had existed since ancient times. This time we should be more relaxed. Let these juniors struggle on their own. White Bamboo Peak stretches for 90,000 miles and is the largest primeval forest in the High Sun Mountain range. I will put 10 Chaos Source Orbs into it. Whoever obtains them will be qualified to be the final winner. There are clear numbers on the Chaos Source Orbs from 1st to 10th. You can decide for yourselves. The reward for the first place will be increased from 50 million Grade 5 Source Stones last year to 100 million Grade 5 Source Stones. What do you think, chiefs? Mo Xiaolong's arrangement caused everyone's expression to turn gloomy. After all, this was not a joke. Although 50 million Origin Stones was not a small amount, they could still afford it. However, White Bamboo Peak was filled with dangers. It was not that easy to obtain 10 Chaos Source Orbs. Wasn't this clearly telling them to fight among themselves? At that time, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. This was extremely advantageous for the Eternal Dragon clan, but for the other three clans, it was like walking on a tightrope. But who asked the Eternal Dragon clan to be the leader of the four clans? Who asked the Eternal Dragon clan to be stronger? The value of this Chaos Source Orb is not cheap, but most importantly, it contains a large amount of Dragon Vein Qi which can raise the grade of bloodline by a lot. It's quite attractive. Jin Xiaoxiao said. But this White Bamboo Peak battle is too disadvantageous for us. The experts of the Eternal Dragon clan are too strong. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of worry. This time, even if she wanted to squeeze into the top 10, it would be extremely difficult. Chapter 4685. To Lan Yu, Han Che, and the others, Mo Xiaolong's arrangement was simply tailor-made for their Eternal Dragon clan. This gave them an incomparable headache, but with Mo Xiaolong's status and prestige, even if they had any thoughts, they dared not speak up. After all, the strength of the Eternal Dragon clan was not something they could compare with. Jin Yibai's eyes flickered, but he was also speechless. If anyone dared to oppose Mo Xiaolong at this moment, wouldn't that be clearly opposing the Eternal Dragon clan? As the leader of the four great dragon clans, they had to give him face. The three looked at each other and could only nod while clenching their teeth. Mo Xiaolong also nodded slightly, calm and unruffled. Since everyone is willing to give me Mo Xiaolong face, I will not pass on this responsibility. These 10 Chaos Origin Orbs are numbered from 1 to 10, and each one is different. Which one you obtain will depend on your luck. The ranking battle is about to begin at this moment. Mo Xiaolong said with a smile as if he was sure that he would win. Even Jiang Chen was displeased to see that. The 5th Heavenly Layer Star Emperor experts had already occupied half of the ranking battle. Those who were as strong as them were not as strong as them. The ranking battle in White Bamboo Peak would be filled with bloodshed, and many people would die in it. Jiang Chen was not sure if Mo Xiaolong's group was strong enough to compete with them. Looks like we can only take it one step at a time. Jiang Chen shrugged. He had always been ready to deal with whatever came his way. Preparing for a rainy day was too troublesome and he would just use his fists. The three swordsmen of the Eternal Dragon clan Mo Yun, Mo Di and Mo Qin are not easy to deal with. They were already famous 300 years ago. Legend has it that the three of them once killed the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm demonic beast. They are the most frightening characters in this ranking battle. Jin Xiaoxiao had obviously made sufficient preparations for the ranking tournament this time. Even if there were strong enemies on all sides, she still secretly resolved that she must get into the top 10, and she would do it at all costs. We will follow clan leader Mo's arrangement. Jin Yibai said indifferently. Since there was no other choice, they could only leave it to fate. Who would have the last laugh would depend on their own luck. Alright. Since that's the case, listen to my command. From now on, all of you can enter White Bamboo Peak for a month. At that time, whoever obtains the Chaos Origin Orb will have the qualifications to enter the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss to cultivate. The Chaos Origin Orb will emit its unique aura within a radius of 10 miles, so do your best. I declare the ranking battle starts. Mo Xiaolong waved his hand and 10 Chaos Origin beads were scattered around White Bamboo Peak. Following his command, the entire High Sun Mountain range began to stir. Numerous meteor-like figures rushed towards White Bamboo Peak. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Follow me, Jiang Chen. If we manage to obtain 2 Chaos Origin Orbs, it will be your good fortune. Jin Xiaoxiao solemnly said. From her point of view, Jiangchen was still the fellow that needed her protection. Although his strength was not ordinary, his cultivation was still there. If he were to clash with Fang Tong head-on, Jiangchen would not be able to last more than 5 rounds. Even she would be able to easily defeat him. Back then, he had been able to distinguish himself at the heavy mysterious cliff due to his grade 9 dragon vein. However, in a true battle, the benefits that a grade 9 dragon vein could bring him were negligible. Then I'll be waiting for you to give me a chaos origin orb, Jiangchen said with a smile, before entering White Bamboo Peak together with Jin Xiaoxiao. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant for. Jiangchen, I will definitely kill you this time. Fang Tong clenched his fist and turned his head to look at Jiangchen. He had already rushed forward. When everyone had left the High Sun Mountain range, only the leaders of the 4 great dragon tribes were left on the mountain peak. Everyone began to exchange pleasantries. However, there was an extremely solemn look on their faces. These were the most outstanding geniuses of their tribes. If anyone could distinguish themselves, not only would their name shake the entire ancient dragon star, it would also greatly increase the strength of their tribes. The experts of the Eternal Dragon Tribe had always held an absolute advantage. Furthermore, the Eternal Dragon Tribe was revered. This was also the reason why they were able to dominate the universe. The Eternal Dragon Tribe was always the highest tribe, even above the humans. The climate and environment of White Bamboo Peak was extremely harsh. When Jiangchen and Jin Xiaoxiao stepped into it, they finally understood. In the forest, thistles and thorns were everywhere. Almost all of them were barren hills and rugged ancient trees. Occasionally, there would be a few ear-piercing roars that reverberated in the air. It was terrifying. There are many beasts here. I have never seen many of them before. Their strength is no weaker than the dragon tribe. These beasts can survive in the ancient dragon star for thousands of years and continue to evolve. Other than not being as strong as the dragon tribe, they are also a force that cannot be underestimated. Jin Xiaoxiao reminded. Their existence is reasonable. The fact that they can coexist with the 4 great dragon tribes is enough to prove their strength. Jiangchen agreed with her. No matter which astral it was the same. Ecological balance was extremely important. If there were only the 4 great dragon tribes left in the ancient dragon star, they would be destroyed step by step. In the past, one of our brothers from the Golden Dragon tribe died here. He was bitten to death by a poisonous python. We could only watch him die without being able to do anything. That was because the poisonous python was too strong. It was stronger than any of us. Jin Xiaoxiao was a little disappointed. Thinking of the past, it was hard for her to let go. It was something that she could not forget. She had been brooding over it. This time, only by obtaining a place in the ranking tournament and completing the wish of the brother in the tribe, she might be able to completely untie the knot in her heart. Don't think too much. Living in the present is the most important thing. I believe that we will not return empty-handed in the ranking tournament this time, Jiangchen said firmly. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at him in a daze. This guy was rather confident. Even she was starting to believe him. I hope it will be as you say. Jin Xiaoxiao stroked her hair and said with a smile. Chapter 4686. Primal Origin Pearl. It's really the Primal Origin Pearl. Jin Xiaoxiao tightly grasped the Primal Origin Pearl in her hand. Her face was filled with excitement and her eyes were filled with starlight. She was so excited that she couldn't control her emotions. In other words, as long as she could hold on to the Primal Origin Pearl, she would definitely be able to enter the top 10 in the ranking battle. Jin Xiaoxiao held the Primal Origin Pearl in her hand. This time she would definitely obtain a spot for the Golden Dragon tribe. Looks like your luck is really too good. Jiangchen smiled. Jin Xiaoxiao's excitement wasn't only because she had obtained a spot in the top 10 of the ranking battle. More importantly, she had become her father's pride and the face of the Golden Dragon tribe. This was the most important thing. Jiangchen, I won't be courteous with this Primal Origin Pearl. Let's continue searching and find another one for you. Jin Xiaoxiao cautiously said. She looked around, afraid that someone was secretly spying on them. Jiangchen nodded. The 7th-ranked Primal Origin Pearl was naturally not his goal. His goal was first place. The allure of 400 million Grade 5 Origin Stones was quite great. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. Whoever could come out on top and obtain the 400 million Grade 5 Origin Stones would become the most dazzling existence on White Bamboo Peak. I'm afraid that you won't have this chance. A lustful laughter was heard. 3 silhouettes appeared beside Jiangchen and Jin Xiaoxiao. They were none other than Claude, an expert of the dinosaur race who had fought them before. You again. Jin Xiaoxiao's face darkened. This guy was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Haha, I've been following you guys since the beginning. I still remember the hatred from that sword strike. If I don't deal with you too, where would I put my face? Claude said with a cold smile. He had been scheming for a long time. However, he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. These two unlucky bastards must have stepped on some kind of dog-shit luck to find a primal origin pearl. Wasn't good things coming in pairs? Brother these two actually dared to provoke you. Aren't they tired of living? He's simply courting death. Isn't that so? There's also a burden. Haha, we'll have to play with this woman later. The princess of the Golden Dragon tribe. TSK. That figure, that skin, that face. The faces of the two men behind Claude were also filled with desire, and the corners of their mouths were already drooling. Don't worry, there will be plenty of benefits for you later. Claude stood with his arms crossed, speaking with fervor and assurance. This time, don't even think of escaping from my hands. Jin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and subconsciously passed the Chaos Origin Orb in her hand to Jiang Chen. If I really can't beat them, I'll take the Chaos Origin Pearl and run as far as I can. Jiang Chen looked at her in surprise. He did not expect Jin Xiaoxiao to be so decisive, directly handing over the Chaos Origin Pearl to him. This trust touched Jiang Chen slightly. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if we have to fight to the death, we can't let them succeed. Jiang Chen grabbed Jin Xiaoxiao's hand and returned the Chaos Origin Pearl to her once more. Jin Xiaoxiao was even more astonished. Jiang Chen was actually not tempted by the Chaos Origin Pearl at all, and even insisted on dying together with him. You were the one who fled for my life previously. Jin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flickered with incomparable coldness. Trying to be eloquent and not knowing what's good for you. However, consider yourself unlucky to fall into my hands. The two of you die. Claude sneered with killing intent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wasn't it perfect to kill two birds with one stone? Killing and robbing. Leave this little girl to me. The two of you deal with that guy. Claude was the first to attack, closing in on Jin Xiaoxiao with lightning speed and ferocious might. Be careful. Jiang Chen said with a solemn expression. Jin Xiaoxiao still wasn't sure if she could fight Claude again. Both of them had improved a lot. Their situation was still worrisome in this second battle. In front of Jiang Chen were two guys who had just broken through to the fourth heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm. Their strength was obviously unstable, but they were still 3 heavenly layers stronger than Jiang Chen. Moreover, they were fighting 1 against 2. They were not to be underestimated. Kid, it's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise you're doomed. That's right. I like steaming the most. The two fellows of the dinosaur race said with a sneer. Their eyes were filled with disdain. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was just a plaything that wasn't worthy of their attention. Any one of them could easily crush him to death. Then I'd like to see which one of you can roast me and steam me. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with interest. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Grandpa will teach you how to behave today. The pointy-mouthed young man squinted his eyes and shouted in a low voice. His figure was like a gust of wind whistling through the air. His sharp claws were like lightning streaking across the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was gloomy and cold. These two fellows were not a threat to him. This time, it was a good opportunity to test his strength by using these two fellows as an example. Jiang Chen's body shook like steel. His feet moved like tigers and dragons, clashing with the expert of the dinosaur tribe in a split second. Jiang Chen's strength was like a vast ocean, surging and crashing. This simple exchange had shocked the expert of the dinosaur tribe. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded his expectation. The clash between the two was extremely exciting, like a needle against an awl, extremely intense. Jiang Chen rose up step by step, using his flesh and blood to fight against the expert of the dinosaur tribe. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. I've underestimated you. The expert of the dinosaur tribe sneered, his face as gloomy as water. Jiang Chen sprinting gave people the feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on them. Every step he took was like carrying 9 bulls crazily attacking. The two hadn't even exchanged 20 moves, but Jiang Chen had already gained the upper hand. Although there was a difference of 3 heavens, his strength was quite abnormal. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. The expert of the dinosaur tribe shouted angrily. Under Jiang Chen's crazy attack, he had completely lost the initiative. Although he had lost face, his life was more important. Even if 2 fourth heaven Star Emperor realm experts attacked Jiang Chen at the same time, as long as they could kill him here, no one would know. Jin Xiaoxiao also looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. His fighting strength was not bad, but his opponents were not easy to deal with either. 2 Fourth Heaven Star Emperor Realm experts, even he would have to fight for a long time. Could Jiang Chen really stop them? Jiang Chen didn't change his countenance even though he was fighting 2 enemies at the same time. However, it was time for him to show his real strength. Under the dragon transformation, his body expanded. The expressions of the 2 experts of the dinosaur tribe slightly changed. Jiang Chen's half-human half-dragon body was indeed ferocious. His strength and momentum skyrocketed. Even Jin Xiaoxiao and Claude couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of bird dragon was this? How could he be so fierce? When did such a mutant appear in the Golden Dragon tribe? The 2 were full of doubts. However, Jiang Chen's aggressiveness gave them a headache. They couldn't take him down at the same time. The situation was in a stalemate. This was the most embarrassing moment in their lives. The 2 of them had joined hands to fight against a guy at the first heavens of the Star Emperor realm. It was too shameful. Both of you have to die. Chapter 4687. Jiang Chen's strength was on full display at this moment. He had already reached the peak of the first sky of the Star Emperor realm. After using the dragon transformation, his strength soared. Facing 2 Fourth Sky Star Emperor realm warriors who had not yet stabilized their strength, he had no fear at all. His strength was invincible. Although his dragon transformation was not as big as 100 jiang, his body was covered with iron bones. His dragon fist made the 2 velociraptors groan incessantly. Damn it, let's fight. Activate the dragon form. Both of them looked at each other and unleashed their most powerful skills. Their movements were so fast that even Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Their movements were so fast that even Jiang Chen was shocked. Be careful, Jiang Chen. These 2 are velociraptors. They are very fast. Before Jin Xiaoxiao's voice died away, she had already been pushed back dozens of jiang. The scene was extremely violent. The fight between the 2 was even fiercer and more brutal than theirs. No wonder they are so fast. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. With a shake of their bodies, the 2 of them transformed into giant dragons that were 30 meters tall. Their claws were like crescent blades, looking extremely strange. They were staring at Jiang Chen at all times. With a roar, the 2 clumsy dragons swooped down without any resistance and squeezed Jiang Chen in the middle. The huge impact was enough to break a mountain. Jiang Chen used both of his arms to block, grabbing the fangs of the 2 dragons. The terrifying force caused his body to sink down to his knees. One could only imagine how crazy it was. However, Jiang Chen didn't move an inch. Instead, he slowly separated the 2 dragons, using his body as the axis, and began to swing them. The tiny Jiang Chen and the 2 gigantic tyrannical dragons formed a sharp contrast. However, Jiang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. He spun them 3 times and they were instantly sent flying away. Both of them crashed into a huge boulder. Rows of ancient trees were smashed into smithereens, and everything within a few hundred meters radius was razed to the ground. Roar, roar, accompanied by 2 violent roars, they even formed sonic booms, like sharp rips, turning into bursts of explosions in the air. 2 idiots, come on. Jiang Chen sneered. His roar was not any weaker than the 2 velociraptors. In the blink of an eye, the 2 velociraptors had already arrived. They knew of Jiang Chen's methods and did not dare to be careless. In this battle they had to bring out their trump cards. The velociraptors' sharpest weapon was speed. This was also their pride. Thus, they wanted to use their strengths to attack Jiang Chen's weaknesses. If they could deal a heavy blow to Jiang Chen in terms of speed, then their chance would come. Kid, Grandpa will play with you today. Go. The 2 velociraptors turned into 2 beams of light, streaking across the horizon. Jiang Chen's heart sank. These 2 were not easy to deal with. At least, if they were fast enough, they would be invincible. Wanting to defeat them would not be an easy task. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade, meeting the 2 velociraptors head-on. He did not dodge or evade, but instead began a direct confrontation. However, these 2 had obviously changed their tactics. Previously they had been tossed out by Jiang Chen like trash. Now they naturally had to prepare a foolproof plan. Time and time again they only lightly attacked. They did not cause too much of an impact on Jiang Chen. The 2 of them wanted to exhaust Jiang Chen's stamina, squeezing out his strength to the lowest point before killing him. This was indeed a smart move. But how could Jiang Chen just sit and wait for death? Since these 2 did not want to fight him head-on, then he would take the initiative to attack. Passively defending was always a bad idea. Once he was given a chance to counterattack, then he would be suppressed like a storm. Although speed wasn't Jiang Chen's forte, it wasn't too difficult for him to evade these two fellows. Although he had sustained some minor injuries, Jiang Chen had been accumulating his strength and waiting for the right opportunity. Once he seized the opportunity, he would definitely make those two fellows die a graveless death. Chi-chi. Ear-piercing sounds continuously rang out in Jiang Chen's ears. This was enough to show how terrifying these two were. However, Jiang Chen's thoughts were also very meticulous. He was waiting for an opportunity, not panicking in the slightest. Here it is. Jiang Chen suddenly made his move. The situation of passively taking a beating instantly changed. He gathered all the strength in his body and directly grabbed one of the velociraptors. Without any flashy moves, Jiang Chen madly rushed forward, firmly gripping the velociraptor's teeth. Punch after punch, his strength was astonishing. The velociraptor felt as if it was being crushed by a mountain. The velociraptor let out miserable cries. Even when facing the other velociraptor, Jiang Chen did not move an inch. Grab one and beat it to death. His fists were like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Punch after punch, the velociraptor was badly mutilated. Its bones were completely shattered. Fresh blood spurted out, splattering all over the forest. Invincible iron fist. Jiang Chen was like a madman. He wanted to go all out in a single spurt of energy. Even if his back was heavily injured, he would not hesitate. Finally, after more than 100 punches, that terrifying strength was perfectly demonstrated. The velociraptor's head had been smashed to smithereens by Jiang Chen. Its flesh and blood were mangled, and it looked like a decapitated dragon. It had long since ceased to breathe. And when Jiang Chen turned his head, the other velociraptor felt its heart tremble. Seeing its comrade beaten to death by Jiang Chen, it couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Motherf***, isn't this fellow too ruthless? The velociraptor's heart trembled and it subconsciously took a step back. In terms of momentum, it had already lost to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the velociraptor's heart. In its heart there was only one thought, run. But Jiang Chen did not give it this chance. Wanna run? No way. Although the velociraptor was extremely fast, Jiang Chen stepped on the sky-ascending stairs. With a flash, he appeared beside the velociraptor. Previously, he had merely concealed his presence. This time Jiang Chen was swift and decisive. With lightning speed he once again captured the velociraptor. This is impossible. The velociraptor exclaimed in disbelief. However, the collision between the two had already begun. The velociraptor was forced to fight against Jiang Chen, but the tragic death of its comrade was still fresh in its mind. In its heart, it was already complaining incessantly. Brother save me. Chapter 4688. Jiang Chen was gasping for breath. He had also lost a lot of blood. However, these two guys had died far more miserably than him. Claude was furious. These two brothers had a close relationship with him. They were the people he trusted the most. However, they had been killed by Jiang Chen. Not only that, but they had also died without a complete corpse. One could imagine how angry he was. Jin Xiaoxiao heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Jiang Chen's life was no longer in danger. Moreover, he had killed two fourth heavenly layer star emperor experts. Although she was shocked, she didn't need to tremble in fear anymore. At the same time, she was also shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. This was the true definition of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This guy's bones were filled with valiance, just like a ferocious tiger that had escaped from its cage. You Golden Dragon Clan trash, go to hell. Fury of Storm. Claude's roar shook the sky. He was so powerful that he triggered a storm that swept across the sky. Jin Xiaoxiao's expression changed. She kept retreating, not daring to face his attack head-on. Soaring Dragon and Leaping Tiger. Jin Xiaoxiao's figure kept flashing as she kept attacking the storm. However, this fury of storm was too terrifying. It was difficult for her to move forward. Moreover, she was blocked at every step. The pressure kept increasing and her injuries became more and more serious. Although she could exhaust Claude, it would be extremely difficult to defeat him. Moreover, Claude's current strength was even stronger than hers. Let me give you a hand. Jiang Chen growled. He didn't retreat. Although he was already seriously injured, he had to step forward. Otherwise, Jin Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to stop him alone. This scene is extremely similar. However, the result is destined to be vastly different. This time around, none of you will be able to escape. Claude said with a cold smile. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was severely damaged, how could he have been defeated by Jiang Chen? This time he had to kill the two of them to vent the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, you don't have the strength to do so. Jiang Chen's eyes were as sharp as a knife. His figure didn't change. He used his dragon transformation and charged into the storm. The violent storm couldn't do anything to him. The wind blades could barely hurt his flesh. Jiang Chen was like an invincible diamond. He was invincible in the fury of storm. Damn it, Claude said while clenching his teeth. He was extremely angry. This bastard's body could actually be this strong. He had underestimated Lin Fan. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. Her chance had come. She could resist the fury of the storm. If the two of them joined forces, killing Claude would be just around the corner. It's only a matter of time. Jiang Chen, you hold the line for me? Jin Xiaoxiao shouted. She didn't retreat at all. Even though she was facing Claude's fury of storm, she was still calm and composed without Jiang Chen's strength. This was her only chance. She had thought that she was in a critical situation and her life was hanging by a thread. However, after Jiang Chen killed the two velociraptors, Jin Xiaoxiao's hope was rekindled. This time she wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. The two started to fight back against Claude's fury of storm. Claude's facial expression was extremely grim. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond his expectation. Jiang Chen had killed two Fourth Heavenly Star Emperor experts. It was enough to show how abnormal this guy was. Plus, he was only at the First Heavenly Star Emperor realm. Such a monstrous genius really shocked him. If Jiang Chen was allowed to grow in the future, he was afraid that the entire Golden Dragon clan would rise. Although Claude was startled, he didn't panic. He had no way out now. He had to fight with Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao to the death. Chapter 4689. Jin Xiaoxiao ignored Claude and rushed to the peak of the void. Her saber swept horizontally like a scorching sun, aiming for Claude's chest. With Jiang Chen's assistance, Jin Xiaoxiao was unstoppable. She charged forward valiantly and valiantly. No, no! Claude's desperate roar reverberated in the sky, but his figure had already fallen to the ground. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and looked at Jin Xiaoxiao. Her face also revealed a knowing smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Not bad. Jiang Chen gave Jin Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled brightly. The saber dripping with blood could no longer support her heavily injured body. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Chen quickly helped her up. Jin Xiaoxiao instantly went limp in Jiang Chen's arms. Her face was blushing and she looked slightly embarrassed. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. Her face was pale and weak. That guy's strength is indeed not weak. We let him escape once, but this time he didn't leave behind any trouble. Jiang Chen said. Claude isn't the only expert of the dinosaur tribe. We still need to be careful. Moreover, with the experts of the 4 great dragon tribes gathered here, White Bamboo Peak will surely be filled with carnage. More and more people will die. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a solemn voice. Although Claude was killed, they were still not safe. Enemies could appear at any time. Even the Golden Dragon tribe might not be completely trustworthy. There were many people who would stab others in the back. In such a difficult environment, obtaining a Chaos Origin Orb was extremely difficult, and it was related to one's future potential and status. Under the absolute temptation, even people of the same tribe might betray them. However, Jiang Chen made Jin Xiaoxiao see the light in him once again. This man was worthy of trust. Your cultivation is extremely unstable. It's very likely that you're about to break through. Moreover, you've suffered such heavy injuries. You should take a rest first. Jiang Chen said. Yes. Jin Xiaoxiao's voice was low like a mosquito's bite. She took a deep breath, pulled herself together and began to cultivate. Jiang Chen's injuries were also not light, but he insisted on protecting her, which made Jin Xiaoxiao feel quite touched. At critical moments, Jiang Chen was also the person she trusted the most. 3 days later, Jin Xiaoxiao's strength had completely stabilized at the 5th heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. Her aura was steadier and more solid than before. Even her temperament had become more enchanting. Congratulations. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Stop teasing me. Let's go. We need to find another Chaos Origin bead. Jin Xiaoxiao still felt that she owed Jiang Chen. He had tried his best to buy more time for her, but he did not mention a word about the Chaos Origin bead. If she obtained the Chaos Origin bead but Jiang Chen did not, she would definitely blame herself. Therefore, she had to find another Chaos Origin bead for Jiang Chen. The two of them moved forward in White Bamboo Peak, constantly searching. At the same time, they had to be cautious of their surroundings. Any movement would affect their hearts. I sense a very dense aura of the chaos origin bead? Jiang Chen's expression changed as he said in a low voice. Is that so? Why can't I sense it? Jin Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly as she said in a daze. She did not sense anything. Could Jiang Chen have made a mistake? Over there, let's go. Jiang Chen pulled Jin Xiaoxiao and quickly sped away. Jin Xiaoxiao blushed a little, feeling a little touched in her heart. But she knew that Jiang Chen only regarded her as a good friend. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Chen finally found the hidden cave at the bottom of the mountain. It was surrounded by dense bushes and there was no path, but Jiang Chen's eyes were as bright as torches. He was certain that the aura must have come from here because the source dragon in his body had a very strong feeling. It did not feel like this when he encountered the chaos origin bead in Jin Xiaoxiao's hand, but the source dragon in Jiang Chen's body had already begun to stir restlessly. It was enough to tell that the chaos origin bead was absolutely extraordinary. Are you sure? Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. The Eternal Dragon Clan's clan leader had said that the chaos origin bead exuded an extremely dense Genesis chi that could be sensed within a 10-mile radius, but Jin Xiaoxiao did not feel anything at all. She could only stare suspiciously at Jiang Chen. That's right, it's here. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curved in an imperceptible smile. Jiang Chen pushed aside the bushes and plunged into the cave. His face turned incomparably solemn because he saw a fist-sized chaos origin bead exuding a faint cyan light. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if he had seen the sun through the clouds. It was too shocking. The chaos origin bead was much larger than the one in Jin Xiaoxiao's hand. Moreover, the extremely dense Genesis chi it exuded was refreshing and made his breathing quicken. The Genesis chi contained in it was extremely terrifying. Even a starry sky origin stone might not be as dense as it. This? Jin Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. She stood rooted to the spot and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The Genesis chi contained in such a large chaos origin bead was dozens of times greater than her own. It was simply a treasure. The Genesis chi in a starry sky origin stone was far from comparable. It was refined by the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon Clan, and every bead was worth thousands of gold. It was quite terrifying for the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon Clan to take out such a large sum. Now that Jiang Chen had obtained the chaos origin bead, Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel envious. First place. This is the starry sky origin stone that represents the first place in the ranking battle. Jin Xiaoxiao said excitedly. She even danced with joy. Jiang Chen's luck was too good. The huge one, engraved on the chaos origin bead, was incomparably dazzling and resplendent. Jiang Chen's expression remained the same. Although he was also very excited, Jin Xiaoxiao couldn't see how happy Jiang Chen was. It was as if all of this wasn't happening to him. Jiang Chen held the chaos origin bead in his hand with an incomparably solemn expression. However, he was also very shocked. The treasure taken out by the Eternal Dragon Clan was indeed valuable. This chaos origin bead could definitely raise his strength by a level. What? You don't seem happy. Are you scared, silly? Ah. Jin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and giggled. Jiang Chen shook his head. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. I'm afraid that this chaos origin bead won't be easy to guard. It will definitely attract a lot of bloodshed. Chapter 4690. The treasure was in their hands, but there was no guarantee that no one would come to snatch it during this period of time. The primal origin orb in Jiang Chen's hand must have raised their safety to the limit. You're right. Looks like we have to be more careful. Jin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Chen looked at each other. For them, the Battle of White Bamboo Peak was secondary. Whether or not they could keep the Chaos Origin Orb was the most important matter. This hot potato could very well send them to eternal damnation. Perhaps it's already too late. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Jin Xiaoxiao's heart sank and her expression changed abruptly. Before Jiang Chen finished his words, two terrifying auras had already surrounded them, leaving them with nowhere to retreat. Tyrant Sky Chen. Jin Xiaoxiao's voice was incomparably solemn. This guy was a peerless expert of the dinosaur clan. He was even stronger than Claude. His appearance also made Jin Xiaoxiao feel that it was quite troublesome. Li Kongyi. Proud Sky Dragon Clan's Fei Tianlong was also an expert with eyesight that was comparable to dominating Sky Chen. These two fellows were geniuses that had risen to fame in the past few hundred years. They were also very popular candidates in this ranking tournament. I didn't expect us to be so fated. Miss Xiaoxiao, we've met once 100 years ago. I've always been fascinated by you. Eh. Li Kongyi said with a smile. He was thin, tall, and wore a white robe. He gave people a very modest and gentlemanly feeling. There was even an indescribable feminine feeling. However, Jin Xiaoxiao knew that this guy was a sanctimonious person who had done countless dirty things in secret. He was a top playboy in the Aotian Dragon clan. Is that so? But my memory is a little bad, so I didn't remember. Jin Xiaoxiao said with a cold smile. These two guys obviously came with ill intentions. Cut the crap and hand over the item. Otherwise I'll kill you. Tyrant Chen Lung said. He had the tyrant body and was more than 3 meters tall. His entire body was bursting with muscles. He looked as strong as an ox. He stood there like a wall, a mountain, or a towering tree that had taken root under his feet. He gave off a great pressure. I didn't expect the two of you to be together. Jackals of the same tribe. Jin Xiaoxiao curled her lips and teased. At this time, no one was more nervous than her, because she knew that these two people were more terrifying than Claude. There was no chance of winning this battle. Jiang Qin stood beside Jin Xiaoxiao. These two fellows had been eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. It seemed like they had planned this beforehand. These words are a bit hurtful. Xiaoxiao, do you know that the person I've been thinking about day and night all these years, isn't it you? As long as you and I work together, I'm afraid that not many people will be our match, right? Wouldn't it be wonderful to hold hands and cultivate together? Ever since you killed Claude, we've been eyeing you. We were planning to take action, but we didn't expect him to have a great discovery. That's why you can live a little longer. Li Kongyi looked at Jin Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face, as if he was admiring a beautiful painting. I'm afraid I don't have such luck. If you want to find someone to dual cultivate with, I'm afraid there are more than 3,000 or 5,000 people in your Aotian Dragon clan, right? Jin Xiaoxiao said calmly. It turned out that they had been eyeing them for a long time. It seemed that they had come with bad intentions. How can those mediocre women compare to you? Don't compare them with you. That's an insult to you. Li Kongyi shook his head and said, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Unfortunately, you don't have the luck to enjoy it. Tyrant Qin had been eyeing Jiang Qin all along. He only had one target, and that was Jiang Qin. He didn't care about that woman at all. Tyrant Qin, Li Kongyi, are you two going to fight? Jin Xiaoxiao's aura was released, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Compared to before, she was much stronger. Even if she had to face these two people, she wouldn't retreat even half a step. Women are indeed not inferior to men. Unfortunately, you're destined to become my woman today. Li Kongyi said lecherously. I'll stop them later. You run away quickly. These two aren't like Claude. We have no chance at all. I have my own way to get out of here if you run away. Otherwise, you'll only be a burden to me. Do you understand? Jin Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled helplessly. This was his usual trick. However, he also knew that these two guys were much more ferocious than they had imagined. Jiang Qin remained silent. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at him and frowned. This Jiang Qin didn't seem to be convinced. He didn't want to fight to the death with these two guys, did he? If you want to go, let's go together. If we're going to die, let's die together. Jiang Qin's eyes were extremely firm. Jin Xiaoxiao's heart was getting warmer. However, she knew that it wasn't the time to be sentimental. It wouldn't be easy to leave this place. Tyrant Qin and Li Kongyi wouldn't let them go easily. What if I'm not willing? Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were burning. I'll just kill him and take his treasures. Tyrant Qin stared at Jiang Qin without blinking. Obviously he was getting impatient. I'll just suffer a little. As long as you're willing to follow me, everything will be fine. However, if you're not willing, I don't mind using force. Of course I won't kill you. I'll ravage you slowly. I'll also use your Chaos Source Pearl. Actually, I also have a Chaos Source Pearl. What I want more is you. Li Kongyi gradually stopped smiling. His sinister and terrifying eyes emitted a dim light. Xiaoxiao, don't challenge my bottom line. My patience is limited. Alright. Before Jin Xiaoxiao finished her words, she had already pulled Jiang Qin and started to run. Jiang Qin didn't expect Jin Xiaoxiao to be so fast. She directly flew into the sky, broke out of the cave and galloped away. Go after them. Tyrant Qin looked at Li Kongyi coldly. Li Kongyi was also very cold and full of killing intent. Go. The two looked at each other. Killing intent burst out from their eyes. They turned into long rainbows and instantly chased after Li Kongyi. Wanna run? You're too young. Li Kongyi arrived in the blink of an eye. He was even faster than the velociraptor. In the Aotian Dragon tribe, the representative of the winged dragon was Li Kongyi's family. Could be seen that he was the son of the sky. His speed was so fast that only a few people could rival him on the entire ancient dragon star. Chapter 4691. Jiangchen was right. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. They had nowhere to run. Although the Chaos Source Pearl was good, it was a life-taking pearl that made people despair. You have nowhere to hide. Only death awaits you. Tyrant Tianqian stood proudly and sealed the void with Li Kongyi. Jin Xiaoxiao's face was pale and she was a little disappointed. Bringing Jiangchen into the Golden Dragon tribe and into this ranking battle might have been a mistake. She could not absolve herself from the blame for Jiangchen's death. Since there is no other choice, let's fight. Jiangchen, who had not spoken for a long time, said in a low voice. He looked at Jin Xiaoxiao. Sometimes death was not scary. What was scary was not having the courage to face death. Running away was, after all, the last resort. In Jiangchen's dictionary there was no such thing as a deserter. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiangchen with mixed feelings in her heart. She kept telling herself that she had to carve out a bloody path for Jiangchen. Her life was given by Jiangchen. She had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Jiangchen was also very courteous to her and never had any selfish motives. Even when facing the Chaos Source Pearl, he did not have any other intentions. It was enough to tell what kind of person Jiangchen was. He was a man worthy of being entrusted to. Moreover, he was the most important man in her life. Jin Xiaoxiao's temper was explosive and she was not good with words. However, she knew that Jiangchen was in her heart. Especially at this time, she could not ignore Jiangchen. Even if she had to die, she must die before him. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Jin Xiaoxiao was already prepared to face death with equanimity. You can't blame me for not taking the road to heaven. Xiaoxiao, you can't blame me. Don't say that I don't know how to be tender to the fairer sex. I've already given you a chance, but you're useless. Li Kongyi said with a sinister smile. He was practicing with Tyrant Tianqian and had begun to approach Jiangchen and Jin Xiaoxiao. Leave him to me. That bitch is yours. Tyrant Tianqian pointed at Jiangchen and said, All right. Li Kongyi raised his eyes slightly and walked toward Jin Xiaoxiao with a smile. Jiangchen, leave as soon as you have the chance. Now is not the time to be indecisive. Every person that can escape counts. Do you understand? Jin Xiaoxiao reminded. Jiangchen nodded slightly with a cold look in his eyes. He did not plan to leave this place at all because he had his eyes on the Chaos Source bead in Li Kongyi's hand. If he could get another Chaos Source bead, it would definitely be of great benefit to his strength. Li Kongyi wanted to kill and rob, and so did Jiangchen. Jiangchen and Ba Tianqian stared at each other. A battle was about to break out. Brat, I will tear you into pieces. At that time, I will eat you bite by bite and chew your bones into pieces. It will definitely be a very enjoyable thing. It will be super delicious. Ba Tianqian said fiercely. He took a step forward with the strength to pick up a mountain, giving people the feeling that a heavy rain was coming. Ba Tianqian threw a punch at Jiangchen's face. The curtains of a life and death battle had finally begun. Jiangchen looked indifferent and his killing intent was like a rainbow. He brazenly met Ba Tianqian's attack with a punch. The confrontation between the two was like a heavenly thunder stirring the earth fire. It was very exciting. Jin Xiaoxiao kept retreating, but at this moment, Li Kongyi had also caught up with her. How could he give her any chance to escape? Little beauty, tonight you're mine. Li Kongyi's sinister fangs were revealed at this moment, vividly and vividly. The punch between Jiangchen and Ba Tianqian was also earth-shattering. Jiangchen was directly knocked back dozens of steps, while Ba Tianqian did not move at all. Not bad. You can even take a punch from me. Interesting. On the other hand, a smile appeared on Ba Tianqian's face as he continued walking forward. The peak of the fifth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He is much stronger than Claude. Jiangchen was a little surprised. Ba Tianqian's momentum and ferocious breath were really terrifying. Ba Tianqian was stronger than Jiangchen by the fourth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It was not easy to defeat him. However, Jiangchen liked this kind of challenge. If there was no passion, life would be so boring. Jiangchen wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth gently. This kind of fight was what he liked most. Jiangchen directly displayed the dragon transformation. In his dragon form, he started a fierce fight with Ba Tianqian. The horrible power set off an unparalleled wind. After displaying the dragon transformation, Jiangchen's strength had reached the peak of the third heaven of the Star Emperor realm, or even higher. The collision of their flesh and blood aroused Ba Tianqian's bloodthirsty fighting intent. You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish. Ba Tianqian roared. Facing Jiangchen's crazy attack, he was still calm. He was the most powerful Tyrannosaurus rex of the dinosaur tribe. The strength of a Tyrannosaurus rex was far beyond that of an ordinary dinosaur tribe. The Tyrannosaurus rex's body was almost unparalleled. The power of their bloodline was comparable to that of the eternal dragon tribe. The innate strength and majesty of the Tyrannosaurus rex made them invincible. Every Tyrannosaurus rex was a ferocious and ruthless beast. Once they were angry, they would go out of control. Tyrant Qianxin's strong physique wasn't any weaker than Jiang Chen's. The confrontation between the two of them was extremely bloody. They clashed against each other again and again, breaking mountains, smashing boulders and rolling down the valleys and rivers. Their destructive power was like that of a master of destruction. Everything within a radius of a dozen miles was turned into ashes. Although Jiang Chen was ferocious, the gap between the two wasn't something that could be easily made up for. "You are still too young. Killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket." Ba Tianxin rushed forward and waved his thick arms. Jiang Chen took the attack head-on. Even if his body could take it, the pressure of the momentum was not something that could be made up for with strength. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen performed the ancient soaring dragon technique again. His strength rose again and reached the fifth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. However, the price he had to pay was also very high. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to hold on for too long. Performing the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique at the same time was very taxing. "This is getting more and more interesting." Ba Tianxin sneered, his mind was solemn. Jiang Chen's ancient soaring dragon technique must be a secret technique of the dragon clan, as it was able to increase Jiang Chen's strength. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to reach the next level? Jiang Chen was just a rookie at the first heaven of the Star Emperor realm, but he could use the ancient soaring dragon technique to fight against him. Ba Tianxin had long been interested in this secret technique of Jiang Chen. Chapter 4692. However, Jiang Chen had shocked him too much. No one knew how high Tyrant Chen's evaluation of Jiang Chen was. On the ancient dragon star, there was only one member of the dragon tribe who could fight head-on with the tyrant dragon, and that was the eternal dragon tribe. However, things were different now. Tyrant Chen had never dreamed that he would be so troubled by a half-human half-dragon guy. It was not that he was in deep trouble, but that Jiang Chen's strength was simply too shocking for him. Hot blood and anger filled Tyrant Chen's heart. The tyrant dragon was high up in the mountain, and no one could fight against it. However, Jiang Chen had done it. Over the years, few of his opponents had been able to withstand more than 10 moves from him. "It seems that it is time to teach you a lesson." Tyrant Chen obviously did not want to tangle with Jiang Chen any longer. His greatest advantage was the physique of the tyrant dragon. His true form was his strongest form. "I also want to see how strong the so-called tyrant dragon is." Jiang Chen's eyes were burning, and his fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. Tyrant Chen had completely aroused his desire to fight. He had not fought to his heart's content for a long time. "Roar!" Tyrant Chen roared. He shook his body and transformed into a dragon that was hundreds of feet tall. He stood upright on the peak of the mountain, full of arrogance and contempt for the world. "Die. It's your good fortune to be able to die under my dragon body." Tyrant Chen rose into the air and fell from the sky. The moment he fell from a height of thousands of meters, the sky above Jiang Chen's head became dim and blocked out the sun. Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably sharp. His expression was as calm as usual as he rapidly retreated. Along with a loud bang, Jin Xiaoxiao and Li Kongyi's scalp went numb. Ba Tianxin, who was like a mountain, finally landed on the ground. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Cracks appeared under his feet. Jiang Chen dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, but Tyrant Sky Chen didn't give up. He didn't slow down at all. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Again and again Jiang Chen could only evade the attacks. His body was huge, and the impact and explosive force of his attacks had increased exponentially. Compared to before, he was much stronger. "Sword, come." Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked up to the sky. The dragon shadow roared and the dragon sword roared. The heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword rushed up to the clouds. Tyrant Chen became very serious. Facing Jiang Chen's terrifying sword, he did not dare to be careless, but he was fearless and became more courageous. Jiang Chen was as small as an ant in Tyrant Chen's eyes, but this guy had given him a lot of surprises. "You're just an ant trying to shake a tree. Let's see how long you can last." Tyrant Chen pressed on. The huge figure, which was hundreds of meters tall, had a strong impact on people's senses. In Jin Xiaoxiao's opinion, Jiang Chen must have a slim chance of survival. However, the truth was not so. The perfect combination of the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword, in addition to the integration of Jiang Qin and the heavenly dragon sword, was not something Tyrant Qin dared to underestimate, even if he was only at the first heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It's time to make a breakthrough. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth. Facing Tyrant Qin's reckless attack, he felt more and more oppressed. The more pressure he felt, the stronger his fighting spirit became. Jiang Qin used his fighting posture and the oppressive momentum to constantly squeeze out his strength and strength. This battle would definitely help him make a breakthrough. Tyrant Qin's sharp claw was like a heavenly hook, tearing through the sky. Wherever Jiang Qin went, everything was torn apart by the giant claw. The deep ravine on the ground, the cave on the mountain, the stairway to heaven, everything was destroyed. 24 moves of sword, 25 moves of sword, 26 moves of sword. Layers of sword wills came one after another, stronger than the previous one. Even Tyrant Qin did not dare to take the attack head-on. The limitless sword was so powerful that it left a sound when it passed by. The buzzing sword chi broke the mountains, rivers, and dragon veins. Although Jiang Qin was small, his strength was surprisingly great. Even Tyrant Qin could not do anything to Jiang Qin. He could only rely on his strong body to wear down Jiang Qin, trying to kill him here. Jiang Qin fought and retreated at the same time. The pressure was so great that ordinary people could not imagine it. There were 4 heavens between them, and only he could fight back and forth with the Tyrant Dragon King. Now's the time. Jiang Qin's Genesis Qi constantly gushed out, gathered at the 8 meridians around his body, and rushed to the top of his head. At that moment, as the heavenly dragon sword roared and roared, Jiang Qin's body reached its limit. The dragon transformation had brought out the full potential of his body, and his strength had reached the second heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. He had broken through the shackles and leaped through the dragon gate. Jiang Qin's strength rapidly soared. Although it was only a difference of 1 heavenly layer, it was a huge difference for Jiang Qin. After the breakthrough, Jiang Qin was like a tiger that had grown wings. The limitless sword shot out, and the sword will shot out, splitting the wind and splitting the waves. It was omnipotent. 27 moves of sword. A blood-red color filled Jiang Qin's eyes. He exerted all his strength and began to blow the horn of a counterattack. Soaring to the clouds, the sword soared to the clouds. Sword light raged, cutting through the void. Thousands of feet of sword will descended from the sky. Tyrant Tianqian raised his head and died. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He raised his arms to block, but it was impossible to stop Jiang Qin's sword. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk. His 100-foot dragon body sank 20 feet into the ground, and his arms were completely crippled. Jiang Qin took advantage of the victory and relentlessly attacked. With the sword in his hand, he turned into a dark blue shadow, constantly shuttling through the void like a stream of light, illuminating the sky. The shadow constantly passed through Tyrant Tianqian's body in an astonishing arc, like a blue pattern. The next moment, Jiang Qin emerged with the heavenly dragon sword in hand. He silently stood on the mountain peak, gasping for breath. The 100-foot dragon body also crashed to the ground. Boom. It was deafening and shocking. On the other side, Li Kongyi unblinkingly looked at Ba Tianqian and sucked in a breath of cold air. Unknowingly, his heart had also sunk to the bottom of the valley. Damn it! How could this guy be so strong? Li Kongyi had never thought that Jiang Qin could kill Tyrant Tianqian. Tyrant Tianqian was an expert of the Tyrant Dragon tribe. This guy was one of the top experts even in the dinosaur tribe. He was at the peak of the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor tribe. Although he was not a real top expert on the ancient dragon star, he had a promising future. He was even sure to get a good ranking in this ranking battle. However, he was defeated by Jiang Qin, which was totally unbelievable. No. The current situation is too disadvantageous for me. It's better to leave. Chapter 4693. Losing a powerful helper like Tyrant Tianqian was a fatal blow to Li Kongyi. Although he had the upper hand over Jin Xiaoxiao, he had been waiting for Tyrant Tianqian to finish off Jiang Qin before coming to his aid. In that case, he would be able to get rid of Jin Xiaoxiao easily. However, the stalemate between the two of them wouldn't last long, because once Jiang Qin joined the fray, he would be in grave danger. I didn't expect the younger generation of the Golden Dragon tribe to be so ferocious. I was blind. Haha, Miss Xiaoxiao, I will leave first. Let's meet again another day. Ah. Li Kongyi turned around and left. However, Jiang Qin was already prepared. There was no way for Li Kongyi to leave. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Since it was a life and death battle, it must be fought to the end. If you want to leave first, have you asked us? Go back. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and descended from the sky. He almost slashed Li Kongyi's face. Li Kongyi was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Jin Xiaoxiao was chasing him from behind. Li Kongyi could not do anything even if he had the fastest speed in the ancient dragon star. This time it's your turn to run away. Jin Xiaoxiao sneered and said. Ba Tianxin's death had shocked her. The powerful talent that Jiang Qin had shown had even surpassed her. Ba Tianxin was an expert of the dinosaur tribe and even she could not catch up to him. Now that Jiang Qin had killed him, Li Kongyi would definitely not be able to escape if the two of them joined forces to fight against him. Ah, that's not good. No matter what, we can be considered as old friends. Miss Xiaoxiao, how about we each take a step back today? If the two of you really want to fight to the death with me, it won't be beneficial to the two of you. Don't forget that the two of you have also suffered quite a bit of damage. Is it really worth it to injure 1,000 of the enemy and 800 of your men? Li Kongyi said with a smile. He was good at judging the situation. At this time both Jiang Qin and Jin Xiaoxiao were injured. Although he might not be a match for them together, it was still uncertain who would win the final battle. Your wishful thinking isn't bad. Unfortunately, I don't buy it. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. If we were the ones who lost today, would you still say that? I think it's safest to nip the danger in the bud. Jiang Qin sneered at Li Kongyi. Li Kongyi's smile gradually disappeared. It seemed that this guy was really a hothead. He didn't even care about his life. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Very well, I will fulfill your wish today. Li Kongyi Lung said. Jiang Qin, kill him. Don't hold back. A dog like him deserves to die. Jin Xiaoxiao also hated Li Kongyi to the extreme. This guy still wanted to flirt with her. He really didn't know what was good for him. Following Jin Xiaoxiao's powerful attack, Jiang Qin followed closely behind. The tacit understanding between the two of them was needless to say. They were facing Li Kongyi together. There was only one goal, and that was to kill Li Kongyi to eliminate their worries. You want to kill me? No way. Even if I can't beat you, I will run away. Li Kongyi sneered in his heart. However, in the face of Jiang Qin and Jin Xiaoxiao's sprint, he still decided to give it a try. If he won, he would get 2 huiyuan beads. Moreover, the huiyuan bead in Jiang Qin's hand represented the first place in the ranking battle. Such a temptation was great for Li Kongyi. The huiyuan bead in Jiang Qin's hand was worth the risk for Li Kongyi. He didn't care about women like clothes, but who could be indifferent to such a big huiyuan bead? Li Kongyi held the 9-foot Lingyun saber in his hand and cut through the thistles and thorns. Fighting against 2 people, his heart was also full of fighting spirit. He could either flee in embarrassment or take a gamble and soar to the sky. Since Ba Tianxin was dead, no one would compete with him. On the contrary, it made Li Kongyi feel that the clouds were dispelled. However, neither Jiang Qin nor Jin Xiaoxiao were easy to deal with. Although they were injured, in the face of a strong enemy, the strength and overbearingness they showed were not reduced at all. Jiang Qin and Li Kongyi's saber light and sword shadows constantly overlapped. Jin Xiaoxiao's figure was agile and incomparably sharp. The 3 people constantly exchanged blows. Li Kongyi finally felt powerless. The double suppression of Jiang Qin and Jin Xiaoxiao made him completely breathless for a moment. It was no wonder that even Ba Tianxin was killed by Jiang Qin. It seemed that this guy did have some skills. Li Kongyi's face was pale. He became more and more passive and his injuries also increased. Now that he was completely trapped by the 2 people, even if he had the advantage of speed, it was wishful thinking to escape as soon as possible. He must find an opportunity to escape. Li Kongyi retreated in defeat again and again. His heart was even more bitter. If this went on, he would definitely die. Therefore, he constantly looked for opportunities to break through. As long as he could escape from the 2 people's suppression, there would be a chance of survival. His original plan had completely failed. Not only did he not get the beauty back, but he also almost lost his life. He went for wool and came home shorn. Despair involuntarily arose in his heart. Jiang Qin and Jin Xiaoxiao also used all their skills. At this time they could not casually fall down, but to deal with Li Kongyi, it was impossible to stop him without using some real skills. Jin Xiaoxiao was already a little out of breath. Jiang Qin's footsteps were disorderly, but in the face of Li Kongyi who wanted to break out of the encirclement like crazy, they could only clench their teeth and persevere. They would not let go until the last moment. Good chance. Li Kongyi's eyes lit up. Just when Jin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Qin relaxed, he hurriedly soared into the sky and wanted to escape. As long as he could escape from the 2 people's control, he would be a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Oh no! Jin Xiaoxiao's face slightly changed. At the moment when she could not continue her attack, Li Kongyi seized the opportunity to escape. This guy was known as the fastest winged dragon in the entire ancient dragon star. Once he returned to the sky, it would be as difficult as climbing up to the sky to catch him. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and saw a stream of light descending from the sky. At this time, Li Kongyi was kicked back like a ball. He lay at the feet of Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao dying. It's Fang Tong. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. She did not expect that Fang Tong would pass by and kick Li Kongyi half to death. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Fang Tong said with a smile. I'm fine. Thank you. Jin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression became cold and indifferent. Give me the chaotic source pearl. Fang Tong looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had already taken Li Kongyi's chaotic source pearl. Give it to you? Chapter 4694. Jiang Chen, can you give this chaos origin orb to Fang Tong? I will definitely make it up to you later. Jin Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, this chaos origin orb was obtained by Jiang Chen. It was indeed inappropriate for him to give it to Fang Tong at this moment. However, Jin Xiaoxiao was also thinking of the bigger picture. Fang Tong represented the Golden Dragon tribe. If all three of them could enter the top 10 of the ranking tournament, it would be greatly beneficial to the entire Golden Dragon tribe. One must know that only one member of the Golden Dragon tribe entered the ranking tournament 500 years ago. That was also the most miserable time for the Golden Dragon tribe. For Xiaoxiao's sake, this chaos origin orb, Jiang Chen frowned. He did not blame Jin Xiaoxiao. After all, she was the princess of the Golden Dragon tribe. It was not wrong for her to think for the Golden Dragon tribe. Moreover, she had already said so much. If he still chose to ignore it, it would be too unreasonable. This was the ancient dragon star, and Jiang Chen still needed the Golden Dragon tribe's help. In short, he could not become enemies with the Golden Dragon tribe. No. You misunderstood. The small one is yours. I want the biggest one in your hand, Chaos Origin Orb. Fang Tong said with a smile and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered and shook his head. He kept the Chaos Origin Orb in his hand and his expression gradually turned cold. I gave you face but you don't want it. It seems that Xiaoxiao has not seen through your wild ambition. Do you have the qualifications to take my Chaos Origin Orb? Fang Tong, what are you trying to do? Jin Xiaoxiao also sensed that something was wrong with Fang Tong. This guy actually wanted to snatch the Chaos Origin Orb in Jiang Chen's hand? Insatiable. Jin Xiaoxiao had never thought that Fang Tong would still point his spear at Jiang Chen in the end. Fang Tong, he is a member of our Golden Dragon tribe. Don't go overboard. A member of the Golden Dragon tribe? I will not admit that this guy's life or death has nothing to do with me. I only know that I am a member of the Golden Dragon tribe. I will fight for the honor of the Golden Dragon tribe. Fang Tong said righteously. His sharp gaze was directed at Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, he wanted to snatch the Chaos Origin bead from Jiang Chen's hands. This fellow had a deep grudge with Jiang Chen, and Jin Xiaoxiao probably shouldn't have allowed the two of them to meet in the first place. Moreover, Fang Tong was very fond of her, and this was something Jin Xiaoxiao knew as well. However, matters of the heart couldn't be forced. It was precisely because of this that any man who had a relationship with her would become Fang Tong's target. This was why she hated Fang Tong more and more. In the past, Jin Xiaoxiao had liked Fang Tong. After all, he was the most outstanding person in the entire Golden Dragon tribe. However, he was too overbearing, which made Jin Xiaoxiao hate him more and more. They should have been the perfect couple in the Golden Dragon tribe, but Jin Xiaoxiao had her own dreams. She didn't want to be a canary. She wanted to be a super warrior that could travel the universe. She wanted to see the outside world. She didn't want to be cooped up in the ancient dragon star for the rest of her life. Xiaoxiao, shouldn't you be on my side at a time like this? We are a match made in heaven. We are the true members of the Golden Dragon tribe, and this fellow is just an outsider. Do you have to go against me for an outsider? He is just a withered cripple now. If I want to kill him, it will be as easy as flipping my palm. A wise man submits to circumstances. I don't want to make things difficult for you, but you must understand your own position, my most respected princess. Fang Tong sneered. He was undoubtedly trying to show Jin Xiaoxiao his strength, hoping that she would back off. It seems like you've got me for sure. Jiang Chen shook his head. That's right. You make me very unhappy. Ever since you came to the Golden Dragon tribe, I've been feeling disgusted. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to quench the hatred in my heart. Fang Tong said viciously. He couldn't wait to tear out Jiang Chen's tendons and bones. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Xiao, I've already done my best. Unfortunately, he still wants the primal origin pearl in my hands and wants to kill me. Ah, your golden dragon tribe is truly laughable. Jiang Chen laughed maniacally. Jin Xiao felt a little awkward. However, she still stood on Jiang Chen's side. Fang Tong had committed many unrighteous acts. This fellow had already reached the point of insanity. I'm sorry. Fang Tong, you're not fighting for the golden dragon tribe. You're discrediting our golden dragon tribe. Don't you know that? If you dare to touch a single hair on Jiang Chen's head, I won't let you off for the rest of my life. Jin Xiao said solemnly. TSK. What a touching scene of lovers parting. Do you think I care about that? It's enough for me to obtain you. I must obtain you. As for this fellow, I must kill him. Not even the heavenly emperor can stop me. Fang Tong straightforwardly said. Jin Xiao shook her head. The current Fang Tong was no longer the Fang Tong she knew in the past. The current him was becoming more and more frightening. He had become colder and colder, numb to killing. You bastard. Fang Tong, you're an unpardonable executioner. The Golden Dragon tribe feels ashamed because of you. Jin Xiao was trembling from anger. Right now she was like a fish on the chopping block. Jiang Chen had nowhere to run. Isn't it all because of you? If it wasn't for you, would I have become like this? I won't allow anyone to approach you. Anyone. I love you. In this lifetime you can only be my woman. Fang Tong roared furiously. With the 3-foot azure sword in his hand, he approached Jiang Chen step by step. Madman. You're a madman. Jin Xiao's eyes were filled with despair. Don't find excuses for your selfishness and tyranny. You don't love anyone. The only person you love is yourself. Jiang Chen said Lung. You don't have the right to judge me. Because you will become a dead man. Fang Tong looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Once he killed Jiang Chen, everything would return to normal. Everything would return to normal, and he would be able to obtain the biggest chaotic origin pearl and become the champion of the ranking battle. Fang Tong smiled confidently. This time he would become the pride of the Golden Dragon tribe. He would become the legend of the entire ancient dragon star. He wanted everyone to remember him. Arrogant. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. However, blind confidence will only lead you astray. There are many people who want to kill me. It depends on whether you have the ability to do so. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed. Even the Golden Dragon tribe will not stand a chance. Jiang Chen looked at Jin Xiao and said. Chapter 4695. Haha, that's easy for you to say. What a shameless boaster. The current you is just a little bird that can be pinched by anyone. Do you think that you can escape from my palm? The current you is just an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you really think that you can be my enemy? You're not qualified. Fang Tong's confident look was filled with domineering aura. Jin Xiao couldn't do anything about it. Her current injuries were very serious, and it was impossible for her to fight Fang Tong. Jiang Chen was also in a similar situation. His current situation was extremely precarious. If you want to kill him, you have to get past me first. Jin Xiao blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Hiding behind a woman looks like you're really a coward. Wow. Fang Tong laughed wantonly. Jiang Chen, leave quickly. I'll stop him. He won't dare to kill me. Jin Xiao said in a low voice. No need. Jin Xiao was slightly stunned. I don't want to keep this dog's life anymore. Killing him will eliminate my worries. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. Jiang Chen smiled, pushed Jin Xiao away and faced Fang Tong. Not bad, this is what a man should be like. However, what awaits you is only death. Fang Tong unsheathed his sword and charged at Jiang Chen. His wild, mountain-lifting strength completely suppressed Jiang Chen. Jin Xiao's gaze was gloomy, and her expression was ugly. She couldn't understand why Jiang Chen insisted on fighting against Fang Tong. If this wasn't a moth flying into a flame, what was it? From the moment Jiang Chen saved her life, she already had this man in her heart. However, she wasn't good at expressing herself, and she didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking. Therefore, Jin Xiao would never take the initiative to speak her mind. However, when Jiang Chen was in danger, she would still rush in front of Jiang Chen without hesitation. She didn't want Jiang Chen to suffer any harm. But now Jiang Chen's actions made her feel puzzled. Where did he get his confidence from? He was already severely injured and his strength had been greatly reduced. Fang Tong was already suppressing him in terms of cultivation. How could he win? However, doubts were just doubts. Jiang Chen had never disappointed her before. At this moment she didn't continue rushing towards Jiang Chen. This was a battle between men and it concerned his dignity. She could only watch silently from the side. Jiang Chen, you can't let anything happen to you. Fang Tong's sword was getting closer and closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and he quickly retreated. He didn't want to confront Fang Tong head-on. His speed was extremely fast. He stepped on the heavenly dragon sword and flew in the sky. Do you only know how to run? It's not easy to be a deserter. Fang Tong sneered. Jiang Chen had been forced into a miserable state by him. At this time he could only scatter and flee like a stray dog. As Fang Tong laughed, Jiang Chen's miserable state could be seen. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth were incomparably cold. From the moment Fang Tong appeared, he had already begun to set up the Azura sword formation. He didn't have much strength left, and the Genesis chi in his body was also very limited. Jiang Chen now only had one way, and that was to make Fang Tong lower his guard and use the Azura sword formation to kill him in one blow. If Jiang Chen was at his peak, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Fang Tong, but now was a special time. After fighting with Ba Tianchen and Li Kongyi, Fang Tong had taken advantage of the situation to attack him with a proud look on his face, which made Jiang Chen very unhappy. Moreover, even if Jiang Chen didn't kill Fang Tong would always be watching him, wanting to kill him. Jiang Chen could only choose to strike first. Even if the Golden Dragon clan blamed him, there was nothing he could do. Run. Why don't you run? Ah. Boy, it's time for you to die. Fang Tong's imposing manner was like a rainbow, and his sword chi buzzed endlessly. He was at the peak of the 5th layer of the Star Emperor realm. His strength wasn't inferior to Ba Tianxin's, but Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time with him. Run? Look back, you should be the one running now, right? Jiang Chen sneered. His expression was as usual, and with a flick of his palm, the heavenly dragon sword rose, heading straight for Fang Tong. When Fang Tong turned around, his expression abruptly changed. 18 divine weapons and heavenly swords descended from the sky, and with the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation, the Azura sword formation had already been set up. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed, completely covering Fang Tong's sword chi. What a terrifying sword formation. Fang Tong sucked in a breath of cold air as his heart turned cold. These sword chi were too terrifying, and he could already feel that he was in imminent danger. In less than 10 seconds, Fang Tong was overwhelmed by the endless sword chi in the Azura sword formation. At that moment, Jin Xiaoxiao realized what Jiang Chen was relying on. This guy had too many trump cards. He was only at the 2nd heaven of the Star Emperor realm, but he could make countless superior cultivators bow down to him. Ba Tianchen and Li Kongyi were both famous geniuses on the ancient dragon star, but they were not worth mentioning in front of Jiang Chen. At that moment, even though he was at the end of his tether, he still showed no mercy to Fang Tong. The sword formation was completed, which made Jin Xiaoxiao's blood freeze. Not to mention Fang Tong, even a master in the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm might not be able to escape alive. The sword chi within this sword formation had already reached an infinite level. Infinite. All swords returned to the void. This sort of pervasive sword chi was enough to cause one to feel despair. Kill? Jiang Chen shouted angrily. The murderous intent in the Azura sword formation became stronger again. Fang Tong was completely invincible. He could not resist it at all. At that moment, Fang Tong was filled with despair. Xiaoxiao, help me. Help me, Xiaoxiao. Fang Tong was exhausted, but he was already seriously injured. His eyes were full of fear. The Azura sword formation was his nightmare. Jin Xiaoxiao stared at him silently. Jin Xiaoxiao stared at the scene silently. This scene made her feel rather bitter and complicated. The number 1 genius of the Golden Dragon clan, Fang Tong, had now become a real stray dog. Logically speaking, she should be pleading with Jiang Chen. After all, he was the hope of the Golden Dragon clan. However, Jin Xiaoxiao didn't know what to say because Fang Tong's goal was to kill Jiang Chen. How could she have the face to beg Jiang Chen to let Fang Tong go? Jin Xiaoxiao was not being selfish. She was only doing this out of consideration for her clan. Was the hope of the Golden Dragon tribe really going to be destroyed? There was no way Jiang Chen would show any mercy because once he did, he would be nurturing a tiger that would invite calamity. Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, but Jiang Chen had to spare his life. How could there be such a thing in this world? Jiang Qin knew that Jin Xiaoxiao was hesitating, but he would not show the slightest mercy. Cut. Jiang Chen's palm moved, and the Ashura sword formation launched its final charge. Sword chi crisscrossed the area, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and the ground to crack. The entire area had turned into ruins. Fang Tong's cries for help rang out incessantly within the sword formation. In the end, he slowly disappeared into the forest. Jiang Qin vomited a mouthful of blood and ultimately fell to the ground. He held onto the heavenly dragon sword, but there was not a trace of Genesis chi left in his body. The Ashura sword formation had drained all the Genesis chi in his body. However, Fang Tong had also been completely torn to pieces by his sword chi. Jin Xiaoxiao blankly stared at this scene. She did not know whether she should feel pity for the Golden Dragon tribe or feel happy for Jiang Qin. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Chapter 4696. Half a month's time passed by in a blink of an eye. The deadline of 1 month was getting closer and closer. It was unusually quiet during this period of time. Jiang Qin and Jin Xiaoxiao did not encounter any danger, not even a single wild beast. However, the more this was the case, the more they did not dare to lower their guard. The entire mountain range and dense forest was abnormally quiet, just like the calm before the storm. As long as they were able to safely guard the primal chaos orb in their hands for the remaining few days, this ranking battle would truly come to an end. The best thing to do now is to find a place to hide. Jin Xiaoxiao said. Do you have a pig brain? Hide yourself and not move. Others might not be able to discover you, but can they not discover this primal origin orb? Don't forget what the Eternal Dragon Clan's patriarch said. Within a 10-mile radius, this primal origin orb will radiate its own aura. We can't conceal it even if we want to. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes and said. Yes, I thought too simply. Jin Xiaoxiao bitterly laughed. Jiang Qin's words were not without reason. Therefore they absolutely could not sit and wait for death. They had to quickly make their move and definitely could not bide their time in one place. Once others discovered them, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Although they might encounter danger during the process of making their move, moving without a fixed direction would definitely create a false impression to others. Even if they wanted to capture them, it would definitely be extremely difficult. The two of them had gone through a series of battles. Now, not only had they recovered their strength, they had even improved quite a bit. However, they still could not let their guard down. The slightest mistake could lead to a fatal disaster. It was better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen's heart was solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. The primal origin orb in his hands was definitely the most important one, and would definitely attract even more experts to fight for it. If anything were to happen to him, this treasure would fall into the hands of others. He absolutely could not let this duck that was already in his mouth fly away. The two of them advanced day and night, seemingly not resting at all. Day after day, gradually there were less than 3 days left of the 1-month deadline. A knowing smile appeared on Jin Xiaoxiao's face. Finally they were about to obtain victory. Their hard work had not been in vain. It was not easy to obtain. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a sword as he scanned his surroundings. At this moment he felt a formless danger approaching him. Let's go. The feeling of being shrouded in pressure was extremely clear to Jiang Chen. He had fallen into desperate situations countless times. This kind of superhuman perception was hard to describe. However, Jiang Chen believed that this was definitely not an alarmist talk. Danger was approaching. Is it dangerous? Jin Xiaoxiao was startled. She did not dare to believe what Jiang Chen had said. She did not feel uneasy at all. Every blade of grass and every tree was emitting a calm and peaceful aura. Hurry up and go. We can't stay here for long. Jiang Chen didn't have time to say anything. He pulled Jin Xiaoxiao's hand and hurriedly flew into the distance. I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. A cold voice rang out. Within a radius of 10 miles, it reverberated endlessly, lingering in the air. Who? Jin Xiaoxiao's heart sank. It seemed that Jiang Chen's perception was far sharper than hers. In an instant, 3 figures had appeared in front of them. They were dressed in black robes with an intimidating aura. Jin Xiaoxiao's face was extremely gloomy. What was supposed to come had finally come. It seemed that it would not be as easy as they had imagined to keep the Chaos Source Orb in their hands. Imochen. Jin Xiaoxiao gnashed her teeth. Imochen was one of the top 3 experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan. His strength had reached the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He was unfathomable. Even the 2 people behind him were at the peak of the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Once they fought, they would have almost no chance of winning. I have a chaos source orb here. I'll give it to you. How about it? Jiang Qin said with a smile, playing with the chaos source orb he had obtained from Li Kongyi. This thing is not attractive to me at all. You know what I want. Don't play dumb with me. Emo Qin stared at Jiang Qin coldly. Both of them were well aware of the situation. I'm afraid we can't do that. Our sincerity is already very good. But if you insist on fighting, we'll have to fight you to the end. Jiang Qin shrugged and said calmly, yawning like a toad. You talk big. A young man wants to fight with me. It seems that you're overestimating yourself. Emo Qin squinted and said in a daze. Jiang Qin was only at the second heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even Jin Xiaoxiao was no match for him. For him, this battle was not a challenge at all. It seems that we can't run away this time. Jin Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Qin, feeling a sense of farewell. These three men weren't people they could fight. If they were defeated in this battle, it would mean certain death for them. We have to fight them as long as there's a chance of survival. If we really can't do it, I have a way to escape. Jiang Qin looked at Jin Xiaoxiao calmly. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. This guy still has a trick up his sleeve? Then let's run now? Jin Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice. I want the chaos source orb in their hands. Jin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. So you're going after someone else's stuff. I'm worried about your safety, but you're thinking about the treasure in someone else's hands. What? Have you decided to hand it over? Emo Qin said calmly. Yes, then come and get it on your knees. Jiang Qin said with a smile. How dare you trick me? Emo Qin's eyes turned cold. The two people behind him were eager to try as well. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Shameless B** starred. Kill them. With a wave of Emo Qin's hand, the two experts at the peak of the fifth heaven of the Star Emperor realm, Mod and Mogu, arrived in an instant. They were resolute and aggressive. Emo Qin didn't even need to do anything. The two of them were enough to kill Jiang Qin and Jin Xiaoxiao. Watch out. Jiang Qin and Jin Xiaoxiao looked at each other. The two of them fought their own battles against Mod and Mogu. Jiang Qin stood up with his sword and faced Mod without hesitation. He raised his sword proudly to the sky, his aura surging. The charging momentum of the infinite sword was unstoppable. The suppression of 3 levels was a piece of cake for Jiang Qin. Mod's eyes were sharp and murderous. A mere Star Emperor realm in the second heaven could be taken care of in minutes. However, he didn't expect Jiang Qin's charge to be so terrifying. Even he had to go all out. The two of them fought for a long time. It was hard to tell who would win. Chapter 4697. The battle between Jin Xiaoxiao and Mo Gu seemed to be at a disadvantage, but at least they were still able to stabilize the situation. Jiang Qin's limitless sword was an eye-opener for Mo Qin. This guy was indeed a master who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Such a powerful technique was unimaginable. Jin Xiaoxiao was very anxious. At this moment, Mo Qin had yet to make a move. Once that guy made a move, it would be an apocalyptic disaster. Is that all you've got? Jiang Qin was unruffled. The sword chi became more and more terrifying one after another. 25th blade. 26th blade. 27th blade. The limitless sword was endless. Along with the limitless sword's charge, Mod retreated continuously. The injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. His face was full of shock. Jiang Qin's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. Facing the heavy attacks of the limitless sword, he had already become difficult to move. Kill. Jiang Qin's voice was like a great bell. With a roar, Mod lost his previous arrogance. He was forced to retreat by the heavenly dragon sword and rolled down the mountain peak. Rays of light and shadows filled the air, tearing his clothes. He was covered in wounds and blood, which scared Mod to death. Trash. Mo Qin frowned and said in a low voice. Jiang Qin's technique was indeed not bad, but it was impossible for him to retreat. Although Mo Qin had already been defeated, it was just the beginning for him. The Patriarch had already given them the first-ranked Chaos Source Orb. If they still could not get it, they would definitely not be able to escape. To them, this was not only the first-ranked Chaos Source Orb, but also the glory and belief of the Eternal Dragon Clan. They must get this Chaos Source Orb. Mod snorted and glared at Jiang Qin. He bared his fangs and turned his spearhead to Jin Xiaoxiao. It was enough for Mo Qin to deal with Jiang Qin. If he and Mo Gu joined forces, Jin Xiaoxiao would definitely not be able to escape. It seems that your Eternal Dragon Clan is not that great. Jiang Qin was high-spirited and said with a cold smile. Ignorant brat, today I will show you how strong the true Eternal Dragon clan is. Emo Chin roared furiously. With a shake of his body, the black dragon turned into a clump of black mist and soared into the sky. The 300-meter-long black dragon coiled in the sky, causing the entire sky to darken. It gave off a feeling of shortness of breath. Emo Chen's dragon might rippled, his aura unparalleled. The experts of the Eternal Dragon clan were truly extraordinary. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cast dragon transformation and unleashed all his means. It's all up to you, Heavenly Dragon Sword. Jiang Chen grasped the Heavenly Dragon Sword tightly and soared upwards. His strength was also raised to the limit. However, at this time, Emo Chen did not expect that his unparalleled dragon might had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. This guy was really abnormal. However, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, Emo Chen must kill him today. Jiang Chen and Emo Chen exchanged blows in an instant. His long sword was like frost, the sword chi was 100 meters long. As he clashed with Emo Chen, he cut through the void and the entire sky became dark. The seemingly small Jiang Chen entered and exited 3 times. He held his sword and stood upright. He was not inferior to Emo Chen at all. Although there was a huge difference in cultivation between the two, it was not a problem for Jiang Chen at all. He went all out and fought with Emo Chen for a long time. Emo Chen constantly swung his huge dragon body, smashing through the mountains one after another. The surrounding mountains and boulders rolled down. It felt like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The momentum was incomparably great. Today I will crush you alive. Emo Chen sneered. Waves of terrifying dragon might shock Jin Xiaoxiao, MOD and the others. Jiang Chen was completely shrouded in it. He felt that it was impossible to escape. Dragon Vein Power. Jiang Chen roared and waved his sword. The 9th grade Dragon Vein aura instantly soared and filled the entire void. How is this possible? This is 9th grade Dragon Vein? Gosh. MOD and MOGU exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts were in turmoil. They had never imagined that someone could reach the 9th grade Dragon Vein. This was simply a fantasy. Even the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon clan only had an 8th grade Dragon Vein. And Emo Chen only had a 7th grade Dragon Vein. Feeling Jiang Chen's continuous rise, the Dragon Vein power that broke through the sky like mushrooms after the rain made Emo Chen feel like he was fighting head-on. A guy at the 2nd heaven of the Star Emperor realm could force him to this step. It was too abnormal. Jiang Chen's aura kept getting stronger, stronger and stronger. He already had a feeling that he couldn't suppress it anymore. This wasn't good news for Emo Chen. Even if you have 9th grade Dragon Vein, you will have to kneel today. Emo Chen's dragon body kept shaking. His dragon shadow changed endlessly. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He roared and crushed the void with absolute suppression, facing Jiang Chen. Soaring Dragon Shadow. The 7 black dragons turned into layers of light and shadow, advancing side by side. Jiang Chen was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Emo Chen exerted all his skills, determined to kill Jiang Chen in one move. Even the 9th grade Dragon Vein seemed to be unable to resist Emo Chen at this moment. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Jiang Chen. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She had been suppressed to the point that she had no chance of winning. But at least she could hold on with difficulty. However, Jiang Chen had already been annihilated by Emo Chen's Soaring Dragon Shadow. No one can escape from my Soaring Dragon Shadow. The 7 black dragons kept entangling with each other. The void collapsed inch by inch. Jiang Chen was completely in a passive position, with only a slim chance of survival. It's a pity that you ran into me. A cold voice rang out from the void, causing everyone to hold their breaths. How could it be Emo Chen? You are still alive? Ancient Soaring Dragon Skill break out. Reverse Dragon Scale. Jiang Chen took out the Reverse Dragon Scale. That was the treasure of the Eternal Dragon clan. It was the goal of their life, and also the strongest form of the Eternal Dragon clan. Those who possessed the Reverse Dragon Scale were the chosen ones of the Eternal Dragon clan. Emo Chen subconsciously retreated, but Jiang Chen's strength soared once again. His aura expanded to an unstoppable level. Jiang Chen swung his sword, causing blood to flow. The Reverse Dragon Scale combined with his 9th grade Dragon Vein and the shocking attack of the Limitless Sword. Emo Chen's expression changed completely. There was only one thought in his mind: escape. The Reverse Dragon Scale was an unreachable existence for Emo Chen and the other Eternal Dragon clan members. The suppression of a superior made them feel an indescribable fear. "I'm afraid it's too late to escape now," Jiang Qin said faintly. The pressure brought by the reverse dragon scale was unimaginable. Chapter 4698. Mod and Mogu sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment they only wanted to escape and had no intention to fight at all. To the eternal dragon tribe, the reverse scale of a dragon could only tremble. But of course Jiang Qin would not let them go. He swung his sword at them, leaving them no chance to escape. At this moment, facing the suppression of Jiang Qin's dragon prestige, they could only tremble in fear. Even though they knew that they were no match for Jiang Qin, they could not just sit still and wait for death. In the end, under Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword, they were scared out of their wits and died without a burial place. Dragon blood splattered and the entire sky became silent. Smoke lingered and the smell of blood filled the air. Jiang Qin's face was a little pale. He kept his heavenly dragon sword and was drenched in sweat. The reverse dragon scale was powerful, but it consumed a lot of energy. It was as if his body was hollowed out. At least they were safe after killing these three people. At this time, Jiang Qin was pleasantly surprised to find that all three of them had a chaos origin orb. It was a great surprise. He thought that there would only be one orb, but it was a full harvest, which made Jiang Qin feel gratified. Xianxia was out of danger, but she was also close to death. However, at this moment she was full of doubts about Jiang Qin's identity. She thought that he was just an alien who had fallen to such a state. She did not expect him to be from the Eternal Dragon tribe. Who else in the Eternal Dragon tribe could possess the reverse dragon scale? Who are you? Where are you from? What is your purpose in coming to the ancient dragon star? Xianxia said in a deep voice. Purpose? Jiang Qin smiled. What do you think my purpose is? If I had a purpose, why would I go to the weakest golden dragon tribe? Why couldn't I choose the proud sky dragon tribe or the dinosaur tribe? Who told you that those with the reverse dragon scale must be from the Eternal Dragon tribe? Do you think that I'm full of conspiracy? If I really am from the Eternal Dragon tribe, why would I kill these geniuses of the Eternal Dragon tribe? Isn't it too much of a price for me to kill so many Eternal Dragon clan geniuses just for a so-called absurd conspiracy? Jiang Qin's consecutive questions rendered Xianxia speechless. Under the interrogation of her soul, Xianxia realized that she had been too nervous. She had been wholeheartedly focused on the Golden Dragon tribe. Jiang Qin's reverse scale was like a time bomb to her that could explode at any time. Jiang Qin was right. If he was really a member of the Eternal Dragon clan, there was no need for him to mingle with him at all. Wouldn't that be too degrading? Moreover, Jiang Qin's strength had also made her extremely speechless. This fellow had completely exceeded everyone's understanding. To be able to surpass 4 levels and kill a genius of the Dragon Clan, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Sorry, I was too sensitive, Xianxia said embarrassedly. On the other hand, Jiang Qin had already saved her countless times, yet she still doubted him. It was indeed a little unscrupulous. Forget it. It's nothing. It's already extraordinary that I have the reverse scale. However, I do have a part of the Dragon Clan's bloodline in me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached the 9th grade dragon vein. Jiang Qin shrugged and didn't take it seriously. Xiaoxiao's suspicion wasn't unreasonable. Now they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Now that the ranking battle was coming to an end, and he had killed 3 experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan in a row, this time he was bound to set off a frenzy in the High Sun Mountain range. Let's go. Xianxia nodded slightly and the two of them quickly left this place. Finally, when Jiang Qin and Xiaoxiao's strength had completely recovered, the sun rose 1 month later. At the end of White Bamboo Peak, the patriarchs of the 4 dragon clans were already welcoming their triumphant return. I wonder who will be the first this time. Han Che said with a chuckle. His eyes narrowed slightly, full of expectation. This time it's definitely Patriarch Mo. There's no doubt about it. Lan Yu said with a smile, but he was a little unwilling. However, who asked them to have the advantage in numbers? That's not for sure. Who knows, this ranking battle might give everyone a surprise. Anyone could be the final winner. Jin Ibai was in high spirits, but he didn't dare to agree. Patriarch Jin is right. Everything has to be sealed before a conclusion can be made. Nobody knows who the final winner will be. However, this scene will be revealed soon. Mo Xiaolong said faintly. His face was full of smiles, completely not worried about the experts of the Eternal Dragon Clan. This time they would thoroughly understand the gap between them and the Eternal Dragon Clan. Look, it's out, it's out. It's my Ao Tian Dragon Clan's Ao Yunlong. Han Che's eyes lit up, incomparably excited. Ao Yunlong was in high spirits, and his eyes were like golden crystals. His appearance brought a lot of pressure to the Golden Dragon Clan and the Dinosaur Clan. How is it, Yunlong? Han Che asked impatiently. Patriarch, fortunately, I didn't fail. Ao Yunlong said. The Chaos Source Pearl quietly appeared in his palm, but his eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. Not bad, not bad. Aha, 8th is also not bad. This time you should take the lead. Han Che waved his hand, signaling him to leave first. One after another, 7 or 8 people walked out from White Bamboo Peak. There were people from all 4 clans, but all of them silently shook their heads, their faces ugly. The people of my Eternal Dragon Clan finally came out. Mo Xiaolong said with a smile. 3 people of the Eternal Dragon Clan walked out from White Bamboo Peak together. Patriarch. The 3 of them said in unison. Their imposing manner and sharp eyes made many disciples of the other clans shake their heads and sigh, feeling that they couldn't catch up. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Apart from Mo Xiaolong, Jin Bai, Han Che, and Lan Yu all held their breaths. This was a true expert. It seemed that the Eternal Dragon Clan would once again come out first. After waiting for a long time, Jin Bai and Lan Yu's faces were the ugliest. At least Han Che's proud Sky Dragon Clan had Ao Yunlong, but the disciples of their clan still hadn't come out. Why aren't they coming out yet? Lan Yu frowned. Don't tell me they can't come out? Ah. If they're a commander without an army, it'll be too ugly. Han Che said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Shut your crow's mouth. Lan Yu said coldly. Jin Bai didn't say anything, but he wasn't any more relaxed than Lan Yu. Now that his daughter was still inside, she wouldn't be in any danger, right? And Fang Tong, whom he had high hopes on, still hadn't appeared. After waiting for a long time, Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao finally came out. Jin Bai's eyes lit up and he relaxed a lot. Regardless of whether they obtained a ranking or not, at least nothing happened to his precious daughter. That was his greatest relief. Father. This honor was something to be proud of for the Golden Dragon Clan. This time, Jin Bai was extremely excited. He could finally hold his head high. Damn it, I'm finally awesome. Ah. Jin Bai was indescribably happy. It was even better than eating honey. At this moment he had completely forgotten whether Fang Tong had come out or not. Jiang Chen had brought glory to the Golden Dragon Clan for 5,000 years. Lan Yu and Han Che's faces were gloomy, but they were speechless. As for Lan Yu, his face had turned green. He no longer had any extravagant hopes. As long as the experts of the Dinosaur Clan could return safely, everything would be fine. It seems that sometimes when luck comes, it really can't be stopped. What do you think, Chief Lan? Jin Bai wanted nothing more than to announce this to the world. At this moment, how could Lan Yu still have the mood to talk to him? He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. With a cold snort, he gazed at the White Bamboo Peak. In his heart, there was still a sliver of hope. Hopefully they could return alive. If not, their losses would be disastrous. Jiang Chen, have you thought about the matter I told you before? Are you going to settle it when you return home? Jiang Chen asked with a smile on his face. Jin Bai smiled as he looked at Jiang Chen. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. What matter? Jiang Chen was stunned. Stop playing dumb. Of course it's about your marriage with Xiaoxiao. Do you think my daughter is not good enough for you? Isn't this double happiness? Jin Bai almost wanted to hold Jiang Chen in his palms and touch him. His joy was indescribable. Dad, what are you talking about? Jin Xiaoxiao stamped her feet as a blush flashed across her face. Chief, let's talk about this later. Jiang Chen's face was filled with awkwardness. You just escaped from death and you're planning to kill me in the Golden Dragon Clan to be your son-in-law? You're really ambitious. I don't want to die of old age in this ancient dragon star. Stop looking. There's no sign of life in the entire White Bamboo Peak now. Mo Xiaolong said in a low voice. Everyone's eyes were on him. What? It can't be. Chief Mo, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. There's no sign of life in White Bamboo Peak. Does that mean everyone from the Dinosaur Clan died here? This was like a bolt from the blue. Do you think I would lie to you? Mo Xiaolong snorted. Han Che's eyes flashed. Does that mean everyone from the Dinosaur Clan is dead? There were less than 20 of them and that's all of them? What a pity. Fang Tong died in White Bamboo Peak too. Jin Bai shook his head. A hint of sadness flashed across his face. However, compared to the result of the ranking battle, he did not care at all. Chapter 4700. Lan Yu and Han Che were filled with resentment towards Jiang Chen. If nothing unexpected happened, the deaths of their clansmen were definitely related to him. This ranking battle had consumed a lot of the geniuses of their clans. In the next 1,000 years, it would be hard to find such a peerless genius. More importantly, they had lost all their face. Whether it was the Dinosaur clan or the proud Sky Dragon clan, they all hated Jiang Chen to the core. Mo Xiaolong became even more furious. Even though he was extremely unwilling in his heart as the leader of a clan, he had nothing to say at this moment. After all, this ranking battle was personally supervised by him. Moreover, the final outcome was something that the 4 great dragon clans had to abide by. No matter how many people died, he had to uphold justice. At least, that was how it was on the surface. Since Jiang Chen monopolized 5 primal origin orbs, and the first-ranked primal origin orb is also in his hands, then he deserves to be the first. Mo Xiaolong said in a deep voice, his voice reverberating through the entire High Sun Mountain range. Many clans were unwilling, especially Lan Yu and Han Che. However, since things had come to this, they could only choose to remain silent. What else could he do? Interrogate Jiang Chen, fight him to the death? Obviously it was not realistic. Thank you, Leader Mo. The 400 million grade 5 origin stones should be mine. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Everyone looked at him with a face that was asking for a beating. That's right, here are the 400 million origin stones. Here. Mo Xiaolong waved his hand, throwing the storage ring in his hand to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at it. It was indeed 400 million grade 5 origin stones. This was simply a huge fortune. Currently, he had close to 1 billion grade 5 origin stones in his hands and so many primal origin orbs. After leaving the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss this time, he would use all his strength to try and repair the teleportation formation. Regardless of success or failure, he still had to try. He could not just sit and wait for death. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The first place of the ranking battle, the reward of 400 million origin stones, was enough to make people's eyes red. First place wasn't just a simple ranking, it was also the fact that they had taken all the Dawn stones. In fact, the glory of the 4 great dragon tribes would be remembered by everyone. Mo Xiaolong had schemed and schemed for a long time. He had originally been prepared to monopolize the top 5, but he hadn't expected that these 400 million origin stones would end up in someone else's pocket. How could he not be angry? It was to the extent that he wished for nothing more than to tear out Jiang Chen's tendons and bones to vent the hatred in his heart. However, as the leader of the Eternal Dragon Tribe, there were many things that he could only think about. If he wanted to put them into action, he couldn't do it casually. Tomorrow, I will send all of you into the Earth Dragon's Ancient Abyss. I hope that all of you will be able to improve your cultivation there. Mo Xiaolong's expression was cold and dignified. He glanced at Jiang Chen, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. This fellow, what a powerful aura, what a domineering gaze. It was obvious that Mo Xiaolong was not friendly to Jiang Chen because he had snatched away the things that should have belonged to their Eternal Dragon clan, wealth and glory. Many thanks, Patriarch. Many thanks, Patriarch Mo. Everyone retreated. The next morning would be the day they would enter the Earth Dragon's Ancient Abyss to cultivate. After a short rest, they would begin their true training. Everyone had racked their brains trying to cultivate in the Earth Dragon's Ancient Abyss. It was obvious that the benefits would definitely be indescribable. The 4 Dragon Clan patriarchs retreated one after the other. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen could clearly feel hostility from all directions. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes darkened. Lung Lung stared at the surrounding people. They were all moving towards Jiang Chen. Kid, I feel that you're very interesting. With so many Chaos Origin Pearls, you better keep them well. Ao Yunlong looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, his eyes were filled with mockery. Do you want to fight here, Ao Yunlong? Jin Xiaoxiao coldly said. Protect yourself first. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as pie, let alone him. Ao Yunlong indifferently said. After finishing, he turned around and left. From the looks of it, Mo Chin, Mo Di, and Mo Gu have all died in your hands. The 3 experts of the Eternal Dragon clan walked towards Jiang Chen with gloomy expressions. The triangular-eyed youth in the lead said with a feminine expression. What do you think? Jiang Chen asked in return. There were many people who wanted him dead, but most of them had already gone to hell. Good. Interesting. I hope you can still say such words in the Earth Dragon's Ancient Abyss tomorrow. Emochi glanced at Jiang Chen. A small tree will not flow if it is not trimmed, and a person will not be trimmed. Ah. Tomorrow we brothers will teach you how to cultivate in the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss. Ah. Emo sneered, snorting disdainfully at Jiang Chen as if he did not care at all. Don't go too far. Cultivating in the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss is not a place for you to behave atrociously. It is not a place for you to train. If you want to kill someone, you should first consider yourself. Jin Xiaoxiao angrily said. These guys completely disregarded any rules. In their eyes, there was only the strong and the weak, victory and defeat. Jin Xiaoxiao, don't be unconvinced that you are naive. The Earth Dragon's ancient abyss is so vast that even our patriarch has not explored it. Isn't it normal for accidents to happen in such a dangerous place? Ha ha ha, if you want to live a comfortable life, then go back to your eternal dragon clan. Of course, this chaos source bead must still be left behind. Emo Guang said mockingly. You guys. Jin Xiaoxiao was infuriated, but she knew that these guys would kill without batting an eyelid. At this moment she also became hesitant. If these bastards really wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Chen, then it was very likely that they would not be able to walk out of the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss. That cultivation ground would very likely become a burial ground. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did not care. Everyone gradually retreated, leaving behind an anxious Jin Xiaoxiao. Right now she was already thinking of retreating. It was not that she was afraid, but she was worried that Jiang Chen would be ganged up on by these guys. Including Ao Yunlong, there were 4 sixth heavenly layer star emperors. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was impossible for him to be their opponent. These guys had clearly made preparations. Jiang Chen had killed someone from the Eternal Dragon clan, so they had already made Jiang Chen their primary target. Jiang Chen, are you really going? Jin Xiaoxiao had a nervous expression as she looked at Jiang Chen hesitantly. Do you think I shouldn't go? Jiang Chen asked in return. However, even though you killed Emo Chen, the other party has at least 3 experts in the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. That Ao Yunlong doesn't look like a pushover either. Who knows, he might point his spear at you. Jin Xiaoxiao continued. So what? I Jiang Chen have never been afraid. Moreover, entering the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss this time will probably be a great opportunity for me to grow. If I can obtain the secrets of the ancient dragon clan or gain something, then my trip to the ancient dragon star this time will not be in vain. Ah. Jiang Chen said calmly. Why are you like this? His Majesty is not anxious, but the eunuch is. I really have to give it to you. Chapter 47:01. Jiang Chen knew that she was thinking for his sake. But since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was not a place that anyone could enter. If those Eternal Dragon Tribe fellows did not provoke him, it would be fine. But if they did, then he would send them to the 18th level of hell. The next morning, Mo Qi, Mo Ri, Mo Guang, Ao Yunlong, Jin Xiaoxiao, and Jiang Chen all appeared on the High Sun Mountain range. Today Lan Yu did not even show up. The experts of the Terra Dragon tribe were completely annihilated. No one entered the top 10. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. How could he still have the face to show up? Jiang Chen Xiaoxiao, I thought about it last night and couldn't sleep at all. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Your current situation is not good. If those Eternal Dragon Tribe fellows attack you, the situation will not be optimistic. How about, you stop while you're ahead? Don't go to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Jin Ibai said with a gloomy expression. It's not too late to regret it now. Otherwise, once you enter the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, you will be in great danger. Jin Ibai's heart was beating like a drum. After all, Jiang Chen was the most outstanding genius of the Golden Dragon clan in the past 5,000 years. Although he was still an outsider, he had already treated Jiang Chen as his son-in-law. Jiang Chen would definitely become his son-in-law in the future. As for Jin Xiaoxiao, there was no need to talk about it. She was his precious daughter, and if anything happened to her, his life would be taken away by her. Therefore, Jin Iba had to make sure no matter what. Tribe leader, I appreciate your kindness, but if I don't go, I will definitely become the laughingstock of the 4 great dragon tribes. Since I have obtained the qualification to enter the Earth Dragon's ancient abyss to train, I must not waste it. Even if I know that the road ahead is filled with thorns, I must still give it a try. A true man's ambition is to travel far and wide. If I were to shrink back like this, I'm afraid that I will never forgive myself. I might even become the laughing stock of the ancient dragon star. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Every word came from the bottom of his heart. Even Genie Bai could not refute him. Daughter? Genie Bai's gaze turned towards Jin Xiaoxiao. Father Jiangchen is right. If I don't go, it will be a loss for the Golden Dragon tribe. We will be the laughing stock of the entire ancient dragon star. You don't want your daughter to become useless, do you? Jin Xiaoxiao said with a chuckle. She had decided to follow Jiang Chen to the end. You little girl. Genie Ba was speechless. Since she had already made up her mind, there was nothing more he could say. After so many years, Genie Ba knew that Jin Xiaoxiao was like a man deep down, wanting to make a name for herself. She wanted him to see it, wanting him as a father to relax a little and not have to work hard for the family. Her character was always so carefree, but her thoughts were as meticulous as a needle. As her father, how could Genie Bai not know this? She never retreated in the face of danger. This time, she wasn't just doing this for the sake of the Golden Dragon tribe. She was also doing this to give herself an explanation. Be careful. Jin Ba patted Jin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, his eyes filled with affection and reluctance. Are you all ready? Mo Xiaolong said calmly. This trip to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was definitely the chance for the Eternal Dragon tribe to make a comeback. At that time, all the Origin Stones and Chaos Source Pearls would be spat out. Jiangchen, you arrogant fellow. You should not have appeared here in the first place. You don't have the ability, yet you insist on showing off. If you knew when to retreat, he might still have a chance to live. However, now that he has resolutely charged into the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, the outcome will definitely fill him with despair. Everyone took a step forward, their eyes shining brightly. Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao looked at each other. They were already fully prepared. The trip to the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was imminent. Go! Mo Xiaolong's palm moved, and a terrifying force descended from the sky, blasting into the valley below the High Sun Mountain range. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, overwhelmed with shock in his heart. It seems that Mo Xiaolong is indeed terrifying, making everyone's heart palpitate. It was at this moment that the valley continuously caved in, forming an incomparably huge pit. It was pitch black and one could not see the bottom. It was like an incomparably huge ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth to devour people. Deep, pitch black, cold and terrifying. Around the heavenly pit, there was a stone staircase that spiraled downwards. The stone staircase was around 2 feet in height. Every single stone staircase was filled with an ancient aura, as though it had experienced the baptism of countless years. It continuously spiraled around the heavenly pit, giving one a misconception that it was bottomless. Is this the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss? Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the deep pit, and a mournful feeling rose in his heart. This was definitely not a good place, but he could clearly feel waves of terrifying Genesis Chi continuously gushing out from the pit. The Genesis Chi here was indeed rare in the world. How terrifying! Jin Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. No matter how strong a girl was, they would still feel an indescribable fear towards the darkness. It seems that the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss lives up to its reputation. A rare smile was revealed on Ao Yunlong's face. He took a step forward and leapt down, silently heading towards the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. You guys have 1 month. If you guys don't come out after a month, I will seal the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. When that happens, you guys will not be able to come out. Therefore, you must not be greedy. 1 month is enough for you guys to break through. If you want to stand above others, work hard and begin your path of cultivation. Mo Yunlong stood with his hands behind his back, an indifferent expression on his face. Jin Ba sent off Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao with his eyes, the worry in his heart self-evident. The 3 members of the Eternal Dragon clan closely followed Ao Yunlong into the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, with Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao following closely behind. Jiang Chen was very cautious. The surrounding pitch-black darkness made everyone extremely nervous. The group slowly descended, entering the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. With a rub of his hand, Ao Yunlong ignited a rock and threw it into the pit. The flame continued to descend until it disappeared from sight. In the end, there was nothing to be gained. Besides the pitch-black walls, they could not see anything else. The only thing they could be sure of was that the Genesis Chi from the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was endlessly gushing out from the bottom of the abyss. Chapter 4702. Looks like this Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss is really bottomless. Ao Yunlong's eyes were incomparably serious. His face was filled with shock and excitement. Although he was worried, his eyes were also burning with passion. The more it was like this, the more mysterious this earth dragon ancient abyss was. If entering it was only for cultivation, wouldn't it be too boring? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Back then, there were people who disappeared in the earth dragon ancient abyss. Therefore, there were almost no people who dared to dive 10,000 feet down. Back then, there were people who had disappeared from the earth dragon ancient abyss. Therefore, there was basically no one who dared to dive to 100,000 feet below. No one knows what kind of changes there are underground in the 10,000-meter deep pit. However, ever since the continuous disappearances, the 4 great dragon tribes have an unwritten rule. Everyone can only dive to a depth of 10,000 meters after entering the earth dragon ancient abyss. No one knows what is further down. However, it cannot be denied that those who have disappeared have all dived to 100,000 feet below. No one wants to die. Therefore, no one has dared to take this risk during these years. The gains do not make up for the losses. There are indeed people who know that there are tigers in the mountain, but they all become legends. As long as they don't want to die, no one will take the path to their own death. Xianxia looked at Jiang Qin, her eyes filled with warning. Jiang Qin did not know about the agreement between the 4 great dragon clans. Therefore, he did not have any thoughts. If he directly rushed 10,000 feet down, then it was very likely that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. I understand. Don't worry, Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jin Xiaoxiao was afraid that a moment of recklessness would lead to an irreversible mistake. There was indeed something strange about this place. Even if Jiang Qin's divine soul kept probing, he could only see things that were 100 meters away from him. There was no way for him to probe further. It was pitch black in here, giving him a sense of crisis. They actually did not make a move. It is a bit strange. Jin Xiaoxiao frowned. Her heart was beating like a drum as she silently thought about Mo Qiao Yunlong and the others. Right now, the most important thing for them is to cultivate. They need to find a suitable place to start cultivating. Without ensuring their own safety and the safety of their surroundings, they won't make the first move because I'm not their primary target. In other words, they don't care about me at all. When their path of cultivation is completely completed, or when I threaten their interests, they might make a move. Jiang Qin said with a sneer. It's better for them to ignore me, lest they keep buzzing around my ears like headless flies. Jiang Qin had a feeling that the earth dragon ancient abyss was extremely dangerous, but as long as it was a place of great danger, there would definitely be great auspicious things. Although this place was filled with danger, it was very likely that there would be different harvests. I see. Looks like we still have to be careful, Jin Xiaoxiao said with a sudden realization. However, ever since they entered the earth dragon ancient abyss, Ao Yunlong Mo Qi, and the others had all become extremely quiet. They had always been silently searching for a suitable place to cultivate, searching for the mysteries of the existence of the earth dragon ancient abyss. It would be great if De Huang was here. That guy's ability to locate dragons was pretty amazing. Wherever there was a treasure, he could sniff it out with one hand. Thinking of De Huang and Long Shisan, Jiang Qin's heart was filled with sorrow. The best thing to do now was to leave the ancient dragon star first. Who the hell would have thought that the teleportation array here was broken? They dived all the way to the abyss that extended 10,000 meters underground. Besides pitch-black darkness, there was only endless silence. The clear sound of footsteps was transmitted into everyone's ears. No one dared to let their guard down. Besides the bottomless abyss, there was nothing else they could see. Besides the rich Genesis chi, no one discovered anything. It was like a cave, but the deep cave gave off a feeling that it could devour everything. We can't go any further. Otherwise we may never be able to return. Jin Xiaoxiao grabbed Jiang Qin's hand and said. At this moment, Mo Qiao Yunlong and the others who were in front of them stopped their steps hesitantly and looked at each other. What Jin Xiaoxiao said was right. Every one of them was filled with longing for the future, but that bottomless abyss seemed to have infinite magic that deeply attracted them. One step forward and the bottomless abyss. One step back and the sea and sky would be boundless. No one wanted to die here. Most importantly, Mo Qiao Yunlong and the others finally stopped. Jiang Qin glanced at Jin Xiaoxiao, and his heart grew increasingly determined. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He had a feeling that there was definitely something he wanted in the earth dragon ancient abyss. To leave the ancient dragon star, Jiang Qin had to take this natural risk. I know, but I have to go. Some people live to fight to the death, to live to the death. Jiang Qin said meticulously. Jin Xiaoxiao knitted her brows, but before she could continue speaking, Jiang Qin had already turned towards the depths of the darkness. Jin Xiaoxiao did not expect Jiang Qin to be so determined. Does he not want to live? Mo Guang said coldly. It seems that he is indeed a hothead who doesn't know his limits. Mo sneered. If you want to live, you should know everything. If even he dares to go deep, what are we afraid of? Let's go. Mochi's eyes were sharp. Looking at the bottomless abyss, he made up his mind. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Without any scruples, they went down the abyss again. I am alone. What is there to be afraid of? Yunlong smiled self-mockingly. The abyss 10,000 meters below was indeed full of dangers, but if he did not even have the courage to face the abyss, he would be a failure. Jiang Chen going deep made the people of the Eternal Dragon Tribe and Yunlong angry. Even a young man at the second sky of the Star Emperor realm like him dared to take the risk. What right did they have to pretend to be cowards here? If he got some treasure, it would be a great loss. You are going to piss me off. Jin Xiaoxiao stamped her feet hard. Everyone had gone deeper. What reason did she have to stay here? Not for the treasure, but for Jiang Chen's safety. The fire in Jiang Chen's palm rose slowly. The flickering flame illuminated the area within 100 meters. He went deeper into the abyss along the stone stairs. Since there were stone stairs, it meant that someone had gone into the abyss. When Jiang Chen reached the bottom of the abyss, he started to hear terrifying roars. The roars were hysterical and crazy, but they were intermittent, which made Jiang Chen very confused. But he still didn't stop his footsteps. Only, in the Earth Dragon ancient abyss on the stone walls, there appeared one after another lifelike huge dragons. In front of the cliff, the ferocious and terrifying huge dragons seemed to open their bloody mouths, wanting to devour those who came. It was a ghastly sight, causing people to be overwhelmed with shock. The evil chi is so strong. Accompanied by the horrifying dragon chi, it is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 4703. Jiang Chen continued to descend into the abyss. Mo Chi and the others were very smart. They followed behind Jiang Chen. Once any danger arose, they would be able to react immediately. In that case, it would be equivalent to having one more shield for them. I didn't expect this guy to be so bold. The bold will be stuffed to death while the timid will starve to death. However, this guy is just foolishly bold. Won't all the treasures he obtains be ours? It's best to be careful. Jiang Chen is just a stone to test the waters. If there's any danger, we should retreat as soon as possible. The old ancestors' words are not without reason. Many people who enter the abyss never come out and completely disappear in the Earth Dragon ancient abyss. Mo Chi and the others were far more cautious than Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen discovered a dilapidated stone tablet at the bottom of the stone steps. 2 lines of words were written on the stone tablet. Boundary tablet. Trespassers will die. Boundary tablet? Jiang Chen frowned. He was somewhat puzzled. What boundary was this? Could it be that it was a separate world? Trespassers will die. Needless to say, these words were naturally a warning to trespassers. However, the words on it were engraved in blood. On the surrounding walls, there were still vivid and lifelike dragons embedded in the walls. Each and every one of them had a repulsive and ferocious appearance. To outsiders, this was definitely a form of deterrence. However, as time passed, Jiang Chen no longer cared. After passing through the boundary tablet, an eerie and terrifying aura penetrated his entire body. A bone-chilling sensation assaulted him. However, the rich Genesis chi also gave Jiang Chen a refreshing feeling. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Today I will see exactly how deep this abyss is. Jiang Chen sneered and charged down the abyss with large strides. The surrounding stone steps began to tremble unceasingly. Everyone's heart became anxious. What's going on? Why is this happening? You're asking me? How would I know? Be careful. Let's stabilize it first. Mo Chi's eyes were sharp as he said in a deep voice. However, before he could finish his words, the giant dragons on the surrounding rock walls suddenly came to life. Roar, roar, rumble. As the huge dragons broke free from the stone walls, dozens of dragon shadows soared into the sky, roaring deafeningly. Oh no! Jin Xiaoxiao's heart sank. Jiang Chen was still at the bottom, but the dragons on the stone walls suddenly came to life. It was simply too shocking. Moreover, the surrounding stone steps were constantly shaking, on the verge of collapse. Looks like I really can't come here. Yunlong was a little regretful. These crazy dragons were circling above their heads. That kind of pressure was self-evident. Moreover, the dragon might of these dragons was far from what they could compare to. The dragons continued to charge towards them, but their cultivation levels were unclear. The only thing that made them strong was their draconic might and the momentum of their attacks. The 300-meter-long dragons swept through the sky palaces and turned the entire abyss upside down. Jiang Qin punched out, and the giant dragon directly rushed up, pressing Jiang Qin down thousands of feet. Jiang Qin had no choice but to retreat. One giant dragon after another made everyone complain incessantly. However, the attack power of these giant dragons was extremely simple, and they only rushed and collided. Jiang Qin drew out his sword, pointed it at the giant dragon and blasted it up. The sword was like a rainbow slashing in the sky. The giant dragon was smashed into pieces and the boulders scattered. At this time, everyone unleashed all of their skills, slashing all of the giant dragons into pieces. The sky continued to fall, the surrounding stone steps were all shattered. Jiang Qin and the others fell into the abyss. Motherf ***, we can't fly here? Ao Yunlong's words caused everyone's breathing to become sluggish. A wave of fear surged into their hearts. Not being able to fly meant that after they fell into the abyss, it was very possible that they would never be able to return. That kind of despair spread in everyone's hearts, unceasingly spreading out. This was simply sealing off their path of retreat. Everyone used all their strength, but it was of no use. That kind of despair when falling freely was something that no one could bear. If they lost the ability to fly, their strength would be greatly reduced, and it was hard to imagine how they would be able to leave this bottomless abyss. Jiang Qin's state of mind was as one. At this time he was calmer than anyone else because he had the Sky Ascension stairway in his hand. He didn't need to worry about his own safety. After a full 2 hours, everyone finally saw a trace of light. The light continued to expand and in the end, it became more and more dazzling. During these 2 hours they were all falling continuously. One could imagine how long they had been falling and how deep this abyss was. No one knew. Jiang Qin landed lightly on the ground. He looked up and saw Ao Yunlong directly smashing into the deep pit like a ray of light. Immediately after, Mo Qi, Mo Ri and Mo Guang also smashed into the ground with 3 loud bangs, creating huge pits of over 10 feet. Immediately after, Jiang Qin's eyes flickered, and finally Jin Xiaoxiao's figure directly fell into his embrace. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were tightly shut, and her face was ashen. The moment she opened her eyes, Jiang Qin's figure was right in front of her, and the two of them were tightly hugging each other, making Jin Xiaoxiao extremely nervous. Are you all right? Jin Xiaoxiao asked, and her expression was a little awkward. I should be the one asking you that. Jiang Qin said with a smile, and Jin Xiaoxiao lowered her head in embarrassment. Around them Ao Yunlong, Mo Qi and the others also stood up slowly. However, all of them were covered in dust and spat out blood. They were clearly injured from the fall. Although they had terrifying dragon bodies, they were not invincible Vajra bodies after all. Falling from such a high altitude, it was inevitable that they would be injured. The surroundings were bright, and even a little dazzling. They had finally reached the bottom of this abyss, and it was an underground plaza that stretched as far as the eye could see. Since they were already here, they might as well make the best of it. Jiang Qin was not anxious at all, and decided to look around first. On the ground there were many corpses. Some were human and some were dragon. However, they had all been here for billions of years, and even the bones would fall apart with a touch. Could these all be the ancestors of our dragon race? Jin Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. At this moment she had already gotten off Jiang Qin's body, and her face was still a little flushed. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Mo Guang said with a gloomy face. He looked around, unwilling to let go of anything. Seems like it's not very possible for us to get out. Ao Yunlong's words once again became a nightmare in everyone's hearts. Looking at the eerie corpses around them, these people were very likely to be a lesson for them. Their initial impulse had finally paid the price at this moment. It's all your fault, Jiang Qin. If not for you, we wouldn't have followed you down. You're a jinx. Mo Ri shouted angrily. You didn't have to come down. It was you who was greedy and wanted to search for treasures. Who can you blame? Jin Xiaoxiao said, unwilling to be outdone. Mo Ri's face changed, but he was stopped by Mo Qi. Now, I'm afraid we have to work together. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's really impossible to leave this place. Mo Qi said faintly. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. However, it was at this moment that they had to be calm. In order to search for treasures, they didn't want to lose their lives here. At this moment, Jiang Qin's hatred was completely unimportant. You're right. Only by working together can we leave this place and escape. Ao Yunlong nodded. Chapter 4704. At the center of the plaza, a stone well appeared before everyone's eyes. The stone well was extremely simple and unadorned, and was covered in extremely strange patterns that resembled the red spider lily. However, the well was not tall. When Jiang Chen and the rest appeared beside it, they could feel extremely rich Genesis Chi pouncing towards them like smoke rising from a chimney. Is the Genesis Chi in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss all released from here? Jin Xiaoxiao was rather curious, but the scene before her was already as clear as day. The Genesis Chi in the stone well was endless, and it was even more intense than what everyone had felt before. It feels so comfortable. Since we can't leave now, let's just train here. Ao Yunlong was not the slightest bit worried. Since no one could leave, they could only take things one step at a time. At the very least, the endless Genesis Chi made him feel an unconcealable excitement. You're right. Since we don't know if we'll live or die, we might as well train for a while. Perhaps we'll be able to leave once our strength increases. Mo chuckled. Everyone was currently on the same starting line, and the three brothers had a huge advantage that no one else possessed. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Dragon clan or the Proud Sky Dragon clan, they needed to properly deal with Ao Yunlong's strength. As for Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao, they were also filled with doubt. If the Mo clan brothers had died at Jiang Chen's hands, it was very likely that he was a hidden expert. However, no matter how strong a second-layer Star Emperor was, how strong could he be? This was something that everyone was rather puzzled about. Ao Yunlong sat down on the ground, and the three Mo clan brothers also sat down around the stone well. Jin Xiaoxiao looked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not say anything and was instead observing his surroundings. Jiang Chen would not easily let down his guard until he was absolutely certain that nothing would go wrong. Moreover, he had to be on guard against anything that might appear in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Only a ghost would know if the three Mo clan brothers and Ao Yunlong would attack him. It was better to be safe than sorry. A proper investigation would not go wrong. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. After carefully observing the surroundings, he nodded at Jin Xiaoxiao, indicating that she was fine. Then he sat down beside the stone well. There was nothing in this square, only a stone well. It made people feel very strange, but there was no danger at all. Jiang Chen was also puzzled. Could it be that those who entered all died of old age here? That didn't seem very likely. However, no one who had entered by mistake had managed to leave this place alive. This was quite puzzling. Although he had the sky-ascending stairway in his hands, Jiang Chen still had to be careful. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were also filled with worry. She was born and raised on the ancient dragon star. She understood the dangers of the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss even better. Is there really no danger here? Jin Xiaoxiao asked. At the very least, I haven't discovered anything. Should be safe for now. There are no signs of life in the surroundings. There are no signs of demonic beasts or the aura of the dragon clan. The dragon bones we encountered when we first entered seem to be the greatest danger. Jiang Chen looked towards Jin Xiaoxiao and shrugged helplessly. It was better if there was no danger. The Genesis Chi gushing out from the stone well was more than enough for 10 people to cultivate. Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao exchanged a look. The two of them sat down on the ground like everyone else. It would be best if they could take advantage of the situation to make a breakthrough. They had yet to find the exit, and even more so did not know how to leave the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. However, in the face of the unceasing surging Genesis Chi Sea, it was understandable that they wanted to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Everyone was living in harmony, and they didn't disturb each other. This was because up until now there hadn't been any conflicts of interest. Without any treasures, no one would make a move. However, there was no guarantee that they would remain silent forever. Jiang Chen could feel the fierce gazes of the three Mo brothers, and they were constantly hovering above his head. I hope you guys don't provoke me. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, even the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison pagoda had become excited. The Genesis Chi was a great supplement for them and would allow them to recover their strength as quickly as possible. The Black King's strength had exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. He had previously given the Black King the other 4 chaos orbs with the exception of the largest one. Jiang Chen had not expected the latter to absorb them so quickly, and was now leading his numerous subordinates to begin a new round of frenzied devouring. For the Black King and the others, as well as the millions of demonic beasts in the Buddha prison pagoda, this was simply a gluttonous feast. Without any distractions, Jiang Chen finally began to frantically devour the Genesis Chi after confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings. In less than a day, Jiang Chen felt that he was already on the verge of a breakthrough. The third layer of the Star Emperor realm was almost without any resistance. Jiang was extremely shocked and pleasantly surprised. It's really effortless to obtain it. This Earth Dragon ancient abyss is really a treasure land. Jiang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At this time, Ao Yunlong also broke through to the Star Emperor realm. His strength had reached the Star Emperor realm. At that moment, Ao Yunlong's imposing manner suddenly skyrocketed. Although there was only a difference of one layer between the 6th and 7th Star Emperor realm, the difference was huge. Reaching the 7th Star Emperor realm would definitely allow one to occupy a place in the Dragon Clan. Even if one was not good enough, it would be very easy for them to enter the Elder Council. Therefore, the 6th and 7th Star Emperor realm was a very terrifying watershed. Some people might not be able to break through even after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. In particular, the closer one was to the peak of the Star Emperor realm, the more difficult it was to break through. Jin Xiaoxiao was still cultivating, but Jiang frowned. He felt that something was wrong because Ao Yunlong had locked onto him. That guy's eyes were filled with battle intent. Is he going to start a war with me? Jiang did not expect that the first person to attack would not be the 3 Mo brothers, but Ao Yunlong. What do you want? Jiang asked Lung Lung. Of course I want to kill you. My body is surging with source power now and I must release it. Ha ha ha, the 7th Star Emperor realm. I've been waiting for too long. I didn't expect to break through so soon today. I must commemorate my breakthrough to the 7th Star Emperor realm. I want to see how strong you are. Killing you is just the right time to sharpen my blade. Ao Yunlong's face was flushed as he spoke in an incomparably domineering manner. At this moment, his heart was filled with battle intent, and his entire body was filled with endless Genesis chi. He felt like the sun in the sky, full of light. In this battle he wanted to completely release it. Killing Jiang was his goal. What a high-sounding reason. You are so arrogant even when killing someone. As expected of someone from the Ao Sky Dragon clan. But if you want to kill me, it will depend on whether you have the ability. Chapter 4705. Jin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes. Her strength remained at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, unable to break through. However, seeing that Jiang was in danger, she did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. She and Jiang were completely bound together. Neither of them could leave the other. If Jiang was killed, then she would be all alone in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Not only Ao Yunlong, but the 3 brothers of the Mo family were also eyeing covetously. At this moment, the relationship between the 3 parties was extremely delicate. A slight move in one part could affect the whole. Therefore, even the 3 brothers of the Mo family did not dare to act rashly. However, Ao Yunlong could not bear it anymore. He actually wanted to use Jiang as his whetstone. This guy was too arrogant. Looks like this Ao Yunlong can't bear it anymore. If he can get rid of Jiang and Jin Xiaoxiao, then we'll save a lot of effort. Yeah, this Jiang has been an eyesore for a long time. If it weren't for you, second brother, holding me back, I would have chopped him up a long time ago. This kid isn't as weak as you all think. He didn't only rely on luck to get to where he is today. Even Jin Xiaoxiao, that arrogant woman, has faith in Jiang. Also, don't forget how the few brothers of our Mo family died. That's right. The 3 from the Mo family squinted their eyes and watched the situation unfold. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. For the 3 brothers of the Mo family, the best outcome was none other than the 3 of them all dying in battle. By then, they would be able to reap the benefits. Be careful, Jiang. This guy is very terrifying. He is the first to break through the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Do not underestimate him. Jin Xiaoxiao stood next to Jiang ready to strike. Since you like to bully pushovers so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang was also ready. He exchanged a look with Jin Xiaoxiao, his fighting spirit soaring. You don't know what's good for you. Now I'll let you have a taste of my methods. Ao Yunlong's eyes were like fire, and the disdain on his face was clear. At this moment he felt invincible. The power that the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm brought him was too great. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry to find an opponent to train with, to see how strong he really was. Cut the crap. It's not that easy to kill us. Don't go for wool and come home shorn. Jin Xiaoxiao sneered. Since you're so stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's become a pair of doomed mandarin ducks. Ao Yunlong attacked first with an imposing manner. Jin Xiaoxiao's expression changed abruptly. She didn't expect the gap between the 7th and 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm to be so huge. She took the lead, but facing Ao Yunlong's fist, she couldn't take it at all. After 3 punches, she was already stumbling backward. Her face was as red as blood. Obviously, she couldn't match up to him at all. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. It seemed that this guy was stronger than he imagined. Like a huge mountain, he pushed forward and pursued with great force. Jiang Chen directly used the dragon transformation to fight against Ao Yunlong. His body was like a diamond, but it couldn't stop Ao Yunlong's footsteps at all. The difference in strength between the two was huge. Jiang Chen being able to exchange dozens of punches with him without collapsing was already quite terrifying. Not only Ao Yunlong, but even the 3 Mo brothers looked at each other in shock. This Ao Yunlong's strength has indeed increased by too much. It seems that the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm is called the watershed of experts for a reason. Mo Ri said with a stern expression. That's right. This Jiang Chen has given us a great shock. Even if it's me, I'm afraid that I'll have to use all my strength to resist such a powerful attack. Mo Guang's expression was solemn. He had underestimated Jiang Chen before. Only now did he realize that this guy also had a terrifying dragon body. However, his dragon body was half human and half dragon. It was extremely strange, but its power was something they had never heard of before. It seems that we have to seize the opportunity to make breakthroughs as well. Without enough strength, we can only become stepping stones for others. Once this Ao Yunlong kills Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao, if we don't make breakthroughs, I'm afraid we'll also become ghosts in his hands. With his current strength, we might not be a match for him even if it's 1 against 3, Mo Chi said. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Right now, the 3 of them were only 1 step away from the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If Ao Yunlong beat them to it and made things difficult for them, then they would very likely be doomed beyond redemption. They would be at the mercy of others just like Jiang Chen. The 3 of them nodded heavily. They were no longer in the mood to watch the battle and once again entered cultivation. However, Ao Yunlong's attack was far from over. Jiang Chen looked steadily forward with a solemn expression. At the same time, Jin Xiaoxiao also followed closely behind. The 2 of them joined forces and barely managed to stop Ao Yunlong's charge. However, the situation could not be ignored at all. A slight mistake and they would lose their lives on the spot. You 2 are too weak. You're no match for me at all. Even if you try hard, you won't be able to escape this time. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ah! Ao Yunlong's roar reverberated through the sky. It was as terrifying as his strength. Jin Xiaoxiao used all her means, but it was still difficult to resist his sharpness. Jiang Chen was in the front, but he was constantly pushed back by Ao Yunlong. That violent aura was suffocating. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's strong resistance and terrifying body, he might have already been smashed into a meat patty. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword in hand. The heavenly dragon sword soared up, and the sword chi was terrifying. However, Ao Yunlong's body of flesh and blood resisted it head-on, and it was still full of power. Jiang Chen's space was shrinking and he was in a dilemma. At this moment he could only fight to the end to have a chance of survival. Jin Xiaoxiao had also displayed her true form. Her 300-meter-long dragon body swept across the sky. Together with Jiang Chen, they fought back in desperation. The limitless sword, the sword chi was like frost, which made Jiang Chen's combat strength rise continuously. At this moment he could only entangle Ao Yunlong. It was impossible to defeat him. It was already extremely difficult for him to be in a stalemate. The 7th sky of Star Emperor. Jiang Chen had a taste of it today. It seemed that it was too difficult for them to defeat Ao Yunlong. Jiang Chen, I can't hold on for much longer. Think of a way quickly. Jin Xiaoxiao felt incomparably bitter. Even if she revealed her true form, the help she could provide Jiang Chen was still limited. Perhaps even 10 6th Heavenly Layer Star Emperors couldn't defeat a 7th Heavenly Layer Star Emperor. This was the gap between them. 27 swords. Jiang Chen drew out his sword. The sword head tore and the sound echoed through the entire underground square. 27 sword wills covered the whole place. Ao Yunlong roared, resisting the startling sword chi above Jiang Chen's head. However, he was also shocked. The people of the Mo family did not die in vain. He had already overestimated Jiang Chen's means. However, if he were in the 6th sky of Star Emperor, he would definitely not be able to compete with the continuous attacks. Chapter 4706. Both of you must die. Ao Yunlong roared and transformed into his true form. It was a silver dragon with a single horn and a body length of 500 jiang. It was much smaller than Jin Xiaoxiao's 300 jiang dragon body. However, that kind of explosive power was something Jin Xiaoxiao could not compare to. With a sweep of the divine dragon's tail, Jin Xiaoxiao was instantly thrown to the ground, unable to dodge. Watch out! Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He flicked his long sword, and the sword chi was 800 jiang, instantly cutting off Ao Yunlong's path. Even if Ao Yunlong was strong enough, he did not dare to face Jiang Chen's sword chi head-on. This guy came and went like a ghost and had innumerable tricks. He had to kill Jin Xiaoxiao first. Only then could he defeat them one by one. Taking advantage of the gap when the sword chi approached, Jin Xiaoxiao quickly retreated. She reversed her momentum and faced Ao Yunlong again. However, Jiang Chen followed closely behind. The two joined together again and began the final attack. I can't hold on much longer, Jiang Chen. Jin Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice, complaining incessantly in her heart. This Ao Yunlong had completely exceeded their imagination. The seventh heaven of the Star Emperor realm was unstoppable. It looked like it was time to fight him to the death. Jiang Chen knew that continuing to drag on would not do them any good. Moreover, the three Imo brothers were still watching from the side. They had to finish this battle quickly. Black King. Kill him. Jiang Chen gave a low roar and a black shadow shot out from the void. At that moment, not only Ao Yunlong but even Jin Xiaoxiao was stunned. What kind of monster was this? The Black King directly transformed into his true form. The horrifying black shadow covered the sun and the sky. The tiger roared again and again as it clashed with Ao Yunlong. Their auras soared to the sky. Ao Yunlong's expression changed drastically. This black tiger was rather terrifying. It was like a mountain, unmoving. You have helpers? For such a long time, Jin Xiaoxiao didn't know that Jiang Chen had a helper. He wasn't alone, and his helper was even stronger than him. He was in the sixth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Right. After the Black King swallowed the chaos source beads that Jiang Chen gave him and cultivated here, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the sixth heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. Holy crap. This time, the Black King had completely turned the tables and became the master. Bastard. Ao Yunlong cursed angrily, his face livid. He was disgraced by the Black King's 3 attacks. This guy's strength was on par with his. Since when did a beast in the sixth sky of the Star Emperor realm become so strong? Ao Yunlong was enraged. The reason why Jiang Chen was able to kill the people of the Mo clan was definitely because of this monstrous beast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to do it by himself. Just a little brother. Let's kill this guy first. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, calm and unruffled. However, his sword was getting sharper and sharper. Cooperating with the Black King's Black Tiger Charge and Jin Xiaoxiao's Rising Dragon and Crouching Tiger, Jiang Chen's sword chi was able to unleash its full potential. Ao Yunlong was suffering bitterly, but his initial elegance was already gone. The addition of the Black King was a reassurance for Jiang Chen and Jin Xiaoxiao. In the battle of the 3 elites, they were unafraid of death. Jin Xiaoxiao was extremely shocked. If she wasn't in a desperate situation, perhaps she wouldn't have known that Jiang Chen had such a powerful expert by his side. The Black King took the initiative to attack first. He was the main force and gave Ao Yunlong a fatal blow. Jin Xiaoxiao followed up. Her initial grievance was completely released. Now Ao Yunlong was already covered in bruises. He was no match for the 3 of them and could only run for his life. Black King, kill without mercy. Jiang Chen's order made the Black King's tiger body tremble. He didn't hold back and started to crazily attack Ao Yunlong. Jin Xiaoxiao was extremely excited. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, Ao Yunlong was completely in a passive position. His life was hanging by a thread. One after another, Black Tiger steals heart. Ao Yunlong's dragon scales flew off. He was riddled with wounds. For a moment he didn't have any strength to retaliate. The heavenly dragon sword sealed off all his possible escape routes. He could only passively take a beating without any choice. Ao Yunlong finally felt the threat of death. Jiang Chen, why don't we shake hands and make up? If you want to leave this place, it's impossible for you to do it alone. Ao Yunlong staggered and said solemnly. You have the cheek to say such words? Truly shameless. Your Ao Yunlong clan is too disgusting. Jin Xiaoxiao said in disdain. Jiang Chen, if you kill me it won't do you any good. Even if I fight with my life on the line, you won't have it good either. Let me go. You're the one who benefits the most. Ao Yunlong said solemnly. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen wouldn't stop. Whether I leave or not, it's not up to you to say. If I want to leave, I leave. If I want to stay, I stay. What can the heavens do to me? What use do I have for you? When I, Jiang Chen, do things, I never like to procrastinate. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return it tenfold or hundredfold. So, you don't have the right to talk terms with me. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't care about Ao Yunlong's words at all. Bastard. You're courting death. I'll fight it out with you. Even if I die, I'll drag you trash down with me. What right do you have to step on my head and shit on me? Ao Yunlong roared angrily. He roared again and again as he completely launched his final attack. Ao Yunlong was already forced into a corner by Jiang Chen. At this time he already didn't have any path of retreat. He could only fight with his life on the line. But the result was very likely to be a tragic death. But even if he died, he also had to make Jiang Chen stay behind. He was only making his final struggle in a certain death situation. Even if he died, he couldn't die without any value. Jiang Chen naturally knew Ao Yunlong's goal. This fellow was fighting with his life on the line to make him stay behind. It was nothing more than to seek a chance of survival. If Jiang Chen cowered, then it would very likely give him a chance to escape with his life. But it was a pity that he completely didn't know just how strong Jiang Chen was. Even if he wanted to exchange for Jiang Chen's life, it wasn't that easy. You're thinking too much. You want to drag me down with you? You're not worthy. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't retreat but advanced instead. The pressure formed by the three of them joining forces against Ao Yunlong was already completely formed. It was simply impossible for him to survive in the cracks. Roar! The Black King let out a desperate roar and collided with Ao Yunlong. He retreated with a loud bang, while Ao Yunlong took advantage of the situation and charged towards Jiang Chen. He used all his strength and wanted to make a move on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were like lightning. He didn't fear danger. One big and one small, the two figures overlapped. In an instant, there was a violent tremor as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Chapter 4707. A mouthful of blood spurted out. At that moment, Ao Yunlong could no longer hold on. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises, and he no longer had the elegance from before. Although Jiang Chen had also suffered severe injuries, it wasn't fatal. Meanwhile, Ao Yunlong was isolated and helpless. With Jin Xiaoxiao and the Black King working together, he had nowhere to retreat. The dragon and the tiger clashed, and the two swords combined to form an irresistible force. Ao Yunlong was no match for Yi Chen. In the end he slowly fell. His gaze became lifeless. He never thought that he would really fall in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. Moreover, he lost to a brat at the third heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. Ao Yunlong's heart was filled with unwillingness, but he couldn't resist Jiang Chen's strength. The Black King didn't hesitate at all. With a heavy punch, he directly shattered Ao Yunlong's internal organs. Ao Yunlong died on the spot. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he couldn't blame anyone. Who asked him to provoke Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen didn't want to make a move, but he had no choice but to kill Ao Yunlong. The Black King was like a spear standing behind Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jin Xiaoxiao knew that she couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen in a different light. Moreover, she didn't know much about his secrets. It seemed that she had really underestimated Jiang Chen. Even when his life was hanging by a thread many times, he didn't call out the Black King. One could imagine how confident he was. Jin Xiaoxiao had a complicated look in her eyes. Jiang Chen's background was also a mystery. Even though she trusted Jiang Chen very much, she didn't know where to go. Don't worry, I'm no threat to the ancient dragon star, and even less to the Golden Dragon clan. I just don't want to cause trouble. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He had also been injured in this battle. Killing Ao Yunlong was not as simple as he had imagined, but it made Jiang Chen's blood boil. This was because the Genesis Chi here was far too dense. It was very likely that he would be able to obtain a burst of Genesis Chi here. As long as he succeeded, his strength would surely soar. The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was definitely a treasure trove. It was like an unending spring, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. I hope so, but it won't be easy for us to leave now. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. However, she knew very well that Jiang Chen had no intention of harming her. She hoped that what he said was true, that he was just a passerby in the ancient dragon star. What a good Jiang Chen. You do have some skills to be able to kill Ao Yunlong. Looks like the people of our Mo family really died in your hands. Mo Qileng said. The three had also awoken from their cultivation. The battle between Jiang Qin and Ao Yunlong was indeed earth-shattering. 3 heroes against Ao Yunlong, but Jiang Qin and the others had also suffered varying degrees of injuries. So what if I am, so what if I'm not? Do the 3 of you also want to fight? Jiang Qin looked steadily at the Mo Qi trio. You guessed right. If we don't kill you, how can we face our dead brothers? Your appearance has disrupted all the plans of our eternal dragon clan, so you must die. To atone for the sins of our Mo clan brothers, all 3 of you must die. Mo Ri sneered. To be able to kill Ao Yunlong, it means that you have something to rely on. No wonder our people all died in your hands. However, today is the day of your death. Once we kill you, we will be able to rest easy. Mo Guang squinted his eyes. The disdain on his face was obvious. You Mo clan members have gone too far. Jin Xiaoxiao was solemn. She knew they could not run anymore. Plus they were badly injured. If they wanted to fight against the 3, they would most likely lose. Let's try then. Jiang Qin said fearlessly. You are no match for us now. Even Ao Yunlong is just a paper tiger in front of the 3 of us. Mo Qi shouted. The aura of the 3 suddenly skyrocketed. The 3 of them had all broken through to the 7th sky of Star Emperor realm. Jin Xiaoxiao's face changed. She took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with desperation. They didn't stand a chance against 3 experts at the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even if Ao Yunlong was an idiot, he would have paid a great price. However, the 3 people from the Mo clan had all broken through. It was a nightmare for them. They could not even die together with the 3 7th sky of Star Emperor realm experts. The 3 of them had no chance of winning against any one of them, let alone 3 experts. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed gradually. No wonder the 3 of them were so confident. It turned out that they had broken through to the 7th sky of Star Emperor realm. It seemed they were doomed. Hand over the Chaos Source Orb and I might leave you a whole corpse. Mo Qi said indifferently. That's right. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Otherwise we won't be merciful. We'll make you wish you were dead, Gagaga. Mo Guang's feminine laughter echoed in the underground square. Their fighting will was also extremely excited. They wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Qin. They wanted to see how strong the 7th sky of Star Emperor realm was. They could not wait any longer. It's useless to say more. If you want to kill me, you have to do it. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He glanced at the 3 of them. This time even he was not confident. The 3 of them were too strong. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to compete with them. It was indeed the most dangerous moment. I'll send you away first. Don't look back. I can't leave. Jiang Qin said to Jin Xiaoxiao secretly. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at him in surprise. He still had a backup plan? But could he really leave? No. I can't leave you alone. Jin Xiaoxiao was very determined. Jiang Qin had never given up on her. If she abandoned him now, she would never be able to rest in peace. There's no time to explain. Helping you leave is already the biggest limit. Do you think I would choose to stay here if I could leave? The 3 of them are too strong. I can't escape at all. So, I can only send you away. It's death either way. It's the same for 1 person or 2 people. Why do you have to sacrifice your life? Jiang Qin shook his head slightly. He was already prepared to send Jin Xiaoxiao out of this place at any time. The stairway to heaven could help her leave the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. However, it would be difficult for Jiang Qin to leave this place. After all, these 3 men would never give him any chance to escape. If he wanted to bring someone away, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Instead of letting Jin Xiaoxiao wait for her death here, it would be better for him to send her away with all his might. You want to leave? You want to scheme against us? Haha, you're too naive, Jiang Qin. Mo Ri's laughter was full of mockery. Didn't anyone tell you that in the face of absolute power, all schemes will be useless? Chapter 4708. If we live together. If we die together. Jin Xiaoxiao was still as resolute and unwavering as ever. In her eyes there was only Jiang Qin. The mountains had no edges, the heavens and the earth had merged together. She dared not be severed by him. In Jin Xiaoxiao's heart, Jiang Qin was the one she had been waiting for all these years. He was the 3rd Prince Charming of her dreams. She wanted to leave this place and see the outside world. Whether or not Jiang Qin could take her away, she would not regret it. The ancient dragon star was her home. However, she would not be satisfied if she was trapped here for the rest of her life. There would always be someone better than her. She never thought that she would be stuck in a corner of the ancient dragon star. She wanted to leave and go further to find her dream. Jiang Chen was her hope. He was the only one she could rely on. At first, Jin Xiaoxiao did not want to admit it. How could she fall in love with someone who was weaker than her? However, she understood later that love did not discriminate between countries. It did not discriminate between races. It did not discriminate between people. As long as there was love in one's heart, nothing would be a problem. However, Jin Xiaoxiao also understood that the love in Jiang Chen's heart was not for her. In his eyes, there was always a melancholy and depth that she could not understand. On his shoulders there was a weight that she did not know. However, she was still willing to follow him to the end of her life. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This girl was stubborn. He was not a fool. How could he not know what she was thinking? However, he was not in the mood to think about anything else. He just wanted to leave the ancient dragon star as soon as possible. However, this was his last gamble. He did not want to implicate anyone. Since you are so stubborn, I will send you on your way. As for Jin Xiaoxiao, the three of us will enjoy her here. Ah, said Mo Ri with a cold smile. His eyes were fixed on Jin Xiaoxiao. To them, this woman was a delicacy. In the entire ancient dragon star, Jin Xiaoxiao's peerless charm was famous. Who didn't want to get close to her? Such a woman, to them, was already enough to make their hearts run wild. Apart from authority and power, what men liked the most were women. If they wanted to become supreme kings, they needed a woman who was worthy of them. However, at this moment, there was only desire in their eyes, so much so that their eyes were filled with desire. A bunch of scum. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were on the verge of splitting apart, and her eyes carried the resolution of facing death with equanimity. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's do it. I can't wait any longer. Mo Guang's smile was also rather wretched. His eyes continuously swept across Jin Xiaoxiao's body as his heart was extremely agitated. Kill? At Mo Chi's order, the three of them directly rushed to Jiang Chen and the others. How confident are you, Black King? Jiang Chen looked at the Black King. I can stop one of them at most. As for the other two, I can't do anything. The Black King looked a bit bitter. Do your best. At the critical moment, send her out for me. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Okay. The Black King did not hesitate at all, because his mission was to obey absolutely. The battle between the two sides was about to start at any moment. Mo Chi took the lead, dashing directly to Jiang Chen. His momentum was overwhelming. The Black King fought against Mo Guang, and Jin Xiaoxiao fought against Mo Ri. However, there was a huge gap between their combat strengths. As soon as they started to fight, Jiang Chen felt great pressure. Fighting against Mo Chi, a star emperor at the seventh heaven, was already too much for him. Moreover, he had been seriously injured before. Jiang Chen was fighting 1 against 3, and it was extremely difficult and miserable. Jin Xiaoxiao's tears fell like rain. She watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure and the 3 Mo brothers' anxious gazes. She was filled with killing intent, but Jiang Chen became more and more passive. His life was hanging by a thread. Boo! Jin Xiaoxiao felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. She knew that Jiang Chen had no hope left. Blood kept spurting out and his chances of survival were slim. The 3 Mo brothers would definitely kill him. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and his life was hanging by a thread. Damn it. No matter who it was, when they looked at the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Even Mo Xiaolong was no exception. The unknown was the most dangerous because they didn't know what kind of existence was under the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. At this moment, under the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss, when the Black King returned, Jiang Chen had already been defeated. He kept retreating and it was very dangerous. He could even die at any time. Master. The Black King's face changed and he hurriedly blocked the 3 of them. But it was of no use because their opponents were too strong. They couldn't resist the attack of Mo Chi and the other 2. Jiang Chen, as long as you can help us leave this place, we can let you go. Mo Chi said in a deep voice, and the 9-feet-long spear in his hand pressed towards Jiang Chen. Dream on. Don't even think about leaving this place. Jiang Chen let out an icy chuckle. The reason he hadn't left was because he wanted to fight to the death with these people. Moreover, the Genesis Chi Stone Well was too domineering and very useful. If he left so easily, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? He wanted to complete a transformation in the Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss. With enough Genesis Chi, he would surely be able to rise to the next level. This place was an incomparable treasure trove. Then just wait for your death. Even without you, we can still leave this place. Mo roared in anger, killing intent surging from his body. He was determined to kill this fiend. That may not be true. Who will live and who will die is still not certain. Jiang Qin fiercely wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with an increasingly intense desire to fight. He was finally going to unleash his full power at this very moment. He didn't dare to use his full power because Jin Xiaoxiao was around. If he hurt the innocent, he would likely feel guilty for the rest of his life because even he might not be able to fully control this power. You still dare to be so stubborn even at death's door. You're too arrogant. I'll send you to the underworld today. Mo Qi charged at the front. Once they captured Jiang Qin, would he still have to be obedient? If they wanted to leave this place, their only hope was Jiang Qin. The Black King did not hesitate to charge forward. Jiang Qin was his master. Even if he had to die, he would die in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes were fierce and his breathing was rapid. At that moment, his body turned dark, and a deep blue light flickered in his eyes like crisscrossing sword chi. However, it was sharper than the sword chi. A blue storm gradually formed around him. Mo Qi and the other two were stunned. What kind of technique was this? They had never seen it before. Moreover, Jiang Qin's power seemed to have undergone a tremendous change at this moment, becoming stronger and stronger. Rays of deep blue light entered Jiang Qin's body, and Jiang Qin's aura suddenly soared. What the hell? Mo knitted his brows. However, in the eyes of the three experts at the 7th layer of the Star Emperor realm, no matter how amazing Jiang Qin was, he could not escape from their palms. I don't know. Mo Qi forced the Black King to retreat. With a roar, he swept his long spear and smashed at Jiang Qin. He did not want to give Jiang Qin any chance, so he had to seize the opportunity to attack. If he delayed, something unexpected would happen. Starlight entered the body. Jiang Qin looked steadily forward, and his murderous aura filled the air. His whole body became much darker, and the blue aura spread all over his body, rising like fire. The power of stars gradually gathered. Jiang Qin held the Sky Dragon sword tightly with both hands and took a step forward. With the sword in his hand, he cut through the wind and waves. Chapter 47:10. Jiang Qin tried his best to hack at the sky. The expressions of Mo Qi and the other two changed drastically. Instantly they felt desperate. They tried their best to resist Jiang Qin's attack. However, the dark blue sword shadow fell from the sky with the power to destroy the world. It was too powerful, too fierce, and too domineering. Even though the three of them gathered all their strength, they were still no match for Jiang Qin. They were cut down by the sword directly and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Their bones and tendons were all broken, and their cultivation was cut off. Dark blue light and shadows appeared on them. The three of them could not believe that Jiang Qin could kill them with one attack even at the moment of their death. That attack was like a punishment from heaven. They could not dodge it. The sword came from the east and destroyed the sky. The astral pole finally reappeared in the world. The Black King was extremely excited. There were even hot tears in his eyes. He had not seen this day for a long time. Although only starlight entered his body, the Black King had already sensed Jiang Qin's invincible power. The change of stars was the infinity of the universe. It could evolve into infinite power. Otherwise, how could the Eternal Lord be so afraid of it? This attack killed Mo Qi and the other two without a burial place. They lost all their vitality. This attack directly made Jiang Qin's strength achieve a super leap. The three experts in the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm died on the spot under this attack. Jiang Qin also fell to the ground. He was extremely weak. His body was completely hollowed out in an instant. The power of stars was indescribable. Even Jiang Qin himself was shocked. This attack was so powerful that he could not hold it anymore. However, it also consumed all his strength. The power of stars was extremely powerful. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. He felt relieved. This attack would be remembered by him forever. At least I didn't disgrace Senior. Jiang Qin let out a long sigh of relief. The power of the astral pole was beyond his imagination. He would have another trump card in the future, but he would not use it easily. Previously, the Black King had said that the astral pole was a treasure that even the Eternal Lord was looking for. A gentleman's innocence would arouse the envy of others. Once the astral pole was found in his possession, it would not be a good thing. The gods could only bring death upon him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Chen would still choose to hide it. Congratulations, Master. You've completely mastered the astral pole. The Black King knelt on one knee and said with a face full of joy. I've only cultivated a little. Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. Although it was just a little, it had benefited him a lot. He had never heard of the power of the stars. From now on, he had to be even more of a slave and cultivate the astral pole. Only then could he set foot on the top of the stars. I'd better recover my body first. These 4 people all have chaos orbs on them. You should quickly find them and refine them. Jiang Chen said. Although he had killed Mo-Chi and the other 2 people in this battle, he had also narrowly escaped death. The Black King was overjoyed after hearing this. He hurriedly searched the bodies of Mo-Chi, the other 2 people, and Ao Yunlong. Sure enough, there were 4 chaos orbs, which made him extremely happy. Master, I always feel that there's something strange about this stone well. You'd better be careful. The Black King said with a frown. The Genesis Chi is endless and has even disturbed the entire void. That's why people can't fly in the air. The density of the Genesis Chi is indeed the highest I've ever seen in my life. Jiang Chen pondered, but he didn't find anything strange about this place. The only strange thing was the endless Genesis Chi. But it was clearly a treasure. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He also knew that there must be a reason for this abnormality, but he couldn't find any clues. In the end, he shook his head and began to prepare for cultivation. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to make a breakthrough before making any plans. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen immersed himself in cultivation. The devouring power of the astral pole was even more terrifying. In less than 10 days, his strength had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Star Emperor realm. After another month, he directly broke through to the 4th level of the Star Emperor realm. Jiang Chen still didn't have any intention of stopping. Even with his powerful devouring power, he was still extremely shocked. Even so, the Genesis Chi in the stone well was still endless and showed no signs of drying up. Jiang Chen simply stopped thinking about it. But at this time, Jiang Chen saw that the Black King had broken through to the 8th level of the Star Emperor realm. The 4 chaos orbs, coupled with the terrifying Genesis Chi here, naturally made his harvest unparalleled. Moreover, Jiang Chen also saw many demonic beasts in the Buddha prison tower. All of their strength had improved by leaps and bounds, which made him particularly excited. It won't be long before this terrifying beast army will be able to reach another level. Jiang Chen smiled happily. The Genesis Chi in his body was rising at an astonishing speed, and Jiang Chen was already accustomed to it. But at this time he was about to make another breakthrough, but he found that many of the demonic beasts around him had died. How could this be? Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. Dozens of demonic beasts that had just broken through to the Star Emperor realm had died, which made him quite shocked and puzzled. Jiang Chen carefully observed and found that these demonic beasts weren't injured at all, but they died for no reason. Moreover, the Genesis Chi in their bodies was extremely rich, and they were in the middle of cultivation. Why did they die like that? That wasn't the end. Jiang Chen found that the demonic beasts at the Star Lord level cultivating in the Buddha prison tower were even more irritable. Many of them were already attacking each other as though they were fighting to the death. Hundreds of demonic beasts had died in the Buddha prison tower. Jiang Chen was increasingly horrified. What the hell is going on? Master, I'm about to break through to the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Ah! The Black King said excitedly. His eyes were blazing, and the Genesis Chi he was devouring was quite domineering. His whole body was on fire. Something's wrong. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. A thought flashed in his mind and he seemed to find something wrong. Stop cultivating. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. The Black King's face was full of shock, but the look in his eyes was extremely complicated. Didn't you tell us to cultivate? Master, why can't we cultivate again? The Black King said. There's something strange about this Genesis Chi. Jiang Chen said. What's strange? The Black King was taken aback. Look, almost all the demonic beasts that had broken through to the Star Emperor realm are dead, and they died without any warning. The Black King looked at the hundreds of demonic beasts behind him. Indeed, dozens of them had fallen to the ground without any signs of life. The Black King's face was deathly pale. He looked at Jiang Chen and said in disbelief, Master, how could this be? The Black King was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect so many demonic beasts to die. There was no danger at all and there were no signs of them being killed. They were all cultivating normally, but they had fallen just like that. It was really amazing. It should be the Genesis Chi's doing. Chapter 47:11. What? Genesis Chi? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. I finally understand why Ao Yunlong would suddenly attack me. The three Mo clan brothers were also impatient to fight with me because their breakthroughs were too quick, causing the Genesis Chi in their bodies to be unstable. Moreover, it's the same logic as boiling a frog in warm water. Once we are enveloped by Genesis Chi, we will no longer feel any danger from it. In truth, Genesis Chi does not pose any threat to us. It's just that we are too greedy and like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, we want to continue our cultivation and devour Genesis Chi. Hence we ended up in this state. The Genesis Chi in our bodies is not sufficiently fused, and as more and more Genesis Chi accumulates, they are unable to control it. In the end, when the Genesis Chi reaches an uncontrollable level, their bodies will explode and they will die. There are no signs of a struggle, and their sudden deaths can only be explained by this. When that happens, it will not be us devouring Genesis Chi but the Genesis Chi devouring us. Jiang Chen's heart could not help but shudder. Although there was no danger here, the endless Genesis Chi was like an invisible blade. As long as they continued to cultivate, they would be devoured by the Genesis Chi. This was an endless cycle. If you wanted to leave, you had no choice but to cultivate and grow stronger. The stronger you cultivated, the more the Genesis Chi would devour you. When that happened, the Genesis Chi would swell to a point where you would no longer be able to control it and death would follow. Isn't this a little too frightening? Black King pondered for a moment and said in disbelief. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's words, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to understand it and might even die here. This is the strange part of this place. Moreover, there is no danger at all, as if it's an unparalleled treasure land. Who would have thought that it's actually hell? Just the thought of it made Jiang Chen shiver with fear. If he had not discovered so many demonic beasts dying unnatural deaths, he may have gradually fallen into this place, unable to extricate himself. In the end, he would be devoured by the Genesis Chi and forever be buried here. What should we do now? The Black King was at a loss for a time, not knowing what to do as he looked towards Jiang Chen. Inform all demonic beasts to stop cultivating and seal their 8 extraordinary meridians. I want to see exactly what kind of existence is hidden beneath this stone well. Jiang Chen's eyes turned frosty as his breathing turned heavy. Should he just leave like this? Jiang Chen didn't want to give up. This was such a good opportunity, such a good place, and he might never have the chance to come back again. Also, he wouldn't be able to calm down if he didn't find out the truth. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Moreover, he had no other way now. Master, I'll go scout ahead. The Black King said solemnly. There's no need. Your strength isn't stable yet. Go and arrange for the rest of your subordinates. I'll be back soon. Jiang Chen said. The Black King was touched. Not only did his master care about his subordinates, but he also did not treat them as cannon fodder. He would rather put himself in danger. He did not follow the wrong person and the old master did not choose the wrong people. Jiang Chen walked into the stone well step by step. Although it was less than 10 feet in diameter, it was enough to accommodate a person. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, looked at the bottomless stone well and jumped in. Endless Genesis Chi rushed into his body. The moment Jiang Chen jumped into the stone well, he felt an unprecedented pressure, as if it was caused by the Genesis Chi. However, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. What kind of place was this? He had never experienced such a place before. The bottom of the stone well was like an abyss without a bottom. Moreover, he had dived for a long time but he still could not fly in the air. If not for the sky ascension stairs, Jiang Chen would have fallen to his death. The surroundings were hazy and emitted a deep light, but Jiang Chen could feel an incomparable heat. Even the many heavenly flames in his hands could not stop the heat. The world is big and there are all kinds of strange things. It seems that I was really blind before. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The environment here was full of unknown and danger to him. Only now did he understand how arrogant he was. Before entering this universe, he thought that he was already the ruler of the 3 worlds. But now he understood that he still had a long way to go. At least, he had only touched the threshold of the astral. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant. Chi, an ear-piercing buzzing sound caused Jiang Chen's eyes to flicker. His expression turned solemn, and he suddenly turned his head, only to see a giant creature slowly walking over. The reason why it was called a giant creature was because Jiang Chen really did not know what it was. A dragon head, a human body, 8 legs and a single horn. It was different from his own dragon body. Jiang Chen was sure that he had never seen such a thing in his life. It was strong, very strong. Its body was milky white and round, but its 8 divine hook-like claws were terrifying. They were thicker and more domineering than dragon claws. What the hell is this? Jiang Qin knitted his brows in a frown, as though he was facing a great enemy. Who are you? Jiang Qin asked in a deep voice, but the giant creature did not answer. Its eyes were exuding endless anger, but its gaze was dull and lifeless, seemingly more like chaos. It seems to be an idiot, Jiang Qin murmured. But the giant creature was shrouded in a sea of Genesis chi, and Jiang Qin did not feel the slightest aura of life. It was not that it had concealed itself well, but that it did not belong to any living body. Roar, the giant creature roared. Jiang Qin could feel its strong aggressiveness. It seemed that a fierce battle was unavoidable. The strength of this guy was incomparable to before. Not good. Master is in trouble. Black King's heart sank. He immediately went into the well. The moment he came out, Jiang Qin and the white giant had already engaged in a fierce battle. However, Jiang Qin was in a passive position. The white giant had 8 legs and its attacks were ruthless. Although it didn't use any special moves, it was still very overbearing. It made Jiang Qin feel an unprecedented pressure. Even when he was fighting against the 3 Mo brothers, he didn't feel this strong. Jiang Qin didn't feel this strong. Not good, it's a sense spirit. The Black King said in a low voice. Sense spirit? Jiang Qin was stunned, his heart filled with doubt. It's the product of countless vengeful spirits gathered together and reforged from Genesis Chi. It has already developed a part of its intelligence, and is extremely terrifying. It's not even a demonic beast. In short, it's extremely difficult to deal with. When I followed my master to search for the stars in the heavens, I also encountered such a thing. Fortunately, it hadn't fully formed yet. Otherwise, it would be a new creature with endless Genesis Chi as its backing. It would be almost immortal and immortal. Chapter 47:12. What a vengeful spirit. In other words, there is likely to be a star nucleus here? Apart from being shocked, Jiang Qin's expression was also filled with astonishment. If he could really find a star core in this place, wouldn't that mean his stellar astral would be able to complete its transformation? Fortune comes from danger. There was a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in Jiang Qin's eyes. No matter what kind of monster this perception spirit was, he must kill it. It's possible. The Black King pondered. However, at this moment, the perception spirit had already charged forward again. It was without any moves, but it gave people an extremely abnormal feeling. Its power had no upper limit, and even Jiang Qin could not withstand its sharpness. The Black King could only fight passively. The two of them joined hands, but they still could not resist the perception spirit, which made Jiang Qin miserable. This guy is too difficult to deal with. Black King, do you know its weakness? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. In the face of endless giant claws tearing through the air, the perception spirit's momentum was even stronger. The continuous supply of Genesis Chi was the foundation of its invincibility. Without any hesitation, it charged towards Jiang Qin again and again. Jiang Qin with his invincible body could not threaten it. If this continued, he might be tortured to death by the perception spirit. The dragon claws were as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The Black King, who was at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, could only fight desperately, but it was useless. To restrain this damn thing, only a powerful living spirit can do it. The Black King smiled bitterly. A powerful living spirit? Jiang Qin murmured. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He knew how to deal with the perception spirit. He took out the heavenly dragon sword and activated the sword spirit. The sword chi was thousands of feet long, and the sword spirit was matchless. A dragon soul surged out. The shadow of the dragon was graceful, and its power shook the sky. The living soul of the sky dragon sword was an existence that even Jiang Qin could not completely control. This time it was all up to it. Whether or not it could defeat the spirit depended on this one move. The appearance of the dragon soul really made the thought spirit passive, and its whole body seemed to be extremely restless. Jiang Qin saw that there was a chance, so he stood up with his sword and activated the sword soul again. The dragon soul came out of its body, lingering in the void and entangling the thought spirit. The two soul shadows kept tearing each other, and with the help of Jiang Qin's supreme sword chi, they began to fight back. The Black King followed closely behind and assisted Jiang Qin, forcing the terrifying psyche spirit to retreat again. With the dragon soul at the forefront, Jiang Qin and the Black King were like tigers that had grown wings. The psyche spirit was forced to retreat again and again. Roar, the thought spirit let out a roar of unwillingness. However, at this time, the heavenly dragon sword soul seemed to be even more violent. It actually began to devour the thought spirit. Good heavens! Jiang Chen was extremely excited. The heavenly dragon sword soul was going to take the thought spirit as its own. Let's explode and devour it completely. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches, like an angry King Kong. Killing the thought spirit was just around the corner. As time went by, the dragon soul gradually devoured the thought spirit. Jiang Chen and the Black King also pursued it crazily, and finally defeated it completely. After the dragon soul devoured the thought spirit, Jiang Chen also felt the terror of the heavenly dragon sword. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword had grown to a point where he could not control it. However, he was the master of the heavenly dragon sword after all. Although it was difficult to control the sword soul, it did not hinder the growth of the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword had even reached the level of an 8th grade battle weapon. Its terror was self-evident. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and roared towards the sky. At that moment, the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was like a punishment from the heavens. The dragon roared towards the 9 heavens. Even the entire abyss was filled with the roar of the dragon. This sword is too powerful. The Black King could not help but say. Because the sword soul was strong, the heavenly dragon sword was also strong. Therefore, the power displayed was also wonderful. Jiang Chen's supreme sword art and the heavenly dragon sword were simply flawless. Jiang Chen waved the sword and danced. The sword chi roared. At that moment, he was constantly searching for the perfect intersection with the sword. The current Jiang Chen thought that he was not worthy of the heavenly dragon sword, but he never slacked off. At the beginning of man, his nature was good. At the beginning of the sword, it was to resist the cold wind. Between the palm and the sword could shock the wind. Jiang Chen's limitless sword once again had a new realization. The strength of the heavenly dragon sword made Jiang Chen more and more powerful. Jiang Chen's strength also made the limitless sword have a different kind of breakthrough. The limitless sword, the swordless realm, the strength of the sword, the strength of the realm. Jiang Chen's heart was not distracted. He waved the sword and sprinkled the rain. The 27th blade had already reached its peak. At this moment there was a turning point. The 27th blade had finally broken through and reached a new height. The 28th blade. The momentum of the sword led the tide of swordsmanship. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of joy. This time it could be said to be a double blessing. Not only did the heavenly dragon sword have a qualitative improvement, but the limitless sword also had a new change. The 28th blade had perfectly overlapped with the heavenly dragon sword. The power of the sword and the 100 changes of swordsmanship overlapped one after another. Congratulations, Master. The Black King's eyes were shining. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship and momentum were completely different. At this moment he felt a great sense of oppression. This sword came and went like the wind. Even the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor was no match for his master. Although the perception spirit has been broken, the Genesis Chi here is still endless. It seems that the star nucleus you mentioned may really be here. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He scanned the surroundings of the stone well but found nothing. Should he continue to look for it? Jiang Chen asked himself. He had to keep looking for it. Once he found the star nucleus, his strength would improve more than just a little. Although there is no life in the star nucleus, it is the core of a planet. Its energy is extremely terrifying, and it is very likely to devour you. Master, you must think twice before you act. Back then, the old master also reached the stellar level before he dared to swallow the star nucleus, but he still narrowly escaped death and was almost swallowed by the star nucleus. The Black King said in a low voice as a form of warning. However, he knew that the temper of this new master of his was even more stubborn than that of his old master. Now that he was about to obtain the star core and refine the astral, how could he choose to retreat? Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed was not his character. I know, but I have to do this. Only when I become strong enough can I have more chances to find my child. The image of that stubborn and tough child emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes, which was exactly the same as his younger self. Father will definitely find you at the ends of the earth. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He could not retreat and he had no reason to. Don't worry, I will be fine. It's just the star nucleus. I will find it no matter where I go. After speaking, Jiang Chen dashed deeper into the void. He only had one goal, and that was to find the star nucleus. Find the core of the ancient dragon star. Chapter 47:13. Jiang Chen dove all the way down. There was an end to the abyss, but there was no end to the stone well. He was surrounded by chaos and mist. There were only two things that made him feel deeply. One was that the Genesis Chi was getting denser and denser, and the other was that it was getting hotter and hotter. It was a heat that came from the bottom of his heart and made him restless. Not only was the surface of his skin hot, but the fire in his heart seemed to be gushing out. Even though Jiang Chen had the protection of the 5-elemental divine fire, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. It was impossible to resist the terrifying heat. Without the protection of the 5-elemental divine fire, Jiang Chen believed that ordinary people would have been melted and turned to ashes long ago. It's too hot here. Isn't it too strange? Jiang Chen scrunched his brows in a frown, and sweat constantly flowed down his body. As time passed, Jiang Chen felt that his internal organs were about to explode from the heat. In the end, all the sweat on his body evaporated, and even the 5-elemental divine fire was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Jiang Chen continued to dive deeper. He didn't know how much time had passed or where he had reached. He only knew that he was about to reach the limit of his body in the heat, but he still couldn't find the location of the star core. I must find you. Jiang Chen was increasingly certain that there must be a star core here. Otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult to move an inch. Every once in a while, the heat in his body would invade his body again and again, as if his tendons and bones were being torn apart and his flesh was being torn apart. But Jiang Chen still gritted his teeth and endured. No one knew how much pain he was in, and no one knew what he had experienced. During this trip to the abyss, Jiang Chen had likely reached the bottom of the earth. Finally, the heavens didn't disappoint those who tried. Jiang Chen finally arrived at the bottom of a rolling pool of lava. The lava was crimson and emitted boundless heat, making it extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to breathe. Waves of heat surged into the sky and assaulted his nostrils. The divine fire of 5 elements kept protecting Jiang Chen. The slightest mistake could cost Jiang Chen his life. Above the magma, Jiang Chen saw a fiery red oval sphere that was roughly 10 feet wide. It spun continuously as the air around it crackled. The surface of the sphere was uneven, but Jiang Chen could feel an incomparably terrifying Genesis Chi pulsing from it. It's him. Was him. That was it. This is the ancient dragon planet's core. The Black King said excitedly from within the Buddha prison pagoda. His excitement was evident in his words. Are you saying that this huge fireball is the star core? A blazing light exploded in Jiang Chen's eyes. His pupils shrank and his heart turned incomparably solemn. Star core. Had he finally found the star core? Jiang Chen rejoiced. If he had given up halfway, he might not have had any fate with the star core. However, he had risked his life to dive deep underground and search for a long time. If not for the divine fire of 5 elements, he would not have been able to reach this place. No wonder the Black King had said that even his old master only dared to devour a star core after reaching the star stage. The environment here was already so terrifying that it left one speechless. Any expert below the star stage would undoubtedly die if they entered this place. The scorching fire energy was enough to melt them in an instant. That's right. This is the star's core, the source of energy for countless stars. The reason why a star can keep on rotating is because of the existence of the star's core. Combined with the gravitational force between the stars, it forms a star that keeps on rotating. It's a pity that this star core doesn't have much life left. It's only 10 feet in size. However, it's perfect for you to absorb. The largest star core I've ever seen was nearly 10,000 feet in size. It's pretty terrifying. Even so, this star core can support ancient dragon star for 1 billion years. The star power contained within is continuously compressed and baked by the geocentric star fire, causing the star power to burn and transform into Genesis Chi that is continuously emitted from the depths of the planet's core. This is why the scene we saw earlier was formed. Without this stone well, the Genesis Chi would seep through the ground and reach the surface of the planet. The intensity of the seepage would be different, and the Genesis veins would be formed. Some places would be filled with Genesis Chi, while others would be extremely dry. The Black King's words were akin to enlightenment for Jiang Chen. It also made him realize that the origin of Genesis Chi was the star core. A 10 feet large star core could support a star's Genesis Chi for 1 billion years. It was pretty terrifying. In that case, if I swallow this planet core, won't I cause the collapse of ancient dragon star? Jiang Chen frowned and asked in a low voice. No, the star core is merely the core of the Genesis Chi. When you saw this star core, the geocentric star fire had already burned half of the star core. In other words, The Genesis Chi under the entire ancient dragon star is enough to support ancient dragon star for a billion years. Even if the heaviest ancient dragon star gradually loses its Genesis Chi, ancient dragon star will not collapse. It will just become a barren land where the Genesis Chi will gradually thin and become an abandoned planet. There are countless stars like this in the universe. Do you know how many years have passed in the universe? No one knows and no one knows. It's not easy to find a planet with a star core. Some of the bigger planets can still last for billions or even billions of years even after their star cores have been burned. Even a planet with lush foliage and dense Genesis Chi may have lost its star core long ago. You're pretty lucky this time. The Black King explained to Jiang Qin. He did not seem to know much about the star core. Jiang Qin nodded silently. So that's how it was. Previously he was worried that if he absorbed the star core, the entire ancient dragon star would be destroyed and billions of lives would be wiped out. If that happened, he would become a real homicidal maniac. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Otherwise, as you said, even a planet with dense Genesis Chi could be useless. If I can't find a star core that's too big, I might not be able to bear it. Aha, even the heavens are helping me. Jiang Qin said excitedly. The geocentric star fire is too scary. Even my 5 elemental divine fire can't resist it. It would be perfect if I could absorb the geocentric star fire. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and covetousness. You can't do that, master. This geocentric star fire is too domineering. It's impossible to keep it for yourself. Even the star core has been burned to nothingness. If you were to take it into your body, it would instantly melt. Chapter 47:14. Haha, I'm just saying. Jiang Qin looked at the geocentric star fire and felt a little unwilling. If he could get his hands on the geocentric star fire, it would be a trump card. Looking around, Jiang Qin suddenly found a corpse by the side of the magma. The body had been burnt, but the bones were not corroded. Jiang Qin was shocked. There was no protection in this place and it had been burned by the Earth core star flame for so many years, but it was still safe and sound. How strong was the owner of this corpse? There's another mace? Jiang Qin noticed that beside the corpse, a greenish-yellow long mace attracted his attention. Jiang Qin fixed his eyes on it and became serious. This long mace was not any weaker than his heavenly dragon sword. What kind of treasure was this? Who was the owner of this corpse? Jiang Qin picked up the long mace. The moment he held it in his hand, an image of a man carrying a long mace on his back appeared in his mind. It was a majestic man with a majestic aura. His eyes were like golden crystals looking down at the heavens. What an overbearing man. Young man, it is your good fortune that you can come to this place. Please carry my body back to the Eternal Dragon Tribe and this Konglong Jian will be yours. The Eternal Dragon Tribe will always be your friend. Also, I will give you a reverse dragon scale as a gift. My name is Great Sage Pingtian. If we are fated, we might meet again after 100 reincarnations. The man's voice was deep and powerful. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. The Konglong mace in his hand was buzzing. He felt a terrifying aura coming from the Konglong mace. The aura of the person just now made Jiang Qin feel suffocated. He was too powerful. Jiang Qin had never seen such a powerful person before. He did not have the ability to resist at all. He did not even have the slightest intention to resist. In his other hand, a piece of reverse dragon scale appeared. Jiang Qin could not calm down for a long time. This person was from the Eternal Dragon Tribe. The Konglong mace was also extremely overbearing. It was not inferior to his heavenly dragon sword at all. It was even difficult for him to control. Another piece of reverse dragon scale. Jiang Qin now had 2 pieces of reverse dragon scale. His strength would definitely improve a lot. This is the Konglong mace? The Black King let out another cry of surprise. Could he be Great Sage Pingtian? That's impossible. How could a powerful and ruthless person like the Great Sage who pacifies heaven fall here? The Black King said in a deep voice. He said he was Great Sage Pingtian. Do you know him? Great Sage Pingtian? How could I not know? The Great Sage of the Heaven Leveling is an expert on the same level as my old master. The Konglong Jian is his peerless divine weapon. How could he have fallen here? In that case, he really is the Great Sage who pacifies heaven. The Black King said. No wonder. I was wondering why there was an abyssal stone well here that leads to the depths of the Earth's core. Did the Great Sage who pacified heaven want to devour the star core back then? Or was he injured by the geocentric star fire? That shouldn't be the case. Even after he died, the geocentric star fire couldn't melt his corpse. It was too difficult for an expert of his level to kill him. The only possibility was the star core. Although the star core looked ordinary, even an expert as powerful as the great sage of the heaven leveling could only look at it in the dust. He must have discovered the secret of the stellar core. In this universe there aren't many people who know about the stellar core. How so? Jiang Chen was even more confused. I know about the existence of the star core in the Earth's core because of Old Master. There are probably no more than 3 to 5 people in the world who know about the secret of the geocentric star core. Everyone knows about the existence of Genesis Chi, but they don't know how it is produced. I told you before that Genesis Chi is produced by the geocentric star fire burning the stellar core. In addition to the Eternal Lord, my master also knows about it. It seems that great sage Ping Tian also discovered this secret. However, do you think anyone can directly devour the power of the stars? Except for the astral pole created by Old Master, no one can solve the problem of devouring and changing the power of the stars. They can only devour Genesis Chi but not the power of the stars. At the end of the day, great sage Ping Tian should have died because of his greed. He wanted to devour the stellar core, but he most likely suffered a backlash. The Black King couldn't help but sigh. The great sage who pacifies the heavens was a member of the Eternal Dragon clan. Even in the eternal world he had a transcendent status. There weren't many who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. It's a pity that he died here. From what you said, it seems that great sage Ping Tian is a very righteous person. Otherwise you wouldn't feel sorry for him. Jiang Qin said. Since he had taken great sage Ping Tian's Kong Long Jian and reverse dragon scale, it was only right for him to bring great sage Ping Tian's corpse back to the Eternal Dragon clan. That's right. It's a pity that not everyone in this world can devour the stellar core and refine the power of the stars. Even the Eternal Lord can't do it. The Black King said in a low voice. Jiang Qin put away great sage Ping Tian's corpse and began to prepare to refine the stellar core. Master, be careful. Even the astral pole can't guarantee that nothing will go wrong. The energy of the stellar core is too great. You must continue to compress it in order to devour and fuse with it. You must be careful. The Black King reminded him. I understand. Jiang Qin nodded silently. His eyes were burning as he looked at the stellar core without blinking. He took a deep breath. He had to go all out for the astral pole this time. Jiang Qin moved his hands and activated the astral pole. His palms were constantly being roasted by the geocentric star fire. Jiang Qin frowned and focused. The erosion of the heat waves almost made him walk on the edge of death again and again. No one could understand the feeling of despair. However, he couldn't retreat or fall. He could only continue to move forward and overcome all difficulties in order to see the light. Jiang Qin's hands were scorched by the geocentric star fire until they were dry. The surface of his skin had completely become cooked meat. His entire body was also constantly shriveling like a skinny old man. It was difficult for him to move forward. However, even so, Jiang Qin still persevered. The pain of his physical body was not worth mentioning compared to the pain of his soul. After Jiang Qin activated the astral pole, he gradually compressed the stellar core until it became smaller and smaller until it was the size of a millstone. Jiang Qin didn't know how much time had passed. However, he was already as thin as a stick and unrecognizable. At this time he finally compressed the energy of the stellar core to the extreme. From now on he would truly fuse and devour it. Starlight, enter my body and help me become a sage. Jiang Qin's eyes were like torches. He roared and roared as he absorbed the energy of the stellar core. The dark blue power of the stellar core began to continuously enter Jiang Qin's body. Jiang Qin felt extremely carefree. During this period of time, his body had been in a state of being scorched. However, it was different now. The ice-cold power of the stellar core made him feel refreshed and much more comfortable. Chapter 47:15. There was no sense of time in the mountains. Jiang Qin didn't know how long he had been devouring the power of the stars, but at that time his body was in extreme pain. Although this was the smallest star core according to the Black King, the power of the stars still caused Jiang Qin unspeakable pain. Although he had devoured all the power of the stars, whether or not he could completely refine it depended on himself. If he failed, Jiang Qin's body would explode and he would die. Jiang Qin frantically revolved the astral pole, but the power of the stars was too violent, and Jiang Qin's body couldn't take it anymore. To wear the crown one must bear the weight. The current Jiang Qin couldn't bear the excessive power of the stars, which put him in a worrying situation. The Black King was also extremely worried. Whether or not Jiangchen could complete the devouring of the star core and completely stabilize the astral pole, success or failure depended on this. This daddy doesn't believe that I can't eat a fatty in one bite. Jiangchen's anger rose. Damn it, this time he had to go all out. He didn't want his body to explode. The endless power of the stars was wreaking havoc in his body. If he couldn't perfectly fuse it for a long time, he would eventually explode. Jiangchen endured the tearing of his body and bones again and again. It was as if he was swaying between heaven and hell, and could fall into the bottomless abyss at any time. The pain accompanied Jiangchen for a long time. Jiangchen relied on a strand of will to hold on until now. He wanted to live, he had to live, find his son and return to the divine world safely. They were still waiting for his return. This was the unerasable longing in Jiangchen's heart. Little Yu Qingqing, they were all waiting for him. Fuse for me. Jiangchen roared as he clasped his palms together. Astral energy circulated in his dantian. The astral pole's revolution was completed. Jiangchen had gone through 9 deaths and 9 lives, breaking through the cycle of reincarnation in hell. Finally, at this moment he returned to heaven and earth. At that moment, Jiangchen's strength continued to rise. The peak of the 4th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Level 5 of the Star Emperor realm. The peak of the 5th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. The 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. The peak of the 6th level of the Star Emperor realm. Only at this moment did it gradually come to a stop. The eruption of the power of the stars caused Jiangchen's strength to have a qualitative leap, and he was as stable as Mount Tai. The benefits that the astral pole had brought to Jiangchen were simply too many. Moreover, Jiangchen had completely mastered the 1st level of the astral pole. At this moment, the astral pole could be considered to have truly entered the next level. Haha, I did it. Ah. Jiangchen laughed wildly. The Black King was also extremely excited, feeling gratified for his master. He had mixed feelings and was even worried that his master wouldn't be able to withstand the violence of the astral core with his current cultivation. But in the end, his master broke through all the obstacles and reached the 1st level of the astral pole, the astral core's great achievement. It was worthy of celebration and celebration. Congratulations, master. The astral pole has finally reached the great achievement realm. You'll definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. The Black King said excitedly. Thank you for your kind words. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can kill the 3 brothers of the Mo family with a single punch. Jiangchen said with a smile. It won't be easy to find the astral core in the future. It all depends on luck. Although he was lucky this time, it wouldn't be so easy to find the astral core the next time. Although the astral pole was terrifying, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. If he relied on absorbing the astral core to improve, he might be able to make progress in 10,000 years. Now it was time to leave this place. Jiangchen's body started to regenerate and he started to restore his previous appearance. The skinny old man also disappeared without a trace. However, at this time, Jiangchen's eyes still fell on the geocentric flame. Even with his current cultivation, he couldn't withstand the pressure brought by the geocentric flame. Let's try using the myriad chi cauldron. Jiangchen's eyes lit up and he took out the myriad chi cauldron. As expected, the myriad chi cauldron carried a cauldron of geocentric flame, but it didn't melt. Jiangchen's confidence increased and he was very happy. This cauldron of geocentric flame was his trump card. Even a stellar-level expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Logically speaking, when one reached the level of the great sage of the heaven leveling, his body wouldn't decay even after death. However, his body was melted by the geocentric flame. Hence, it was enough to show how overbearing the geocentric flame was. Jiangchen had already made up his mind. If he encountered the geocentric flame again and his strength reached the stellar level, he would definitely try to devour it completely and make it his own. This myriad chi cauldron is really magical. Master, where did you get it? Even I have never heard of it before. This myriad chi cauldron should at least be a divine item of the same level as the Konglong Jian. The Black King's face was full of shock. Who knows? It's just a cauldron that I used to refine elixirs. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders and couldn't be bothered with him. Now he had to get up and leave. If he could repair the teleportation formation this time, his trip to the ancient dragon star might come to an end. Now he was more and more worried about De Huang, Longshisan and Xiaolong. Were they also teleported to other planets? Or were they already in the Tianqi Galaxy City? At the Golden Dragon Tribe's 10,000 miles of Gray Mountain. At this moment, clouds and thunder surged and black clouds pressed down on the city. Countless silhouettes of dragons filled the void. Between heaven and earth, even the air seemed to have solidified. Mountain peaks were stacked and dragon roars could be heard. It was frightening. Brr, brr, brr. A pitch-black figure held a 9-foot steel trident and stood proudly between heaven and earth. Countless huge dragons circled above the void with a monstrous aura. Is Jianghu Bai in here? An angry roar shook the entire sky. The surrounding area was completely covered. At this moment, the Golden Dragon tribe also turned out in full strength and set up the strongest defense in the mountains and forests. Suddenly, a golden figure rushed up to the peak of the sky. He was wearing golden armor and his eyes were sharp. He stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the black figure silently. Tribe leader Mo, what do you mean? Jianghu Bai said faintly. However, looking at Mo Xiaolong and the countless experts of the dragon tribe, he had a guess in his heart. In the ranking competition, you used all kinds of despicable methods to kill your own people. Do you admit to such a crime? Mo Xiaolong said. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Are you forcing the Golden Dragon tribe to submit? Jianghu Bai's face gradually turned cold. Only your daughter survived. This is the evidence. If you hand over your daughter now, I might be lenient and consider sparing her life. Chapter 47:16. Don't even think about it. Mo Xiaolong, don't you want the Golden Dragon tribe to surrender to you? Don't you want to rule the ancient dragon star? Why do you have to play so many tricks? Why don't you just say that you want us to surrender or die? That's simple. Why do you have to play so many tricks? Jianghu Bai laughed coldly. At this time, even if he had 1,000 words to say, Mo Xiaolong would only act according to his wishes and attack them. This was slander. Now that the Eternal Dragon tribe had sent a large army, you are telling me that it is because my daughter is guilty? Isn't that bullshit? To put it bluntly, Mo Xiaolong wanted to rule the ancient dragon star. Although the Eternal Dragon tribe was strong and was the strongest among the 4 tribes, his ambition was to trample the entire ancient dragon star under his feet. He wanted the other 3 dragon tribes to be his dogs. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face in the past, Mo Xiaolong said seriously. Mo Xiaolong said in a serious tone. How could they not have a good reason to fight an ancient dragon star? Even though his thoughts had been seen through by Jianghu Bai, he did not admit it. Since things had come to this, only a battle could solve the problem. Fists could change everything. I guess that you were ambitious, but I didn't expect you to be so anxious. It seems that the other 2 dragon tribes are already in your hands. Jianghu Bai was extremely worried, but he could do nothing. At this time, he could only defend every inch of the Golden Dragon tribe's land. He had to fight for every inch of land. This was the only thing he could do. This was his responsibility as the leader of the tribe. They're the same as you, stubborn and inflexible. However, their endings are worse than you can imagine. You can choose to kneel before me and admit your guilt. That way, I'll be merciful and perhaps give you a way out. Isn't it good to be my dog? Why do you have to go against me? What will you get? Under your rule, the Golden Dragon tribe will only get uglier and uglier. I'm giving all of you a chance. I will let all of you become my people. I will let all of you cultivate better and have more opportunities. The ancient dragon planet is one big family. I'm doing this for the good of this big family. The world is big, but it must be divided and united. Long ago, the ancient dragon star was united. Now, I am just doing what a great man should do. I believe that in the future, the 4 dragon tribes will always remember me because I gave them a better life and gave them more opportunities to cultivate. As for you, you will only be a sinner of the Golden Dragon tribe. Mo Xiaolong spoke with fervor and composure. His expression was arrogant and his eyes were filled with disdain. There was only one belief in his heart, and that was to unify the 4 great dragon clans. He would be the true master of the 4 great dragon clans. Now that the Dino clan and the proud Sky Dragon clan had been conquered by him, only the Golden Dragon clan was left. That sounds nice. You are doing this for the reverse dragon scale in our hands. Jianghu Bai said disdainfully. No matter how glib Mo Xiaolong was, Jianghu Bai knew that Mo Xiaolong was doing this for the reverse dragon scale of the other 3 dragon tribes. Back then, the ancestors of the 4 dragon tribes each obtained a reverse dragon scale. The dragon tribe of the ancient dragon star was split into 4 and became the current 4 dragon tribes. Even though the Eternal Dragon tribe had the upper hand and was the #1 tribe, it was still difficult for them to destroy the other tribes. However, Mo Xiaolong had reached the ninth heaven of the Star King realm and was able to suppress the leaders of the other 4 dragon tribes. Jin Yibai was very clear that the crime that Mo Xiaolong gave them was completely non-existent. It was all for his own selfish desires, to obtain the reverse dragon scale in their hands. He seems like you are smart. However, the winner takes all. Your chance is gone. If I don't kill you today, how can I convince the others? From today onwards, there will only be the eternal dragon tribe in the ancient dragon star. You will be slaves forever. Mo Xiaolong's tyrannical voice shook the entire space. Countless people felt their hearts tremble because he was simply too powerful. Even Jin Yibai couldn't help but take a step back, his expression extremely ugly. Oh no, our golden dragon race is in for a great calamity. This is our fate. The Aotian dragon tribe and the dragon tribe are probably finished. It seems like the eternal dragon tribe is going to unite the ancient dragon star. Why don't we surrender? At least we can keep our lives. *CK off. Do you think I am afraid of death? Are the golden dragon tribe cowards? Even if we die, we will fight them to the end. We will never admit defeat. That's right. Do you think the eternal dragon clan will let us go even if we surrender? They can't wait to turn us into slaves. Then we will live a life worse than death. The people of the golden dragon tribe were riled up. Surrendering at this time was not a solution. The eternal dragon tribe did not want them to submit to them and become their people. They wanted to treat them like slaves. When that time came, they might be killed mercilessly. They would not even have a chance to fight back. They would only end up in a worse state than they were now. There was still a chance if they fought to the death. However, if they gave up just like that, they would be no different from salted fish. The golden dragon tribe swears to follow the tribe leader. We swear to follow the tribe leader. We swear to follow the tribe leader. Loud roars resounded across the land and mountains. The people from the golden dragon clan were already prepared to fight to the death with the people from the eternal dragon clan. Jin Yibai was extremely gratified. At this time he had obtained the support of the entire tribe. Even if he died now, it would be a worthy death. That was because so many people were his loyal subjects. They were fighting for the golden dragon tribe and dying for the golden dragon tribe. He had no regrets. Another silhouette flashed past. At this moment, Jin Xiaoxiao was wearing a silver armor, looking valiant and heroic, standing proudly beside Jin Yibai. Her beautiful eyes flickered with murderous intent. After Jiang Chen's death, there was only battle intent in her heart. Until today, her strength had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of Star Emperor, because she firmly believed that she would be able to leave this place one day. Your son swears to protect the golden dragon tribe to the death. I will advance and retreat with father. Jin Xiaoxiao gripped her sword. Tens of millions of dragon tribe experts followed behind her. Facing the attack of the eternal dragon tribe, a great battle was about to break out. Good. Fight for the tribe. My son is brave and fearless. He is the role model of the golden dragon tribe. Ah. Jin Yibai patted Jin Xiaoxiao's shoulder. I will fight with father. I am a member of the golden dragon tribe in life and a ghost of the golden dragon tribe in death. I have no regrets in this life. Chapter 47:17. You don't know what's good for you. Then I'll send you and your mother to hell. Mo Xiaolong sneered. It seemed that he really had to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obediently knelt in front of him. You won't give up until you see the coffin. Jin Yibai, you will pay the price for your decision. I want your entire golden dragon tribe to die. Mo Xiaolong waved his hand, and the 4 8th heavenly layer star emperors behind him attacked Jin Yibai. Good. My golden dragon tribe has never been a coward, unless you step over my dead body. Jin Yibai directly faced the 4 great experts of the eternal dragon tribe. He was also an 8th heavenly layer star emperor. If the 4 great experts attacked with all their strength, Jin Yibai would have to go all out to stop their advance. But even so, Jin Yibai didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. 1 against 4, this was already very terrifying. Facing these 4, he didn't have any confidence. But in the face of such a great enemy as the leader of the tribe, what he had to do, was to use his life to cheer for his tribe. Kill? Jin Xiaoxiao gave the order. Tens of thousands of golden dragon tribe members began to surge out from the mountains and forests, roaring and bellowing, going into battle to kill the enemy. They disregarded life and death, disregarding everything in order to protect their home for their wives and children, and for the eternal glory of the Golden Dragon tribe. If Jin Ibai retreated at this time, the entire Golden Dragon tribe would be reduced to a land of slaughter. At that time, no one would be able to survive. What a bunch of reckless fools, ha! Mo Xiaolong stood there like a raccoon, witnessing everything. There was no need for him to do anything. The entire Golden Dragon tribe could be annihilated. As long as Jin Ibai and Jin Xiaoxiao were killed, the Golden Dragon tribe would lose their backbone, and they would quickly collapse. To shoot a man, shoot the horse first. To capture the bandits, capture the leader first. Killing Jin Ibai would save him a lot of trouble. When the time came, the Golden Dragon tribe would be leaderless, and their battle prowess would drop. They would be utterly defeated, and they would be like a sheet of loose sand. Although the people of the Golden Dragon clan had been struggling bitterly, it was difficult for them to move forward. The most important thing was that Jin Ibai didn't have the slightest advantage at the moment. 4 experts of the 8th heavenly layer were suppressing him. Even if it was a battle of attrition, it was enough to defeat him. It wouldn't be long before this place turned into a sea of corpses. Dragons of both the Eternal Dragon clan and the Golden Dragon clan would die one after another. In a war, there was no real winner, only the most important winner, because victory had to be built with sweat and blood. What a waste of time. Mo Xiaolong's face was cold and gloomy. He wasn't in the mood to waste time with Jin Ibai. With a raise of his hand, the 9-foot steel trident fell from the sky like a divine weapon. Jin Ibai's expression changed drastically. He couldn't avoid it. The 4 experts had put him in a dilemma, so he could only take it head-on. Piaf! Jin Ibai coughed out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. His face was ashen and he was trembling from the pressure. He rolled down, covered in blood. He was seriously injured. Jin Ibai narrowed his eyes. He was incomparably shocked. The 9th heavenly layer Star Emperor was simply too strong. He didn't have any strength to resist. At the same time, the 4 experts attacked again. Jin Ibai was finally at a disadvantage. It was a matter of life and death. Father. Jin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed. She was incomparably worried. However, the experts she was facing were no less than her father. 5 7th heavenly layer Star Emperors were attacking and attacking. She was already somewhat exhausted. The experts of the Golden Dragon clan were almost all suppressed. The experts of the Eternal Dragon clan were more than twice their number. There was almost no chance of winning this battle. Jin Ibai was once again forced to retreat, but this time he was not so lucky. The attacks of the 4 fell on him almost at the same time, and he was once again forced to retreat. His face was pale and he leaned on the long blade in his hand. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Could it be that the heavens want my Golden Dragon clan to perish? Jin Ibai's eyes dimmed. It seemed that this time the Golden Dragon clan was really finished. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Whoever blocks this old man's path will not have a good end. Mo Xiaolong said in a deep voice. His imposing manner shook the heaven and earth. It was as if the entire sky was under his feet. Don't even think about it. Jin Ibai would rather die than submit. Jin Ibai gritted his teeth. Even if he had to risk his life, he would release his last glory. The Golden Dragon clan would never retreat. You're courting death. Mo Xiaolong's palm was like lightning whistling through the air. In an instant, the sky darkened, almost blocking all of Jin Ibai's escape routes. The purpose of this attack was to take his life. Father. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She roared hoarsely, but she couldn't help her father at all. There were so many experts around her. Her heart was filled with despair. Could it be that her father was really going to fall? In her heart, her father was always an indomitable existence. He would always be the arm that sheltered her from the wind and rain. But now he was already in his twilight years. His life was in front of her. At this moment in the sky, a strong wind suddenly blew. A thunder-like fist shook the void and directly blasted on Mo Xiaolong's palm. Sand and stones flew and thunder rumbled. Mo Xiaolong's eyes were cold. His palm was broken, but his face turned ugly. In this ancient dragon star, could it be that there was an expert who could match him? Jin Ibai had closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. But he didn't expect that he was still alive. Who was it? Who helped him block this attack? When Jin Ibai opened his eyes, he was completely stunned. Jin Xiaoxiao was also stunned. She couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen. Jin Xiaoxiao said from her throat. Her expression was extremely complicated. She once thought that Jiang Chen was dead. More than half a year had passed and there was no news from anyone. The Earth Dragon Ancient Abyss was once again covered in dust. But Jiang Chen's appearance shocked everyone. He was still alive. He was actually still alive. Jin Xiaoxiao cried tears of joy. Her eyes were full of excitement. Jiang Chen's return brought them great hope, at least in her eyes. Jiang Chen. You're still alive? Where are the people of my eternal dragon clan? Mo Xiaolong stared at Jiang Chen with lung lung. This guy was actually able to block his palm. It seemed that he had some strength. But no matter how strong he was just a guy at the 6th sky of Star Emperor realm. In his eyes, he was not worth mentioning. They're all dead. And they told me in my dream that they miss you very much. They want me to send you on your way. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 47:18. Not bad, you're a sharp-tongued brat. It's a pity that you're on the wrong side. Not only did you kill a member of the Mo clan, but you're also on the Golden Dragon clan's side. You're courting death, Mo Xiaolong said with a faint smile. I don't know if I'm courting death or not, but if you want to touch the Golden Dragon clan, you'll have to go through me first. Jiang Chen stood in front of Jin Bai, glancing at him and nodding slightly at Jin Xiaoxiao. He would definitely give the Golden Dragon clan an explanation in this battle. He was not even afraid of Mo Xiaolong. This battle was a good opportunity to test his strength and see what level he had reached. Arrogant brat, do you really think you can change the Eternal Dragon clan? In this ancient dragon star, no one can fight with me. Mo Xiaolong said with an arrogant face. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. How do you know if you don't try? Jiang Chen looked expectant. He was not afraid of Mo Xiaolong at all. At this moment, all the members of the Golden Dragon clan did not have much of a reaction, because some of them did not know Jiang Chen. Could a guy of the 6th heavenly layer really save them? This was simply a fantasy. Wasn't it crazy to pin their hopes on Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, you. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chen, her heart full of joy and worry. She even hoped that Jiang Chen had not returned to the Golden Dragon clan, because at this moment he was no longer shouldering the life and death of a single person, but the rise and fall of the entire Golden Dragon clan. If he did not come back, then perhaps he would have a chance to leave this place, but he still came back resolutely. It was very likely that the Eternal Dragon clan would bury him here forever. Jin Xiaoxiao did not have much confidence in Jiang Chen, because Mo Xiaolong was too strong. He had the support of the entire Eternal Dragon clan, while Jiang Chen was only one person. How could he fight the strongest force of the ancient dragon star? Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Chen's unquestionable voice caused Jin Xiaoxiao to be slightly stunned. His confidence was even firmer than she had imagined. In this battle, Jiang Chen might very well die for the Golden Dragon tribe. In that case, she would definitely not live alone. Since you like to play the hero so much, I will fulfill your wish. Mo Xiaolong's smile narrowed as his murderous aura surged. He waved his hand, and the 4 8 Sky Star Emperors behind him charged at Jiang Chen, hoping to kill him in one strike. Jin Bai and Jin Xiaoxiao held their breaths, watching the battle. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was obvious. 4 8 Heavenly Layer Star Emperors were too strong. Even the 10 Jin Bai could only avoid them. Jiang Chen didn't move at all, and the attacks of the 4 people directly bombarded Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen let out a low shout, and his aura soared to the clouds. He threw out 4 heavy punches in succession, and effortlessly dealt with the siege of the 4 experts. Interesting. Mo Xiaolong's eyes lit up. This Jiang Chen seemed to have some ability. This way he also became excited. He hoped that this Jiang Chen could bring him more surprises. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Conquering the ancient dragon star like this was no pressure for Mo Xiaolong at all. Jiang Chen directly used the dragon transformation, fighting 1 against 4. At this time, his move once again shocked the entire Golden Dragon tribe. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would directly fight the 4 experts of the Eternal Dragon tribe with the strength of a 6th Sky Star Emperor. Even their patriarch had to avoid him. However, Jiang Chen was getting fiercer and fiercer. The 4 people couldn't shake him at all, and were even forced back by him again and again. The scene was extremely lively. At this time, the Golden Dragon tribe also raised their arms and cheered loudly, full of confidence. As their blood boiled, it stimulated their potential to protect their homeland. The 4 of you are still no match for me. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword and rushed straight in. The 4 experts immediately felt that they were facing a formidable enemy, because Jiang Chen changed his previous posture of defense and began to counterattack. He was like a sword, unstoppable. The limitless sword began to wreak havoc wildly. The sword shadows made the 4 people complain incessantly. Their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises. Jiang Chen's speed and strength completely crushed them. They almost had no power to fight back. From the initial confidence they were passive. Not only the four experts but even Mo Xiaolong's face was not good. Jiang Chen was too abnormal, wasn't he? 1 against 4 and they couldn't fight back at all. If the fight continued, the four experts' lives would be at stake. The scene became more and more lively. The Eternal Dragon Tribe's people were also shocked. Mo Xiaolong knew that it seemed that he had to take action. Otherwise, once the morale was low, the Golden Dragon Tribe would likely find a chance to turn the tables. He had to kill them directly. A bunch of trash. Get out of here. Mo Xiaolong shouted in a deep voice. He finally wanted to kill Jiang Chen personally. Jiang Chen looked calm, holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The real battle had just begun. Mo Xiaolong's palm technique was like thunder, rolling and roaring, stirring up the void. Jiang Chen was facing a formidable enemy and did not dare to be careless. Mo Xiaolong was not someone the four experts of the 8th heavenly layer could compare to. The 9th heavenly layer Astral Emperor was only a step away from the stellar level expert, so Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate him at all. After the 7th heavenly layer Astral Emperor, everyone's strength could not be underestimated. According to Mo Xiaolong, he might really be the strongest expert of the ancient dragon star. How could Jiang Chen dare to be careless? Die for me. Mo Xiaolong's palm landed on Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eye as he punched out with his fist. However, he was pushed back by Mo Xiaolong. Jiang Chen took a few steps back with a solemn expression on his face. This palm strike made him feel the domineering aura of the strongest warrior in the ancient dragon star. This Mo Xiaolong really deserved his reputation. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Mo Xiaolong sneered and took the opportunity to attack Jiang Chen. He wanted to give a fatal blow to a drowning dog. This was his specialty. Mo Xiaolong's strength was unstoppable. Once he made a move, countless people would tremble in fear. There was almost no one who could match him. Even Genie Bai could not last more than 10 moves against him. This was also the reason why Mo Xiaolong dared to fight against the entire ancient dragon star's 3 great dragon tribes by himself. His confidence was unmatched. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and rushed forward again. He was determined to kill Mo Xiaolong. The two figures continued to exchange blows. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique made him invincible. Even when facing a strong opponent like Mo Xiaolong, he was invincible. Chapter 47:19. They had thought that Jiang Chen was here to die. But now, it seemed that this expert who had saved the day was indeed extraordinary. Isn't he too strong? Is he really a level 6-star sovereign? That's impossible. Exactly. This guy makes me speechless. Even our chief is no match for Mo Xiaolong, but he is on par with Mo Xiaolong. If it weren't for the fact that it happened right in front of me, I would have thought that I was seeing things. Maybe he is a true genius. I'm afraid we are all mediocre in his eyes. Sigh, comparisons are odious. My only hope now is that Jiang Chen can defeat Mo Xiaolong and return the Golden Dragon Tribe to its former glory. It's difficult. Although Jiang Chen is strong, I'm afraid that he doesn't have enough strength. He seems to be able to fight Mo Xiaolong now, but once Mo Xiaolong uses his full strength, Jiang Chen will be in danger. The people of the Golden Dragon Tribe were anxious. They hoped that Jiang Chen could help them turn the tide. But Mo Xiaolong's strength was too terrifying. He was the #1 expert of the ancient dragon planet. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? As expected, Jiang Chen found it difficult to move forward. Mo Xiaolong was too strong. Jiang Chen's aura could not suppress him at all. The Eternal Dragon Tribe was indeed strong. Jiang Chen had to give it his all. This battle was not as simple as Jiang Chen had imagined. Startling dragon roar. Mo Xiaolong's roar was deafening. The dragon's roar flashed across the sky. Many covered their ears. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They were in extreme pain. So scary. Everyone cried out in alarm. They had no choice but to retreat as their bodies tensed up. Eternal celestial wind. Jiang Chen roared. Blades of wind fell from the sky. His aura was overwhelming. He did not retreat. The dragon's roar directly scattered Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind. However, it was unable to force Jiang Chen back. Jiang Chen only retreated a dozen steps. His countenance was as calm as ever, The cheers of the Golden Dragon Tribe became even more fervent. Jiang Qin and Emo Xiaolong's battle was rather intense. Jin Yibai's blood was boiling as he watched. After so many years he no longer had the passion of his youth. However, Jiang Chen's appearance made him incomparably excited. Not bad, very good. Very good, very good. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Dying under my reverse dragon scale is your good fortune. Dragon's reverse scale, grant me strength. Emo Xiaolong's body suddenly shone brightly, and 3 reverse dragon scales appeared between his eyebrows. At this moment, his strength suddenly soared. It's the reverse dragon scale. Jin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Chen, watch out. Jin Yibai's expression changed drastically. No one knew how powerful the reverse dragon scale was. Of course, he was one of the few who knew. Hence, he would rather retreat in defeat than use the reverse dragon scale. As long as he kept the news of the reverse dragon scale, Emo Xiaolong would not exterminate the Golden Dragon tribe. That was his final trump card. However, it was obvious that Emo Xiaolong had obtained the reverse dragon scales of the Outyin Dragon tribe and the Dinosaur tribe. 3 reverse dragon scales had boosted his strength considerably. Jiang Chen, retreat. Jin Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. At this moment, if Jiang Chen did not retreat, he would very likely be obliterated by Emo Xiaolong. Your end is here. Emo Xiaolong's sinister smile reverberated in the sky. To anyone, this was a symbol of the end of the world. The 3 reverse dragon scales sealed the entire void. The power that they brought to Emo Xiaolong was also unimaginable. Dragon's reverse dragon scale? I happen to have 2 of them too. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes turned cold as he activated the 2 reverse dragon scales and fused them with his dragon vein. In an instant, the same radiance was released, shocking everyone. He actually has 2 reverse dragon scales too? Jin Yibai and Jin Xiaoxiao looked at each other and gasped. Dragon's reverse dragon scales were not cabbages. Everyone had one. Even the Eternal Dragon tribe had one. It was a symbol of power and not everyone had one. Yet Jiang Chen actually had 2 of them. How could they not be shocked? Emo Xiaolong's eyes flickered. He was so excited that he could not control himself. He only had one reason to deal with the other 3 dragon tribes, and that was to obtain the reverse dragon scale. But now Jiang Chen actually had 2 of them. Could it be that the heavens were on his side? Emo Xiaolong was so happy that he could not close his mouth. This time he had really struck it rich. Looks like there's a free deal. Haha, I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search only to find it by chance. Emo Xiaolong was extremely excited. Jiang Chen was simply delivering milk to him. He was still worried that he did not have the opportunity to break through to the stellar level. He wanted to use the reverse dragon scale to break through to the ancient dragon planet. Yet Jiang Chen actually gave him 2 reverse dragon scales. This was simply an auspicious sign from the heavens. I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it. Jiang Chen sneered. Both of their auras rose once again. As they looked at each other, their fighting spirit soared. The ultimate battle had completely erupted. Jiang Chen, catch. Jin Yibai hesitated. At this moment he still threw the reverse dragon scale in his hand to Jiang Chen. This was their last hope. If Jiang Chen lost, then the entire Golden Dragon tribe would be in deep trouble. When the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. If they wanted to survive, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, if Jiang Chen really managed to turn the tables at this moment and defeat Emo Xiaolong, then they would become the true rulers of the ancient dragon planet. Jin Yibai was filled with worry. This was something left behind by their ancestors. It was an existence that the 4 great tribes guarded. He knew very well how powerful the reverse dragon scale was. Jiang Chen only had 2 reverse dragon scales. He would definitely be at a disadvantage against Emo Xiaolong. With the addition of his scale, it might be the key to victory. At this moment, Jin Yibai had completely placed his last hope in Jiang Chen's hands. This was something that could not be helped, because he was the only one who could truly fight Emo Xiaolong. I hope you won't disappoint me, Jin Yibai murmured. Jiang Chen's body trembled. He took the reverse dragon scale from Jin Yibai's hand. This was Jin Yibai's trust in him. It was also their entrustment. Jiang Chen was not fighting alone. The entire Golden Dragon tribe was fighting. He definitely could not lose. If he lost, then the Golden Dragon tribe would suffer. Jiang Chen, I believe in you. Chapter 47:20. A bunch of ignorant fools. You want to fight with me? You're too inexperienced. Emo Xiaolong's roar shook the heavens. His aura was like that of a tiger. With the support of the 3 reverse dragon scales, his strength and aura had reached an unprecedented height. He was already infinitely close to a stellar grade being. Mo Xiaolong had been working hard for so many years, but he couldn't reach the stellar level. Therefore, he decided to unify the entire ancient dragon star with the help of the 4 scales. Anyone who stood in his way must die. Even the heavens were no exception. Dragon's reverse scale reversed the firmament. Mo Xiaolong's strength kept rising. Everyone was suffocating. The mountains and valleys cracked inch by inch. Everyone was shocked. Sword 26. Sword 27. Sword 28. Jiang Qin swung his sword towards the west. With the help of the 3 reverse dragon scales, he was no different from Mo Xiaolong. Both of their strengths had reached their peak. At this moment, the entire sky had turned dark gray. Jiang Qin's sword was boundless, and with the help of his sword, Mo Xiaolong was being pressured to the point of suffocation. Roar, however, Mo Xiaolong was still from the Eternal Dragon clan. His strength couldn't be underestimated. The scales were very helpful to him. He overshadowed Jiang Qin instantly. However, Mo Xiaolong still underestimated Jiang Qin's sword. Sword 28, Sword Aura, allowed Jiang Qin to increase the power of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Although he couldn't control it completely, it was enough to deal with Mo Xiaolong. Die. The Sword 28 slashed through the void once again. Mo Xiaolong kept retreating. Everyone was shocked. Everyone gasped. Not only the Golden Dragon clan, but also the people of the Eternal Dragon clan began to feel uneasy because this Jiang Qin was too abnormal. The one and only supreme expert in their eyes, the patriarch of the Eternal Dragon clan Mo Xiaolong, was defeated by a 6th Heavenly Star Emperor brat. This was unacceptable to them. He won. Xianxia was shocked. She began to feel excited. It's not that easy. I keep feeling that this Mo Xiaolong won't be defeated so easily. Genie Bai furrowed his brows. Even though Jiang Qin had the absolute initiative at this moment, and Jiang Qin's domineering aura had allowed everyone to witness Jiang Qin's domineering aura, Mo Xiaolong was forced to retreat again and again. Finally, he was forced to retreat. After being struck by 3 swords and covered in blood, Mo Xiaolong, who was kneeling on one knee, slowly raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin with a sinister smile. The battle intent in his eyes had not disappeared. Clearly, he still had not admitted defeat. This is too satisfying. It's been a long time since someone was able to fight so happily with me. Now, I want you to die. Mo Xiaolong gradually stood up. However, his body was also constantly expanding at this time. When he finally returned to his original form, he was a gigantic dragon that blotted out the sky. He had 3 heads and 6 legs. He was filled with an intimidating aura that caused people's hair to stand on end. With a dragon roar, all the dragons in the mountain couldn't help but tremble, wanting to prostrate themselves in worship. This was the aura of the Eternal Dragon clan. Jiang Qin retreated step by step. However, Mo Xiaolong's oppressive aura was still unbreakable. Jiang Qin was pressured to the point that he found it hard to breathe. His expression was incomparably grim. You have 3 reverse dragon scales, so do I. Mo Xiaolong's attacks became more and more powerful because after returning to his original form, his strength had once again reached an unprecedented height. Although his consumption was huge, the benefits were unimaginable. Mo Xiaolong had almost never returned to his original form to fight. Jiang Qin had forced him to this point. For Mo Xiaolong, it was already a great ability. However, after returning to his original form, there was no one who could match him in this world. It's over, it's over. Jiang Qin is finished. Can't you say something more auspicious? How is it over? I think Jiang Qin still has some chance of winning. Mo Xiaolong's original form is too strong. It's even stronger than before. Both of them have 3 reverse dragon scales. Do you think Jiang Qin can still hold on? It's hard to say. No one can say for sure until the last moment. Previously we thought that Jiang Qin would definitely die, but isn't Jiang Qin alive and well now? We should believe in him just like we believe in ourselves. The experts of the Golden Dragon clan were looking forward to Jiang Qin, hoping that he could bring them hope. As long as there was hope, life would not collapse, and the Golden Dragon clan would not be destroyed because of this. The original form of the Eternal Dragon clan is too strong. I don't know if Jiang Qin can withstand it. Genie Bai sighed. He couldn't bear to put all the burden on an outsider, but in this situation what else could he do? If he lives, I live. If he dies, I will die with him. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes were burning, unwavering. Genie Bai heaved a sigh. He felt sorry for all the parents in the world. This little girl was too heart-wrenching. However, her infatuation also gave him a headache. Jiangchen, oh Jiangchen, don't let my daughter down. Facing Mo Xiaolong's layers of attacks, Jiangchen tried his best, but it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. This was because this giant was too terrifying. What he brought wasn't just pressure but also unparalleled power. Jiangchen's footsteps were getting slower and slower. The sky dragon sword in his hand was brandishing an endless stream of sword chi. Although the limitless sword made him almost invincible, his life could be in danger at any time. Giant dragons roar. Mo Xiaolong's 3 heads roared, and his 6 claws wreaked havoc. Jiangchen was completely in a passive state, unable to continue. This scene made everyone hold their breaths, afraid that Jiangchen would directly fall. To them it was like doomsday. The claws tore through the mountains and the mountains were as thin as paper. Mountains crumbled and forests were destroyed. Mo Xiaolong's battle strength and destructive power were unprecedentedly terrifying. Jiangchen's body was constantly being injured by Mo Xiaolong's claws. Wounds covered his body and blood was everywhere. Jiangchen's situation was already on the brink of death. Fuck you, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll take me for a sick cat. Jiangchen was completely enraged. If he didn't rise he would be killed by Mo Xiaolong. Black King, kill him. Jiangchen roared. The Black King appeared and charged at Mo Xiaolong. The Black King's strength had already reached the 8th celestial layer, which was already very terrifying. When he joined forces with Jiangchen, he even brought out 120% of his strength. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No one can stop my advance. Your dragon's reverse scale is mine, ha. Mo Xiaolong roared. The giant shadow descended once again, and the Black King was directly injured. However, it still fought for Jiangchen's survival. Chapter 47:21. What a terrifying defense. Jiangchen was shocked. This Mo Xiaolong was really terrifying. Even his defense was monstrous. Damn it, it's all up to you. Kong Long Jian. Jiangchen extended his hand and grasped. The appearance of the Kong Long Jian made the tens of thousands of dragon race experts on the mountain range tremble in fear. Even Mo Xiaolong stared at the divine weapon in Jiangchen's hand. What kind of weapon is that? Why do I feel so much fear towards it? Mo Xiaolong murmured. When Jiangchen took out the Kong Long Jian, all the dragon race experts bowed their heads and no one dared to disobey. I'll let you have a taste of this Kong Long Jian. Jiangchen sneered and clashed with Mo Xiaolong again. This time the Kong Long Jian didn't disappoint Jiangchen. The sword shadows hit Mo Xiaolong's body, causing him to cry out in pain. The Kong Long Jian felt like it was hitting his soul. The pain made him feel despair. Kong Long Jian. Is there really a Kong Long Jian? Mo Xiaolong's heart stirred as his face was filled with shock. He remembered that the eternal dragon race's ancient books had records of the Kong dragon truncheon. It was said that it was only a legendary item from ancient times and did not necessarily exist in this world. The Kong dragon truncheon was specially made to spur the dragon race on. No member of the dragon race could disobey it. Once the Kong dragon truncheon appeared, all the members of the dragon race could only look at it and lament their inadequacy. Mo Xiaolong was hit repeatedly by the Kong Long Jian. His heart trembled and his soul was torn. In addition, Jiangchen was rushing towards him with all his might. He couldn't unleash his full strength. In front of the Kong Long Jian he could only unleash 70% of his strength. Jiangchen also had the enhancement of the Kong Long Jian. Damn it. You are just a dog that relies on its master's power. You want to use a weapon to finish me off? You must be dreaming. Mo Xiaolong snorted coldly. 15 minutes later, under the constant suppression of the Kong Long Jian, Mo Xiaolong was already in a desperate situation. He was dispirited. Jiangchen was getting stronger and stronger. With the Kong Long Jian in hand, Mo Xiaolong couldn't fight back at all. He could only take the beating passively. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Mo Xiaolong roared. His face was filled with despair. However, the Kong dragon truncheon was too powerful. Its suppression on him was too terrifying. He could endure the physical pain, but the whiplash that came from the depths of his soul made him unable to retaliate at all. That was the saddest thing. Jiangchen's divine bravery was unparalleled. With the Kong dragon truncheon in hand, he began his final crazy attack on Mo Xiaolong. Mo Xiaolong had no choice but to run for his life. The Eternal Dragon Clan's patriarch, who used to be insufferably arrogant, had now become a street rat. Jiangchen, you can't kill me. If you do, the Eternal Dragon Clan will never let you off. Mo Xiaolong roared angrily, but his heart was filled with fear. I won't kill you? Why were the commoners so angry? Not kill you? How can we face those dead dragons? Jiangchen sneered and showed no mercy. The Kong dragon truncheon struck Mo Xiaolong's head, completely annihilating his soul. Mo Xiaolong's massive body slowly fell to the ground, stirring up endless dust. The members of the Eternal Dragon Clan panicked at that moment. Without a leader, they were in disarray. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, they did not have to die. The Golden Dragon Clan was saved. Kill? Jin Xiaoxiao took advantage of the victory to pursue. With a shout, the Golden Dragon Clan's experts moved in full force and surrounded the members of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Patriarch, do you plan to kill all the members of the Eternal Dragon Clan? Jiangchen smiled and looked at Genie Bai. Genie Bai had a complicated look in his eyes as he sighed. He waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. Retreat. The members of the Golden Dragon Clan were puzzled. This was the best time to deal with the Eternal Dragon Clan. Why did they have to retreat now? What decision would they make when they made a comeback in the future? We were born from the same root. Why rush to kill each other? As members of the Dragon Clan, they had no choice. Everything has its cause. It's all Mo Xiaolong's fault. Now that he's dead, the Eternal Dragon Clan is in trouble both internally and externally. Without a leader, they are pitiful people. Genie Bai's words caused all the members of the Golden Dragon tribe to fall silent. Indeed, everyone had their own family and children. No one wanted to die on the battlefield. If it wasn't for Mo Xiaolong's desire to obtain the dragon's reverse scale, the 4 great dragon tribes might live peacefully forever. Although there were conflicts between them, it didn't mean that everyone yearned for war. The Eternal Dragon Tribe's war was far from over. However, the Golden Dragon Tribe should not be the one to end them. Besides the Golden Dragon Tribe, the other 4 dragon tribes were struggling at death's door. Genie Bai did not want more killings. That was why he chose to do nothing. It was not impossible for him to unify the ancient dragon star. However, that would require more blood. That was not Genie Bai's intention. Genie Bai was not worried about Genie Bai. He was not worried about Genie Bai. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Genie Bai knelt on one knee and said solemnly. At that moment, the entire Golden Dragon Clan knelt on one knee at Jiang Chen's feet. Chief, please get up. Jiang Chen waved his sleeves and helped Genie Bai up. He shook his head and smiled. I'm just doing my best and leaving the rest to fate. I can't stand Mo Xiaolong. You're right. We were born from the same root. Why rush to kill each other? If we could live peacefully forever, who would want to be involved in war? This time I'm lucky to have you. Jin Xiaoxiao said affectionately. Jiang Chen was her unparalleled hero. He was the person she would never forget. As long as the dragon tribe is alive, there will be reincarnation. Jiang Chen said non-committally. Brother Jiang Chen, you have the Konglong Jian in your hand. All the dragon tribe should respect you as a saint. We, the Golden Dragon Tribe, are willing to respect you as the chief of the tribe. Genie Bai said in a deep voice. His words were firm and righteous. No way. Jiang Chen waved his hand. I'm not cut out to be a chief. Plus, I won't stay here forever. Brother Jiang, you're leaving? Genie Bai asked with a troubled expression. To be honest, I came to the ancient dragon star by chance. I don't know where my friend is or if he's in danger. I have to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said. But the teleportation portal of the ancient dragon star is broken. Without a stellar class elite, we can't leave the ancient dragon star. Genie Bai said with a frown. Of course, he didn't want Jiang Chen to leave the ancient dragon star. He was more than happy to be the leader of the ancient dragon star. It would be perfect if Jiang Chen could become his son-in-law. With my current cultivation, I should be able to fix the teleportation portal. Are you confident? Jin Xiaoxiao bit her red lips and asked in a low voice. At this moment, she even hoped that Jiang Chen wouldn't fix the teleportation formation. If that was the case, at least she and Jiang Chen could be together. Once he fixed the teleportation formation, he would leave the ancient dragon star. He would turn into a bird and fly into the sky. She might never be able to catch him again. Jin Xiaoxiao wanted freedom, but she also wanted love. However, she couldn't have it both ways. No matter which one she wanted, it would be very complicated for Jin Xiaoxiao. I'll try my best. I don't have much time left. Chapter 47-22. A good man has ambitions. It's a good thing that Brother Jiang has such ambitions. Ah. Jin Yiba laughed. He also knew that a melon that was forcefully taken would not be sweet, regardless of whether his daughter was related to him or not. Jin Yiba's disregard for power was admirable. Even if Jin Yiba offered the position of patriarch to Jin Yiba didn't have any intention of taking it. He was indeed a man of unquestionable integrity. Treating power like dirt, this was a true expert. I'll return this reverse dragon scale to you, Chief Jin. Jiang Qin handed the reverse dragon scale to Jin Yiba. Haha, how can I return something that I've already given away? Jin Yiba rejected Jiang Qin politely. You can't do that. This is the treasure of your golden dragon tribe. Jiang Qin shook his head. Jiang Qin understood the saying that a gentleman wouldn't take what someone else liked. Even if he really liked this dragon's reverse scale, he would never take it for himself. Treasures are only valuable when they are put to good use. Moreover, the other 3 reverse dragon scales of Mo Xiaolong and the others are all in your hands. If I'm the only one left, the golden dragon tribe will definitely be the target of the other 3 tribes in the future. Therefore, I might as well give this last reverse dragon scale to you. Furthermore, you've helped our golden dragon clan so much, so what's this little bit of stuff? Compared to the lives of our people, this reverse dragon scale is worthless, Jin Yiba said. Jin Yiba said. His goal was to make Jiang Qin accept the reverse dragon scale. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll write a gift from Chief Jin. Jiang Qin and Jin Yiba looked at each other and smiled. He already had 6 reverse dragon scales and his strength had completely stabilized at the 6th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. In fact, he could have broken through, but in order to strengthen his foundation, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry to break through. Jiang Qin rested for a day. Early the next morning, he couldn't wait to arrive in front of the broken teleportation array. At this moment, Jiang Qin's xiaoxiao was already waiting for him. I didn't expect you to be so early, Jiang Qin said. I know you're desperate to leave this place. I just want to see if there's anything I can do to help. Jin Xiaoxiao said. However, even she herself didn't quite believe what she said. You want to leave Ancient Dragon Star with me? Jiang Qin smiled. How could he not know Jin Xiaoxiao's goal? This woman was full of longing for the outside world. Ancient Dragon Star could not hold her back at all. No, I'm just worried that you won't be able to do it alone. Jin Xiaoxiao was still very stubborn. Alright then. Protect me, I'll repair the formation. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn and dignified. Whether he could leave this place or not depended on this. Jiang Qin's understanding of the formation was no weaker than De Huang's. Even now, the no-beginning formation was beneficial to Jiang Qin. In order to repair the teleportation array, he needed the no-beginning formation. Jiang Qin was very careful. He started to study the needle technique. He kept modifying and repairing the formation. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Jiang Qin had not been able to repair the teleportation array. However, at least Jiang Qin saw a glimmer of hope. Is there a chance? Jin Xiaoxiao asked. In another 10 days to half a month, it should be done. Jiang Qin grinned and looked at Jin Xiaoxiao. Jin Xiaoxiao felt very warm. She had been hesitating. Should she stay in Ancient Dragon Star or should she leave with Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin worked day and night, working overtime. He only hoped to solve the problem of the teleportation formation as soon as possible so that he could leave the Ancient Dragon Star. His next destination would be the Heavenly Awakening Star, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Finally, after 10 days, Jiang Qin had completely repaired the teleportation formation. He was so tired that he felt like he was about to collapse. He had been repairing the formation for nearly a month without rest. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have collapsed by now. Luckily, Jiang Qin's perseverance was strong enough. During this month, his heart was filled with anticipation. Damn it, it's finally done. Jiang Qin could not help but curse. However, he could not hide the joy in his heart. Is it fixed? Jin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Qin and the teleportation array in front of her. It was surging with source energy. The array could be activated at any time. Yes. This time I can finally go to Tianqi planet. Ah. Jiang Qin laughed. He was as happy as a child. Jin Xiaoxiao's lips curled up. A touch of gentleness appeared in her eyes. I might have to leave tomorrow. Do you really not want to go to Tianqi planet? Jiang Qin asked. Jin Xiaoxiao was silent. In the end, she shook her head. Filial piety is the most important thing. With parents around, one should not travel far. But one day I will go, Jin Xiaoxiao said seriously. It was not until the Golden Dragon tribe's despair that she realized how important her father was to her. She also understood the true meaning of the saying, with parents around, one should not travel far. Alright. It's up to you. I didn't expect you to be such a filial daughter. Jiang Qin could not help but think of his father. He was far away in the immortal world. He missed him a lot, but he had no choice. He had to find his child before he could go back. To Jiang Qin this was not a journey. It was a pursuit of his life. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled. She didn't mind it at all. Another reason was Jiang Qin. It was impossible for Jiang Qin to not know that she was in love with him, but he didn't respond to her. This could only mean that he didn't love her at all. However, why would she bother herself by staying by his side? Wouldn't that make him hate her even more? Hurry up and get ready. It's time to leave. I know you have a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders. I won't force you to stay. You have the chance, come back. There will always be people on Ancient Dragon Star who will remember you. Our Golden Dragon clan will never forget your great kindness. Jin Xiaoxiao said. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded. Ancient Dragon Star was indeed beautiful. He looked at the mountains in the distance. The green was boundless and the mountains were majestic. However, he was just a passerby. He could not stay here forever. We will meet again, Xiaoxiao. Jiang Qin said. Then he stepped into the teleportation array. At that moment, as she watched Jiang Qin disappear into the teleportation array, Jin Xiaoxiao's heart trembled. It was as if the treasure she had held in her hands when she was young had suddenly disappeared. She finally could not hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.